Good afternoon and welcome to day 2 here at the Fair.com British IPA Pool Championships. We're here in Coventry, just on the outskirts of very, very hot and sunny Coventry to see the conclusion today of the IPA professional event. I'm delighted to be joined by our resident expert who's made it back today despite injury, Mark Pickworth. Mark, just tell us about yesterday, sum up yesterday's events from the main table and the other tables.
Yeah, so the main table yesterday, we had some spectacular matches. We only got 5 in yesterday, but we're going to have some real full pack action today of a lot of matches, and a mouth-watering one coming up as well. But yesterday we saw a bit of a mixture of styles and a mixture of the way that the games went. There wasn't too many surprises. Maybe the Alex O'Donoghue and the Dan Davey was a bit of a surprise. But Alex, we know how good Alex is, you know, one of the latter sort of pros, as we sort of call them. But it was no surprise for him to make it through to the last 32.
Yeah, we saw some
last 16, so.
Yeah, we saw some great action on the main table, but on the outer tables as well, we saw one of the big names, Clint Ianson, one of the form horses, you know, this season. He got dumped out of the event by Robert Stephen. Yeah,
he did, and it was quite an easy win for Robert in the end. It was a bit of a shock to all of us because we was expecting, and I think when I closed the show last night, I was still thinking Clint was still in it, but I think he just lost a few minutes after. So I did say, is Clint Ianson going to be winning? Is it Mark Boyle? But it's not. It could possibly now be Robert Stephen.
So we're going to pick the event up today. It's the last 16 and we're going to play all the way through to tonight's final, which should be about 9-ish, 9:30. So no need for anyone to go anywhere today. It's going to be non-stop action. We've got some absolutely fantastic matches coming up and great players, all the top players, barring Clint, who is still left in the comp.
Yeah, we have fantastic 16 players left. I mean, there is some matches going off now. Liam Dunster, the number 1 player, he's battling away against Tom Barley. That was 5-all when I last saw it, just on this table behind me. We've got Luke Sanches against Corey Rees. Remember, Corey Rees, 2022 Champions Cup winner, against Luke Sanches. He's been in a bit of form recently, and that was locked at 4-all when I last saw it. It's going to be very interesting. We've got Mark Farnsworth coming up. We've got the Godfather, Gareth Hibbert. We are blessed here with superstars.
Yeah, you've not even mentioned the former world champ, John McAllister, who was playing Dean Shields. That was an absolute blockbuster earlier, which I think John scraped through, did he?
Well, he was 7-4 up, so it looks like they're not playing now, so I think that match is possibly finished.
So he's made his way into the quarter-finals, so it's bubbling up very, very nicely indeed. So coming up now, Robert Stephen against Mark Boyle, all Scottish battle. Tell us what we can expect in this one.
Well, the Scottish players, they seem to be going from strength to strength. I mean, let's just another Scottish player, Ross Fernie. He's already into the quarter-final. He dispatched Alex O'Donoghue 8 frames to 2 this morning, and then we've got these two. Are these the substitute Scottish players? I don't think so. Mark Boyle, a class act. He won last time when he come to Coventry. Are we going to see him picking up another trophy? More than possible. But one person that's going to have a real say in that matter is going to be Robert Stephen. He's been playing some great stuff. The last tour got some great results, and then once again he's proving why he's in this last 16.
Yeah, and he's getting more and more experience of playing on this main table, which does play a little bit different to the outer tables. I think all the players are saying it is super rapid, so you know he's becoming more comfortable with the shot clock and the conditions.
Yeah, he is becoming more comfortable. He's becoming more comfortable being a pool player with this snooker background. They've both got snooker backgrounds and superb snooker backgrounds, but Mark Boyle's been playing pool a lot more than Robert Stephen has, and sometimes I'm quite critical of Robert with the way that he plays the game. It's not as orthodox as Mark or Liam or Mark Farnsworth, etc. But Robert Stephen, he's coming into a bit of own here. This is going to be some titanic battle.
Yeah, he's certainly learning quick.
Yeah, he seems to be, definitely. I don't know what they're feeding him in the water up there, but it must be some stern stuff. I might move up to Scotland myself.
No, I think we're a lost causes, Matt. Can't do anything for us. And just a word about the match coming up afterwards, the old North East battle. Mark Farnsworth, the established, superhero, former number 1. I think he's back to number 2 in the rankings. Won a plethora of titles last season against Gav Robinson, one of those players who is knocking on the door at a rate of knots.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Mark Farnsworth, let's understand him. Former world champion. He fell to just outside the top 10 of the rankings, and he's battled his way back. He wants that number 1 spot. He won't be getting that this year because Liam Dunster's far too ahead for that. But Mark Farnsworth, he wants another title. He wants to get back into the winner's circle. We've not seen seen him lift a trophy for a couple of months, which for Mark's standards that's probably not acceptable, and he'll be working on that. But Gavin Robinson, the Rocket, they are best of friends, them two. They're they're a bit like chalk and cheese, to be honest, aren't they? They're very different characters, and but that's going to be a fantastic matchup. Gareth, obviously with Gavin, he's got some real great body language, and you'll see every expression under the sun. One thing for sure, it's going to be an exciting match.
Yeah, well, that's coming up. But now it is Robert Stephen against Mark Boyle. It is the Battle of Scotland. Sit down, relax, enjoy what is coming up throughout the day. I think it's time to get over to the combox, and over to you, Dan.
Well, here we go. What a match first up. Robert Stephen, new on the tour. New to the pro ranks, should we say. Certainly not new to Q Sports. Very good player. Very good snooker player, I'm told. Against Mark Boyle. Already a legend of the IPA. Multiple titles. Race to 8 frames. Mark Boyle's won the break. Won the lag, so he'll break first. Referee Ben Taylor Fuente setting up the balls. Joined in the commentary box by, none of you have probably ever heard of him, Luke Johnson.
Good afternoon. Many would have heard of me, but mostly in the Spain area.
Yeah?
Yeah, just, Catalonia junior world champion back in the day.
You mean you won the under-23 singles where there was about 5 people there?
You don't need to mention how many players there were.
Fair enough, no. But it's a win's a win, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Is this the first frame?
Yeah, first frame. Mark Boyle's won the lag. Good match, this.
Yeah, I played Robert in the amateurs last year. Very good player. I won't mention the score. Just one problem ball, these yellows, and the yellow on the side cushion.
Yeah, you can see he's just kind of figuring out how he wants to attack it, whether he wants to attack it at all, or does he just leave himself a double if he can.
I think you've got to back yourself for the double. You've got plenty of opportunities to get onto 2 yellows over the pocket playing the double.
Well, yeah, there's an argument for that. I think there's also an argument for if he does go into it, he is almost guaranteed to be on the yellow on the left-hand side of the table, in the middle of the table.
Yeah. So you're saying get down bottom table now?
Or maybe leave himself an angle off the one in the middle.
Yeah.
So he could, but he just doesn't want that yellow. The only danger is it getting tied up with the red. So
yeah,
decisions.
You kind of want to hit cushion first and bump the yellow out.
Yeah.
You don't want to hit it half ball because you will bump the red over the corner.
Yeah, key to the frame. He's played it. Played it.
With a finicky one though, isn't it?
Yes, slightly awkward. I think the natural angle's taking him into the red on the left-hand side cushion, but as long as he clips the red first and doesn't go cushion then ready, he should still be on the yellow into the right corner.
It's a difficult shot because on these cloths they're so super fine. It's hard to judge because they're so quick. You can quite easily drift past and be behind the red in the middle of the table there.
Yeah, the last thing he wants to do is just miss the red and sort of hit it full ball, because then he will probably be behind it. But if he just grazes off the the top side of the red as we look at this. He's actually jacking up now. He doesn't like it. That's a great shot.
Played that so well. It's a great shot.
Yeah.
There was an argument to play the double there as well. You could have just stunned the double in and you'd be on the yellow over the corner.
That's what these top players do, though. You know, he kind of refused to keep the pot easy, sacrifice the pot for a more difficult pot because he knew he was going to cause himself trouble next shot. So
he worked it out really well. It's a great shot.
Yeah, very well done. Always so important as well. We were talking about this before. That the very first frame in the match, how it sets the tone. Yeah, the amount of times where you dig out a good clearance first frame and you seem to kick on from that, and before you know it, you're 4-1 up. But likewise, you have a sniff of a chance in the first frame and mess it up, and before you know it, you're 3-0 down.
Yeah.
Seems to really set the tone. But
it does.
Mark Boyle with a break and finish.
I presume these guys have played each other a fair bit back up in Scotland.
They must have done. They must have done. I mean,
I think Robert Stephen just won the last Saltire tour, which is their sort of main tour up in Scotland.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. I think Mark Boyle won the last couple, and then yeah, I think Robert beat Boyle on the way to winning it.
Yeah, he's definitely. I said yesterday on when we did the little intro thing, and he played Chris Bowen. Chris Bowen's a good player, but I had to make Robert a slight favourite. He's really impressed me recently. I think the first tour we were here, and he played Farnsworth on the stream. He lost 8-7, but it was the way he played. He played really well.
Yeah.
When there was a crowd as well against, you know, the best player or one of the 2 or 3 best players, probably in the planet, really. You know, it's the way he did it. He's definitely got a bit about him.
He's made a ball, has he? No, let's try.
No. So what we got, Luke? We got 7 reds.
I definitely heard something go in. I was like, I'm sure he made one there. It must have been a table opposite or something.
Well, I haven't really seen an awful lot of him play, but he's obviously adopting that cut break, and he hit them very soft, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a massive fan of the cut break, but on these tables, I don't like it.
Why not?
But each to their own. I just played another Welsh guy, Dave Stratford, and he adopted the cut break, and everything just seemed to go safe all the time. Like, it was just all sort of gathering over to one side of the table.
Clusters, yeah. I think that's always been the thing, isn't it? You'll go in off the break less, but you will get more clusters. For the average person that cut breaks, I don't like it either, to be honest. That hasn't gone great. First shot for Mark, so straight away faced with a tough one down the cushion. But if he gets it, I mean, there's still plenty of work to do.
Yeah, you can play through the gap here and leave yourself a choice of 2.
That's what he's trying to do, definitely.
Didn't want the flick.
No, if it had just kept running, it would have been lovely, but this is getting more and more difficult with every shot now.
I'll tell you what, he's landed pretty good here.
Yeah. I mean, he's still second favourite to clear from here, but that's come out as nice as it could have.
Yeah. I think a bit of shot clock pressure there as well. Ideally, you want a couple of seconds just to have a little look around and really study how you're actually going to finish these, because it's such a difficult clearance from here.
He's played that so well. I see a difference as well, like you know, there's some players there that would have tried to, you know, there's a bit of traffic top of the table. They might have, where that red that he's just broken out was tied up with that yellow, they might have tried to maybe play a safety shot and kind of put the brakes on, if you like, but Mark's just carried on going for it.
That's a great shot.
What a finish this is.
He's got to play the one into the middle now.
Yeah, he's got the perfect yellow next to it to rest on.
Very, very solid.
These are the things that Mark Boyle does that people would never call Mark Boyle a flair player. And I think half of that is just because of his sort of robotic, methodical way that he's sort of like steady paced, isn't he? He never rushes, he's never slow, but he's never quick, if you know what I mean. He's very even paced.
Yeah, he's normally got such a good cue ball as well. That's what makes these. It's like Liam Dunster.
Yeah.
You look at Liam and you go, he ain't really played a hard shot there. Well, there's a reason for that, because he's actually got the cue ball on the string, and
yeah,
he's.
But you know, if a really quick player took those out and played exactly the same shots as he played, you'd be going, oh my god.
Yeah.
But because he's kind of gone round it and with such a level head, so cool, calm, collected.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got to play a cannon here, you know, and he just plays it to perfection. You kind of end up going, well, that was a good clearance, but you know, but you don't really appreciate how special it is. That was a great clearance.
Yeah, it was very good. So Mark's effectively broken the serve there.
Very good. Any more Wimbledon puns?
No.
No?
No.
Cool.
Ball's in your court on that one.
Very good.
Leading 2 frames to nil. Time run.
I think Mark's got the best cut break that I've seen anyway.
He really has, yeah. I suppose Dunster's pretty good at it as well, but
He really gets through the white. Look at those yellows. I mean, you couldn't ask for better, could you?
yeah, I mean the black's in a slightly awkward position, but if you see the yellow that he stood behind now, closest to that top left corner pocket, if he just
Leaves the white there.
leaves the white there, I fancy him to just sort of drop that into the middle pocket. Such a big weapon to have in it. If you
Oh, the break is just massive, absolutely massive. I like that he's taken that little bit of extra time here off the break, though. I mean, to most people they look quite simple, but he's just double checking, mapping his clearance out.
Yeah, I think there's been a bit of a argument recently, and point put forward by, I actually agree with it actually, and Liam Dunster has been quite vocal about it, having a minute after the break, because quite often people are always using their one extension after the break shot.
It's the one shot you sort of, you need that bit of time,
You
don't you?
need a bit of time, yeah, and I think you'd as good as the standard is on here, you probably do see a better standard on the outside tables over the course of the weekend, because people just have that little bit of extra time to just, I think half the time when you're making a clearance look easy or you're taking out a finish, it's taking the balls in the right order that allows you to do that, not necessarily playing good and bad shots.
Yeah.
And if you ain't got the time to think about it, but then also,
This has got away from Mark a little bit.
yeah, I wonder if he's going to cut that in now and
Get the
actually
black
bump the black out, or whether actually, even if that was his plan all along, maybe he doesn't fancy dropping it into the middle.
Yeah. It's like you say, he could play this cushion first, leave the white where the black is, and he's got the yellow to the corner.
Yeah, and as long as the black comes out, he might also be on the yellow into this, well, bottom left corner as we look at it. Well, that's a nice nudge. He'll take that. I think it's still. He's one of those, if he plays that 10 times, it's probably going to come out nice 8 times out of 10.
Yeah, I
You'd
thought he'd
probably
play it a
say.
little bit slower, to be honest, Dan, and just slightly nudge it over the middle. Whether he had that angle or not, I don't know.
Well, he played it with rakes the right hand side, so he obviously felt he had to straighten it up a little bit off the cushion. Obviously, he's got a bit of a funny cue action, Mark, for someone that cues so well. He actually lifts his head as he delivers the cue. It's quite strange, quite unique. Just ever so slightly lifts as he delivers the cue.
But you can't knock it. He used to be a very good snooker player as well, didn't he, Mark? So the cue action must be pretty good to play snooker at high level.
Yeah, exactly. And he's he's not even 40 years old, but he's already one of the best pool players I've ever seen. He hasn't actually really been around for that long. You consider some of the greats of the game, you know, they were winning junior world titles and things like that, and never even heard of Mark until he was 30.
That's a good shot there. He just checked up the white of lots of right hand side. Black obviously goes into the middle. Can't really tell from this camera angle, but
yeah, I mean, it definitely went if he was right behind it. Obviously our referee's going to have a good look at this, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah, that's fine. Well, Robert Stephen, he is in the building, I can assure you. There he is.
Seems happy that he's 3-0 down.
Yeah, you're 3-0 down, Rob, not up. But yeah, what can you do? You can't beat yourself up about it, can you? Just got to hope that things turn and change. You start making balls from the break, and Mark Boyle doesn't.
You will get your chances. You just got to take them against this elite level.
We'll say though, a couple of these clearances haven't been easy as well. So it's not as though Mark sort
he's
of
not
just
been
had
in control. Yeah, with two of three clearances, he's not been in control, but he's got them.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I
what
mean,
can you say? You know,
one of them was very difficult anyway, but that one he kind of they weren't that difficult, but he ran out of position, created pressure for himself, put himself under pressure by running out of position, but recovered it. That's what all these best players do. Not a good sign for Robert.
This is massive, this frame. 3-1, you're back in it. 4-0 is a bit of an uphill battle against Mark.
Yeah, like a very soft weak.
Straight away you got clusters again.
You got clusters and you haven't put on the ball again.
Yep. I didn't notice that actually this time, Dan.
Yeah, so 7 of each.
So 7 yellows and 7 reds.
That's the one.
Black and a white, yeah?
Yeah, you'll get there.
Yeah.
You'll get there.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe he's fiddling around with a break, and you know, every table breaks differently, doesn't it? So
yeah.
So he has got the yellow into the middle, but again, for Mark. So yeah, that's where he wants the cue ball. How's he going to get it there? So going to play it into the middle at pace. Stun at the bottom right hand side.
The double's definitely not on.
No. I think he's got a fair bit of angle. Obviously, it makes it a difficult pot into the middle, playing it at pace, but sort of shot you probably don't mind playing at 3-0 up. Cueing like a dream.
Yeah.
Only got 8 seconds to play the shot. Look at that.
It's a great shot.
Look at that.
Still needs to be a bit careful with this cannon.
Yeah, yeah. Doesn't want to cannon the red
and stick on the yellow.
And stick on the yellow, yeah. And I think they're just about far enough apart so that is possible. But I think if he can just flick off the maybe half ball off the left-hand side of the red, would be perfect. Yeah, there we go. This is as well as pool can be played so far.
What's your route here, Dan? So obviously, you know, in an ideal world, you want to get rid of this yellow down the bottom of the table early.
Yeah, and he can't do that now, especially because he's hampered queuing. So I think you maybe leave that yellow as your last yellow, and bring the white to, say, the very centre of the table.
Yeah.
So then you'll play that into this bottom left-hand corner. If you're dead straight, you can screw back for the black into the middle. Yeah, so he'll have the white somewhere between where it is now and the yellow in the bottom half of the table, but straight if possible.
If only he was a little bit straighter on the yellow now, he would have played it.
Could have took it now. He was probably playing a two-way shot there.
Yeah.
Just doesn't want to go over towards that.
This is under hit.
Yeah, he was worried about going over towards that side cushion. You don't want to be queuing off the cushion or snookered by the red slightly.
We might see a bit of flair for Mark here. This is a shot you play with lots of bottom right off free cushions. Bring out the white into the middle of the table. He's playing it. Loads of right hand side off of free.
Tell you what.
Not quite enough though.
But he's played the shot.
Played the shot.
You're doing all right now, aren't you?
It's not my first rodeo, Dan. Just another great clearance.
Yeah, heart of the pocket. Didn't even look like missing. Smooth as you like. He plays that last shot, bottom right hand side to swing it off free cushions. But he plays it in such a, you know, he kind of strokes it in. He doesn't.
Yeah, you don't need to play them too hard. The harder you play them, the side doesn't take effect.
No.
Yeah, the danger was the ball on the side cushion. You could have quite easily. I think he did cannon into it, did he, or not? He just didn't. He just underhit the positional shot, I think, maybe.
Yeah, Robert sat down, still yet to get his hand on the table, apart from 2 breaks.
It's such a cruel game at times, it really is. You know what you can do, and you're just sat there watching the game.
You're watching someone else do what you think you can do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leading 4 frames to 0.
So I presume this is the second round, is it? So is that the last 16 of the pros, or?
This will be the last 16.
Yeah.
The difference between the 2 breaks. I mean, he actually hasn't really landed on anything here. I don't think he's wedged to that red, so we can't see the red over the top left.
Yes, he's just playing the container here.
Yeah. Rob, you're allowed to go.
Enjoy. Enjoy being wedged up against that red.
Extension call.
What are you seeing here, Dan? What's your observant here?
Probably play the same shot that Mark just played. If you can play it in such a way that Mark can't play the same shot back. But when you ain't had your hand on the table, you might be thinking of attacking here. Gone for the double. Ooh, just missed it. Wasn't easy. Wasn't easy at all.
So the container worked for Mark, and very good chance again.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, actually, Reds aren't too bad because the one on the right hand side cushion he can get to from this first one into the middle pocket. But I think yellows, if you could plant the red onto the yellow first up, but I think that's very tight. Yeah, so he's looking out as if he were to play reds. Because everything's in the open, they just need landing on.
Yeah.
And someone like Mark's cue ball control's so good, it's probably the sensible thing for him to do.
So you think he's just going to drop the red into the middle? Oh, he's going yellows then.
Oh, he was looking at it,
Yeah.
but he's obviously decided yellows.
Well, as long as the red, as long as you can get behind that yellow towards the side, it drops into the middle.
Well, I think that's it. He'll know better than us. I mean, I think look from here that you can definitely get to it. It's just, are you then going to...
You sort of just top it through and top into the red as such.
Are you going to flick it? It's always easier when you're down there and you can look right behind it. So it looks like, yeah, two in the bottom half. And then he just needs to leave himself an angle. Needs to leave himself thin on the yellow into the right middle as his second last yellow. But it'll just be controlling that and not... Sometimes you think you're going to slide past the red, but you flick it and then you don't want to end up going towards the corner pocket or the black. But
Yeah.
you know, it's much easier if you're down there behind it than...
He's got the perfect angle to top into the red of the middle red.
Well, I don't know.
You don't think he's got enough, or?
Maybe a little bit too much. He'll definitely play it if he can.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually. I think it's a little bit too much.
Yeah, so he obviously thinks it goes from there, so in which case he should be fine. Doesn't want to be hampered queuing.
Perfect.
He is perfect.
Oh, you feel sorry for Robert here.
Yeah, he's had nothing to go at. He's been forced into a double. Doubles in the middle pockets can be quite easy if they're close to the middle pocket and the side cushion, but it wasn't an easy double.
Yeah.
He's hit the jaw. That's the only thing close to a mistake that you can call that he's done. He's 5-0 down. Tough at the top.
He's not laughing now.
He is not smiling anymore, is he?
He looks relaxed though. You know, if he can get a chance, that's all he's open for is a chance.
Most people are relaxed when they sit down. Harsh game at times, isn't it?
It is indeed.
So when do you play next in your Open?
I'm back on at 5:30. Yeah, just won my match 6-4 in the end. I was 6-1 up. And,
6-1 up and 1-6-4.
5-1 up and 1-6-4. Scrapes over the line. Oh no. Robert has decided not to do the cut break and screws straight and off into the corner.
Yeah, dabbled with a cut break for the first two, wasn't working on this table. You understand why people do it, because you can kind of, you know, you don't need to give it as much because this stream table is normally a little bit quicker. The lights definitely have an effect on that. Very clever shot first up from Mark. It's actually come out a little bit awkward, slightly awkward queuing, but...
Bridge in. Still expect him to be fine here, though.
You see there as well, we were talking about this before, but when you're well practiced and you're playing enough and confident, how quickly you see those clever little shots. I mean, he took all of 10 seconds to get down and flick off the
Do you think he
black.
would have took 10 seconds if it was 0-0?
Maybe not, no. Probably 11 or 12. No. Might have to come back up the table for this other one. Ideally would have wanted to take all the ones in the top half of the table first and then come back down for the rest. Looking to see if he's on it now.
Yeah, he'd love to be able to play the red just to the left of the black spot, just to stun it in for the red into the middle. I think he might have too much angle. Could top it through off the side cushion though and still leave the white similar position where the red is.
It's one of those, yeah, people at home that, well, I mean, pretty much everybody doesn't play to the standard Mark Boyle does, but people watching it be thinking, well, what's he worried about? You know, there's 2 easy pots he can go for there, but he's trying to figure out what order he's going to take these balls in and how he's going to get on the black. And all his time is going into making the right decision. It's not about, you know, the basics of the game. It's quite...
Yeah.
I think when you're sort of first learning the game, or if you're just a pub player, no disrespect to you pub players out there, but you won't quite understand maybe why he's taking his time when he's clearly got 2 very easy pots in front of him. It's all about the angle now.
Yeah, if he can leave just an angle just to top the red off of 2 cushions and leave the black in the middle, which he's perfect.
Yeah, so, yes, that's the thing. Is he perfect? Maybe would have wanted to be, but again, it's one of them from the commentary box. It's hard to, if you top it through, you're going top cushion, side cushion. Are you coming through the gap where he's just pointing, where he just looked there?
He may play to
the middle of the table.
Will he play to screw bottom left off 1 cushion?
And come back over towards where he is now?
Yeah.
He has, yeah. He hasn't flirted with the gap of the 2 yellows.
He's just left himself a shot.
Yeah, and just
backed
himself to get it. He's 5-0 up. Back yourself to get the shot. Should see the little raise of the head as he delivers the cue here.
That is that's a thing of beauty, that. Yeah.
Bizarre, isn't it?
I've got the old head twitch, haven't I? When
you ever so slightly turn your head as you deliver the cue, but he visibly lifts his head quite a lot as he delivers the cue, like before he delivers the cue.
It's almost like a
strange
golf motion. He's sort of going through the shot, and as you're going through, he's lifting up as such.
Lifting his head well, you'd be told not to do that at golf, or you play an air shot, you top the ball, wouldn't you?
Well, you would.
I would. I've definitely done it.
What do you think goes through Robert's mind now? Is it so he's 6-0? Is it 6-0? 6-0. Is he just thinking, right, I'm going to make this score look respectable, or does he still believe he can win this game?
I think you've got to tell yourself you're probably not going to win the game. Just relax a bit. If the breaks turn, if all of a sudden Mark goes dry, 3 of the next 4 breaks, and you start potting off the break, the match can turn around. You know, you might be relying on Mark messing up on a clearance in the meantime during that comeback, but you've got to tell yourself it can happen. Stranger things have happened.
Yeah.
It just probably ain't going to happen. But yeah, just try and make it difficult for him. You know, if he takes his foot off the gas and doesn't go 7-0, plays a slack shot, which sort of thing Mark doesn't really do. He's ruthless, but say he were to go 6-1 instead of 7-0, and then the breaks turn. Before you know it, it could be 6-4. And then the pressure changes. Then I should have been 7-0 up and or 6-1, and then all of a sudden I can't pot a ball off the break now. You just got to tell yourself things can turn around, but easier said than done.
I just think Mark's in the zone at the minute. There's not many things that's going to take him out of it. Almost
No, and he's just ruthless. He doesn't. We've spoken about it before. I'm terrible. I can be terrible for taking my foot off the gas. If I have a good start to a match and not taking a finish as seriously if I'm 4-1 up as I would if I was 4-1 down.
I've done it just a minute ago. Like I say, you're 5-1 up and you're cruising, and then you go for clearances that you shouldn't be going for. And like I say, just don't give the game enough respect that it deserves. It's a difficult game. It's
Yeah.
But all of a sudden you miss the odd ball, and it gives your opponent a bit of confidence.
And that's the thing. We've seen it in this match. The higher the standard is, you don't have to miss a ball to lose 3 or 4 frames in a row. You just have to break dry twice.
Yep.
So that can be reversed. Robert can break it clear a couple of times, and Mark can go dry off the break, or maybe get kicked in off the break. It can happen, but just doesn't look like happening, does it?
Is my first commentary stint going to be a whitewash?
I thought you said this wasn't your first rodeo.
Well, not at this level. I'm used to much higher level than this.
Yeah?
Yeah, on the Berkshire Pool TV.
Yeah, okay. The local Reading singles leagues and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've earned your stripes.
Yeah, I've worked my way up.
It's just pinpoint, isn't he? Absolutely pinpoint with the cue ball, and he just doesn't look like missing. He's run out of position a couple of times, especially early on in the match, and he just recovers it.
Yeah.
He is playing. He hasn't made a mistake yet. He hasn't made a mistake that's cost him a visit at the table yet. Played 1 safety in the 5th frame. Everything. I think the other 6 have been off the break.
Yeah.
Flawless.
I think Robert's just thinking back to the drawing board, get ready for the Open now.
Yeah, you wonder if they travelled up together. Might not be travelling back together.
Have you any idea who's up next, Dan? Or?
Yeah, Mark Farnsworth and Gav Robinson.
Okay. Again, two guys that know each other very well.
I think they definitely would have travelled up. Actually, maybe not, because Gav comes up with his, I don't know if it's wife or
yeah.
just girlfriend, but and little one, yeah. So maybe they didn't, but they definitely practiced together a lot. And back to the cut break.
When it rains, it pours. It's not actually left anything though, I don't think.
I think he's got a yellow into the middle with a big pocket, maybe.
Yeah.
Another one of these clearances that isn't easy. There's a, that's a difficult opener. The black's tied up a little bit. Sort of finish that Mark's been. He's had 2 or 3 of these, and he's found a way to get them, hasn't he?
Just dug them out of nowhere, yeah.
Yep.
I think at 7-0 up as well, you can afford to take on a bit more of a reckless clearance.
I mean, he'll go for this and make it not look reckless.
Yeah.
He's that good.
I mean, straight away he's thinking about getting this red out away from the black.
At the same
shot,
time.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's how many shots in advance he's thought of here.
If he goes on to clear these up, Paul can't be played any better than this. It's literally the perfect match.
Yeah. he's made, well, I can't remember him making a mistake.
No, he didn't. He ran out of positions, kind of, and
Yeah.
recovered it, but he's cleared off six of the breaks so far. One of the breaks, he was left nothing, played a safety, forced Robert into a double, which he didn't get. He's then cleared up. Flawless. He's got the angle now to break his bad ball out. It's the cannons like that as well that there's a lot of control about it. You see some people that just go into the ball. He's playing to hit that side. He's playing it at a pace where if he plays it any harder, he's not going to double kiss it. He's played it soft enough for to create the angle so he gets it out the way he's got it out.
He might have to dig down here, yeah, just to get the white back a little bit. There's an argument to play the yellow in the bottom half of the table now and swing it off too. Which I think he's looking at. Ooh, straightened up a little bit, I think. Is he on this, Dan?
Don't know. It's close.
Tell you what he is on though, if the black or the 8 ball doesn't go, he can, oh no, I thought there was a gap through the yellow and the red there to go into the black.
I mean, there might be, but
He may even be able to play into the red and flick this out here and stay perfect on the yellow in the middle. Oh no, it's gone wrong.
he's human. He is human. But, like we said from the start, it wasn't an easy clearance at all.
I don't even think he would have took it on if it was 0-0.
Don't know. He's deceptively attacking. Boyle. So, Robert, you've got your hand on the table and you've got more to go at than just a double. Frame number 8. The first time he's had his hand on the table, aside from playing a very difficult double. What a cruel game.
Let's be honest, we're all cheering on Robert here to get one on the board. No one wants a donut, do they?
I'll have a donut.
Well, we know you're quite partial to a donut, Dan.
Not a fan of jam, actually, if we
No?
must. No.
You're an icing man, are you?
Probably, yeah. I could probably go Krispy Kreme if I had to. I wouldn't be going jam.
Yeah, the Krispy Kreme original was the best. Just keep it simple.
Keep it simple. Don't mess around with it.
Yeah.
It's like ketchup. Leave it alone.
Just stick to Heinz.
Yeah. Don't go putting the other stuff in it. Right. So, sensible shot from Robert. Probably would have seen him go for them if that red wasn't tied up with the black. I think that's the correct thing to do.
Yeah, he had a couple of balls where he can just nudge out.
Yeah, and he's got that ball on the left-hand side cushion covering the. Oh my God.
Oh no. He's going to need another one, but
You kind of wonder as well if he's going to find a way to pot this as well. He's looking at cushion first.
into the middle.
Black into the side cushion. Into the middle. It's going to be close to hitting the red first if he gets that. Really wasn't far away. Is it the knuckle?
It's gone a little bit awkward for Robert as well. I know he's got the opening pot, but the black's gone safe as well now.
Is he going to play to bring it off the side cushion or just land on it? I think if he was confident, if it was 7-0 up, he'd probably be playing to land on it.
Yeah, he's gone into it.
I mean, look, he should be fine.
I think that was the right shot because you'd be very unlucky not to be on a ball next.
You're almost certainly going to be on a ball. It's just you were probably quite likely to leave the white welded to the side cushion, which you don't want to do. I think he's just going to push this red up the table. So that red's easier to pot now, and Mark's also going to do a little bit of Robert's work for him and bring that black off the side cushion. It's the right shot.
It is. You just got to play the percentages sometimes. You know, and if they get it, they get it. You know, what can you do?
I think if the clearances had gone differently, obviously he was trying to clear them from the start, but...
Oh no. When the black's moving, you sort of fear the worst for Robert, don't you?
Yeah.
He's not going to be part of the Bagel Club anyway. This is the funny side of it.
7-1. Comebacks on. Two guys next to the trophy there, look, they're guarding it, don't they?
The security guards.
Yeah. ID, mate.
It's quite trustworthy, actually, putting the trophy there.
There we go.
Nice little zoom in of the...
We all want to see the referee's elbow.
Well, it's obviously a steady elbow. Mr. Ben Taylor Fuente.
And Mr. Magic.
A couple of comments on YouTube about the donuts. He likes a toffee donut.
Toffee donut? I never had one.
No?
No.
It's I wouldn't say it's a bad choice at all, to be honest. Toffee. Toffee with cream inside. That's the future.
Garlic bread's the future.
That's the future.
Right. Mr. Magic has just stuck the black into the side pocket off the break, so the frame will be started again. Yeah, I'm just a plain icing.
Just a plain guy. What you're saying?
Definitely not. There is the trophy. Somebody's going to be taking home later tonight. British Professional Cup. So 7-1 Mark Boyle. He's going to want to get this polished off as soon as he can. He doesn't want to let this go to 7-3, 7-4. You know what can happen, how the brakes can turn.
Done it again.
Same middle pocket.
It's like the fairground. If you get 3 in a row, you win a prize.
Both players see the funny side of it.
3 in a row, you win a town chalk. There you go.
Yeah.
Courtesy of the IPA, obviously. I've not got a chalk, so
Oh, fair enough.
yeah, I've just made that rule up.
Right, I see.
Could be a thing though, couldn't it? Very
be.
rare. I've never seen 3 in a row of you.
I've done 3 in a row.
Have you?
Promise you, yeah, yeah. Weird at the same middle pocket as well. I can't remember right or left, but had a referee and he was obviously so, you know, precise at where he got the balls. It was, yeah, three in a row, 5 in the match. I've never had it. I probably hadn't done 5. It might take me 2 years to put the black off the break 5 times. And I did 5 in a match in a race to 20 and 3 in a row. Ridiculous. Never happen again. Right then. 3rd time lucky. I really want it to happen now. Go on then.
It's moving to the side cushion.
Nothing.
Embarrassing.
Yeah.
A weak effort.
Useless.
Didn't even get a ball off the break. It's rubbish.
Absolute garbage.
It's always the way though, I find. If you put the black in the frame off the break, the next break's normally dry.
Sod's law, as they call it.
It's a good shot.
Yeah, Mark quite literally hadn't put a foot wrong to the last frame and chased a very difficult clearance, didn't quite get it. Almost potted the black a couple of times even. That's how well he's playing, almost potted the black a couple of times out of difficult snookers. Robert's finally getting a chance to sort of show what he can do. He's in good form. He played well yesterday against Chris Boyle. Played really well.
Well, that was on the stream as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, he just hasn't had a chance in this match to show what he can do and show how well he's playing. Bit of an issue here with this red on the bottom cushion's going to have to leave himself the perfect angle, really. Doesn't want to be straight.
Yeah, needs to be a little bit higher.
Yeah, straight's no good.
Ideally, he'll probably look at playing this with screw off of 2 to get into the middle of the table.
Yeah, just anything but straight. That is perfect. Just about, I think.
I would want a little bit more, personally, but
I think he's okay though. He probably didn't want to be as close as he is, but bit of bottom right hand side now, can bring it out off 2 cushions. Just gonna have to play this at a bit more pace because he is fairly straight on it. He's played it well. Not well enough though. So wanted to be straight on that so he could top it through and take the cue ball over to the right hand side of the table, which would have left himself a very easy black into the corner. But
is he able to hold and find the gap of the yellows?
Yeah, land in between the 2 yellows.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's very, you've got to play it dead weight with drag.
Yeah, I mean, at first glance, what else has he got? He's taken his extension. It's not easy.
See what he's trying to do there.
Yeah, just not quite enough right hand side. Cut back double on the black. No, nowhere near.
Seemed to straighten up straight away, didn't it?
Well, he's played it with a bit of stun as well, so he hasn't. If he'd have played that a bit softer, it probably would have been a lot closer, but as it is, what a chance for Mark Boyle to close the match out.
Yeah, there's very little pressure on this clearance now. The black's gone safe as well, so
he's literally got the perfect set of balls up in the top half of the table to land perfectly on that black as well.
11, Sam Chambers, table 12. Table 20, Toby Vernon, Dave Walker. Toby Vernon, Dave Walker, table 20. Table 9, Joey Pickersgill, Stephen Walker. Joey Pickersgill, Stephen Walker, table 9. On table 8, Jason Toomey, Dave
Dot to dot now, I think, Dan. There's not really much talking point here, is there?
26,
No, we're clutching at straw. I think he's going to leave the one that's just to the left of the one he's playing now as his last ball.
Yeah, it makes sense. One on the bulk line, just to top it through, and you want to get the white on the bottom cushion, really.
Yeah, I want to leave himself straight on this last one into the middle. Second last ball into the middle. I mean, really nothing could go wrong here. Someone of Boyle's class, and he has been exactly that this match. He has been just pure class from start to finish. 8 perfect frames out of 9, but he broke the back of the match, didn't he? The first 7 frames, he quite literally didn't play a bad shot.
Yeah,
as well as ball can be played. PlayStation mode, he was on cheat mode, he was that good. He got a feel for Robert, really. I mean, he missed one double, difficult double, and broke dry 3 times. Mark Boyle broke and cleared 3 times, finds himself 7-0 down. I mean, that's Paul played at the highest possible standard that it can be played. He can take some beating this week.
Relatively simple black for Mark to win the match.
There it is. What a performance. Just made that look
effortless.
Effortless, yeah. Joke easy. That is Boyle all over though, isn't it? He just makes the game look effortless. So up next we've got Mark Farnsworth against Gav Robinson. So stay tuned for that. And I think we're going to be grabbing a couple of words with our winner, Mark Boyle. I'll hand over shortly. So we've got our winner, Mark Boyle, with Kev Barton.
Thanks a lot, Dan. I'm here with Mark Boyle. What a performance. Mr. Magic by name, Mr. Magic by performance. That was absolutely stunning.
Everything just went my way there, so it was like the breaks were falling nice, and then, well, a couple of shots I had to play at the start. I had to bring out a couple of balls, but apart from that, the kind of balls did go my way, and then Robert wasn't catching the break very well, so it was kind of letting me get first chance every frame, and luckily I took them.
Did you not feel sorry for him at all? Not even just a tiny little bit?
No, I was dying to get that black at the end there. No, we had a good laugh. Robert beat me a couple of weeks ago, and he's playing brilliant now, so that kind of, you've got to play well, to beat Robert, because he's probably one of the most formed players in Scotland now.
Yeah, and obviously beat Clint in the previous round, which is a performance in itself.
Yeah, because Clint's playing really well. He won the last event, didn't he? So it just shows you how good Robert is, and he's only going to get better once he picks up the game. Yeah, and
I guess that were your thoughts coming into the match. I think you were expecting a tough battle, all of Scotland watching, and I think from the start you made a mark, didn't you? Those 2 clearances at the start, you did have to move a couple of balls, you played them perfectly, and then the match just flowed from there. Yeah, you've got to. It doesn't matter who you play, to be honest, at this level. You've got to. If you don't take your first couple of chances, then it's an uphill struggle. You're kind of relying on dry breaks and then or an offs on the break to get back into the game. But you've got to take your chances at this level. It's scary how good it is. I mean, I've seen some matches in my time, but I don't think I've ever seen a player not pot the first ball till the 8th frame. I didn't even realise that either. I didn't realise that, and it was when he done the fist pump and he potted the ball. I'm like, he's not potted the ball yet, because you're just too busy focusing on every shot what you're doing, never mind what anybody else is doing. But Robert will bounce back for that. He'll just he'll be back on tomorrow for the amateur, so he'll be the Open tomorrow. Sorry, he'll fancy his chances in that, so he will. So obviously a great performance, but just in general, you think your game's in a really good place? at the moment?
No coming down, but I've hit a bit of form. I played brilliant last night and I played brilliant there, so if I keep that up, somebody will need to play out their skin to beat me, you know, that's the way I see it. But pool's a silly game, you know, I could go on and dry break my next 3 dry breaks and be 6-0 down, you know, so it's just, you've just got to keep at it.
I mean, you were even showing off on the breaks, weren't you? You just potted the black twice, just for fun.
I was trying for free. I said, if I get free, give me a Mexican wave. They were going to do it as well.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, everyone in Scotland will have been tuning into that. You know, I don't know if it felt like the Master and Apprentice. You know, you've been there, done it, and Robert is fairly new into black ball, but you know, he's making some huge strides.
I know what you're saying regarding the pool side, but me and Robert grew up playing snooker since we were 15, 16, you know, and so I know how class Robert is, and it was just a matter of time before he's starting to do what he's doing just now, you know. I knew it was coming about 2-3 years ago when he started playing, you know, but he's playing all the time now and he's only going to get better and better, so I'm actually enjoying watching Robert, see how he progresses as well, because it does remind me of myself, coming from the snooker background and then coming to the pool, because you'll not miss much coming for the snooker, but it's your patterns, how you go about a finish, that's what catches you out, and it caught Robert out in that one when he was clearing up for the black there. You've got to be the right angles at the right times, you know, otherwise the table's so small, you run into trouble.
It's certainly not going to take him long on what we've seen
no
so
chance,
far.
no, he's brilliant, and I'm enjoying watching Robert play and see how he progresses.
So into the quarters, another major event.
Yeah.
Is this where you start to the juices start to get to go? You know, you know, the eyes on the prize sort of thing.
You just take a match at a time.
Oh,
that's
not the
miles
cliche.
away, miles.
Not the cliche.
Got 3 matches to go, you know. If I keep the way I see it, if I keep doing what I'm doing, I'll win.
Yeah.
You know, and if the breaks are going the way they're, that's the way I look at it now. So I just keep doing what I'm doing.
And we've seen in the draw again. We probably talk about it every tournament. You know, all these good players coming through now that are knocking on the door. You know, to challenge the likes of yourself, you know, Liam and Mark Farnsworth. You know, we've seen it on one of the outer tables. Tom Barley beat Liam.
Yeah.
8-5.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Every time I looked over before we went on, Liam was at the table, so I thought, Liam must be winning.
And Luke Sanji's beat Corey. You know, Corey, another pretty much
look at this.
established
Tommy
figure.
got beat 8-0 in his game yesterday, and you're like, what's going on? You know, so it's pool's a silly game. You could think about it too much. At the end of the day, you just go with the flow.
Yeah.
Things happen, you know. There's loads of great players here. You could pick for this out the 8 players that are in the quarterfinals. Any of the 8 could win it. You know, the standard's that good, and everybody's breaking condition. You know, you've got to take your chances. Sometimes it's the balls that decide who win games. You know, like that game there, the balls kind of went my way. So that's how I won that game. But what'll happen will happen.
Mark, great to talk to you. Could talk for hours, but I know you've got another game to prepare for.
Can I say one thing? Just let Stephen and Sandra know that all the Scottish boys and girls down here are fighting with Sandra. She's putting up a brave fight now, so we're all thinking about them, and we're all going to do them both proud.
Yeah,
and the whole family proud, you know.
Whole pool community as well will be right behind them as well.
100%.
Yeah, that's great words. Thanks a lot, Mark.
Oh, thank you.
And hopefully we'll speak to you later on. I could talk to Mark Boyle for hours. Just the conversation flows so easy with him. Mark Pickworth, what a performance we have seen there from Mark Boyle.
Yeah, that's got to be the closest you'll ever see to a bit of a masterclass display, to be honest. And Robert Stephen, that must have been a very lonely chair for him. And all you've got to do is sit, admire it, take it on the chin, and no doubt Robert will be back stronger than ever. But well played to Mark Boyle, very deservedly in the quarterfinals. He's got a great match coming up as well next.
Yeah. At least the chairs are a bit more comfy this time, so you know, that would just have eased some of the pain.
There's been some complaints, has there?
We've upgraded the chairs.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean that is sending a statement that, you know, because you know all the other guys, you know, the guys who are up next, they'll have seen that, they'll know that, and that does send out a message to the rest of them.
It really does, because Robert Stephen, he's no easy pushover. He's wiped the floor with Clinton enough, and he's been getting some brilliant results recently. So definitely sent a message out there. 8 frames to 1. That's a big result there for Mark Boyle, but he deserves to win that by that with an absolute masterclass display.
Have you ever seen a match where someone's not potted the first ball till the 8th frame? I don't think I've ever seen that.
Probably not, no. I mean, it'd be very hard to remember anything that's happened like that in previous encounters, but yeah.
Nobody would have our matches. I think even we've managed to pot a ball before the 8th.
With any balls, to be honest.
I'll just have to check that one then. So coming up next, the action just continues, don't we? Another mouth-watering matchup. Gav Robinson and Mark Farnsworth, battle of the North East's finest. Tell us about this match, what we can expect.
Well, it's very different contrasting styles. I think Mark Farnsworth is one of the best pattern play players in the world right now. He's phenomenal to watch. If anybody's wanting to learn the game of pool, the pattern play that Mark puts on is fantastic, and we've just seen Mark Boyle with he's another sort of great ambassador of the way that pattern plays. Gav Robinson wears his heart on his sleeve, he really does, and we'll see every face pulled by him. But Gavin Robinson, he's always tinkered in that top 16, and I think he wants to go to the next level now, try and get in the top 10. There's a lot of players that are also trying to do that, so it's going to be very tough for him. But it's going to be a bit of a great encounter. Gavin loves to get one over on Mark, and don't be surprised if Gavin pulls off a shock.
Yeah, we're just so sat in his chair there, looking relaxed, chatting, and he walks around the table, doesn't he? He looks like he should be in the OK Corral, doesn't he? He's ready for a gunfight.
Absolutely, his body language is absolutely fantastic to watch, and he'll be strutting his stuff around there. And Mark's got his own body language, and they've both got that arrogance, and sometimes you need that to be a really top professional player, and both of these definitely have got that.
And of course, these two are practice partners. Is that going to have an impact on the match at all?
Yeah, they're massive friends off the table. They go to functions together and everything. There won't be any friends out there this afternoon, definitely not on there. Mark will want to get the job done quite early, because he wants to make the latter stages again. He probably sees this as a good chance to get back into the winner's circle, especially now Liam Dunster's left the event, losing 8-5 to Tom Barley. No offence to the other players in the event, but Mark Farnsworth probably just gone favourite now.
Well, you've set it up absolutely perfectly, Mark. I think it's time to get over to the commentary box. Over to you, Dan.
So we are Gav Robinson, Mark Farnsworth. There's not much more to say, really. I think Pickers and Kev have said it all. Friends, practice partners, enemies on the table. Should be a great match. Both great players. Farnsworth, not. There's no other way of putting it. He is definitely big favourite for this match, but Gav's beaten him a few times before. I think Mark's definitely got quite a decent winning record over him, but does add a different dynamic when you practice together all the time. Maybe Gav's intimidated by him. Maybe actually he feels really comfortable around Mark Farnsworth. I suppose we'd have to ask him to know. But I'm going to hand you over now to Mark Pickworth. He's going to be joined in the commentary box by none other than the Isle of Man's one and only professional, Dave Adenall.
Well, thanks, Dan, and just a quick change over there from me and Dan David there. He's gone off to get a little bit of dinner. Yeah, so this next match-up, Mark Farnsworth against Gavin Robinson. This is going to be a real fantastic battle here, and as Dan Davies already said, I'm delighted to be joined once again by David Ann, who seems to be a bit of a sidekick for my. Well, you like my sidekick this weekend, aren't you?
Yeah, it's for early first round exits. Give me a bit more free time, so why not get in the commentary box and enjoy these matches? Yeah,
and have you played these two recently at all, or you played Gavin Robinson, didn't you?
Yeah.
The Isle of Man?
No, it's actually Tour 2.
Yes, Bradford's. It was this year, wasn't it? Yeah. I knew it was this year, so that's why I said I was at the Isle of Man. But yeah.
He played well. He won 8-2. I missed maybe one or two opportunities, but I don't think it would have made much difference. He was playing really well.
Yeah, and I said that about Gavin. He's a tricky little customer, and I did say, just talking in the studio there with Kevin, I wouldn't be surprised if Gavin does turn over Mark. He's one of them sort of players that once he gets going, he's just a good lead when he protects his lead, doesn't he?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Obviously, you'd have to put Mark favourite for this, but yeah, I don't think Gavin has any issues about playing Mark at all. He's beaten him a few times before, and he's got plenty of belief in his own ability. He hits the ball really well. Sometimes a loose white, but that can make him good to watch as well sometimes.
Yeah, he does have some extraordinary, definitely face-pulling expressions, and we're going to be seeing a lot of that. Probably even straight off his break, he'll have some face expressions for us straight away. Yeah, it's one match I'm definitely looking forward to. I mean, Mark Farnsworth, now Liam Dunster's left the event, he's sort of gone favourite now to win this tournament. But there's so many players that can win this, especially what we just saw with Mark Boyle. He's more than capable of winning this one.
Yeah, I think it's too early to say who we think will win, because so many great players still. But yeah, with the form Mark Boyle's in, he's certainly in the mix. He's breaking really well, and it's, I didn't see much of the last match, but he sounds like it was a carbon copy of his match yesterday. So if he continue that breaking form on, then it'll be hard to stop.
Yeah, they certainly will. I mean, I know Mark Boyle, he's going to be playing Gareth Hibbert next, so that's going to be an absolute titanic battle, and no doubt that could be pretty much one that we're going to see on this TV table. But we'll keep you right up to date of who's coming up next. We know John McAllister's up next, so again, we'll keep everything up to date. We'll try and give you some results as we're watching this match, trying to unfold to see who can make it through to the quarterfinals. But this looks a really great chance for Mark Farnsworth here, especially off Gavin's dry break. He won't be happy with that sort of start, but these are the things you've got to try and put up with and try and get over the line somehow.
It looks quite open here to start with, but there is one red by the yellow that doesn't go, so it'll be interesting to see how he deals with that problem.
Yeah, and I also said in the studio about Mark Farnsworth, I think he's probably the best pattern play player in the world. Would you tend to agree with that? If not, if you want to split it up a bit, just so you're not too sort of what can I say, direct with like other players. You know, could be in the top 3 or something like that.
Yeah, it's a tough one for me to call on that one. I think because sometimes I think the odd shot I'm like, probably wouldn't have gone that way, but then obviously that's why he is where he is, maybe, but I just find it hard to get away from Dunster, the way he does his patterns and controls the cue ball. But what I will say about Mark is he's such a confident potter, and you'll never see him decelerate on the ball. He just pots them with ease.
Yeah, he believes in his potting, and that's one good thing about Mark. But again, also from a snooker background, and just as we've said, one of the best potters in the game. We see a very unexpected miss, but it's first frame, so let's not be too critical.
I'll give my apologies though.
Yeah, the commentators cursed Dave. I didn't realise you had it in you, but you obviously have. Well, and I think Mark was giggling about that then, was he? Probably not, but you don't really get a lot of emotion from Mark. But look where he's left it. It doesn't look great for Gav here. Yeah, he's got a pot into left centre, but it's a tricky cueing one. Very tricky bit of cueing now. I mean, one thing about Gavin is very attacking, so some players will probably just tap up here and try and keep it nice and tight. But Gavin, he goes for his shots here, and I wouldn't be surprised if he clears these up.
Yeah, he doesn't turn down much as Gavin, really attacking. Times when you think, oh, maybe it's time to hold back, but it's, if it's on that edge of which way to go, he'll attack.
Yeah, when you're playing against these top players, you'll know yourself, David, you've got to take these half chances. These are the chances that could make the difference of you getting through or not getting through.
Exactly, all it takes is 1 or 2 of these chances and it can make all the difference with the scoreline and also confidence and momentum.
Yeah, looking pretty good so far here from Gav. I think we've probably going to see him just try and disturb this yellow off that cushion. Can always go wrong though when you start canning into balls. Would be a shot. I mean, he's got an angle probably to cannon it off.
I think it's a shot he has to play. The issue is his next shot is going to be that yellow, I think. Oh no, he's come across. That's good. I like the fact that he's not playing into a ball that he needs to then be on next. So keeping it where it is, at least then he only has to worry about his positional play.
Yeah, and probably like a Gavin Robinson 2 years ago, he would have been canning into that. But Gavin's learned so much over the years and probably learned so much playing mark, etc. I was expecting Gavin to be canning into it, but no, he has learned a lot. And it's good to see that he also believes in his ability, that he'll be potting that yellow clean as.
Yeah, that's brilliant to see. They always say, you know, that if you don't have to move balls, don't do it. Sometimes it can be an advantage, but as a general rule, it's best to leave them where they are.
Yeah, so we'll probably now find out exactly how Gavin's feeling. I mean,
this occasion he has made the right decision, but he has underhit that one.
He has. But he's just got to drop this in and then take the longest black. I think he can just draw this back possibly. It doesn't look too much of an angle by that camera angle. Wow, what a shot there from Gavin Robinson. He's setting out a statement early on here. And I think that will be asking a question of Mark.
That's what you got to do against these great players. Get off to a good start. Let them know you're in the match.
Yeah, very good start there from the Rocket, Gavin Robinson. And that uncharacteristic miss from Mark Farnsworth gave Gavin that, I wouldn't say an easy chance, but he's took them out well and deserves a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, very much so. He's played there well there, and it's a good confidence booster to get off to a good start like that.
Well, this is our first shot of seeing the Mark Farnsworth break. He gets a lot of criticism about his break. He has been working on this over the years though. It's still not up there with the top breaking boys, but it's definitely improved.
The couple of matches I've seen, there's been a few players that have struggled with the break on this table, but Mark Boyle had certainly no issues there.
No, definitely not. I mean, Robert Stephen had his own issues with the break, but I mean, we commentated on a match yesterday, didn't we, with Alex O'Donoghue and Dan Davey, and both the players have struggled with a break there. But as the top boys that keep coming on, the Mark Boyles and the Mark Farnsworth, they're making a ball.
That's a good break there. It was coming straight down the line until it got kicked off line, but they spread really well there.
Yeah, one of each. First glance then, David, what would you expect to be taking here? I mean, I think there's possibilities of getting both sets.
Yeah, I think it's going to have to be reds. I think he's forced into it because there's no easy. Doesn't look like there's an easy start on yellows.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm not sure that yellow just below the black spot in the lower half of the table. I don't think it passes it that red into the bottom right-hand corner.
Good use as well is the red on the cushion. You can use one by the middle to disturb that off, or you can just play onto it. Looks like a good opportunity, this.
Black ball's protected a little bit, but it cleanly goes into the top right-hand corner. The bottom right as we're looking on that screen now, so there would be no problem there.
And should he play that shot, and I think that's where he's one of the best in the world at, he'll have no qualms about knocking that down the rail. Well, even with a bit of pace. So.
Don't you be getting that commentator's curse out again. That looks a little bit short of pace. Has he got enough angle to kiss this red out? Can he pinch a little bit of the pocket to get it out? Yeah, I mean, he doesn't need to disturb it out, but I think he will, and he has done. Where has it gone, though? Got to be quite fortunate there. You'd be happy with that, would you? I think it goes.
Providing it goes, I'm surprised he didn't hit that a bit softer, really, just to avoid it going anywhere near the yellows, really. But I suppose he didn't want to stick on it either. Which would have been the worry. So
yeah, that's what he would have had no shot then if he did stick on it. But we're here. It has come out okay.
And that red does go in the middle as well, so that's another bonus.
Yeah, so he's got options now. He can. I think he's got enough angle to draw this back and get on it into the same pocket, the bottom left-hand corner. But as you said, David, I reckon he's probably going to take this in the right centre next. All depending on what angle he's got. Has he come far enough? I think he has. Because what you don't want to be doing is going away from the black. That will make that black more difficult into the top right-hand corner. Oh yeah, it all depends on what he can see now. Yeah, the way that he's just gone around the table there, he's got to be taking this into the top pocket. This is far from easy. This is not a 10 out of 10. It might be in Mark's book, but awkward cueing as well. Well, he's missed another ball. And he's just not settled down yet, Mark Farnsworth. Again, he's got a goodish white. Yeah, he has left Gavin an opportunity for one in the right centre, but it's far from easy, or one in the top left corner, which is a bit of a shock to nothing, really. And he's also missed that with some distance, but he was never in any problem there. He's always probably going to be covering the black.
I think that's worked out pretty well for him, though. But of course, you know, when you get your hand on the table, anything can happen like this.
And we're going to see that he hit this at some pace. He did. How's it come out? Wow. He's left Gavin a good chance here. Obviously, the yellow on the cushion, that might cause him a little bit of concern. Would you take the one over the pocket, David, or would you take the mid-range pot?
I think the mid-range pot in the middle and run it through.
Yeah, and then just clear them two yellows that are together, just so they've got options as pockets then. But he's taking this out of here. Probably a chance to get his yellow off the cushion. And if he did try that yellow off the cushion, there weren't much conviction in it.
I suppose it's a bit of a two-way shot. If he got the yellow off the cushion, great. If not, then he was always going to be on one of these three. Because you can use that yellow down the rail later on.
Yeah, I mean that yellow that's on the cushion, there's no reason why you can't just drop it in the top right corner and run it through for the yellow that's in the top half of the table next to the black, roll it that in the middle. And
it'll link up really well. You won't have to play it with any pace, so you should just be able to run it through a couple of inches and be perfect.
So really, he's got 3 roll-ins now for these yellows. You know, depending on what angle he leaves, he won't need to do a lot with the cue ball.
As long as he's not got too much angle, he'll want to get reasonably close to the cushion, but not too close. Even if he was, it'd be okay, I think. But
would you rather have been the top side of the middle pocket here, or I mean, I don't think Gavin can get to the top side, or he could.
No,
He's good.
I think that was perfect.
He was perfect. Thought he'd hit it a little bit, and he was going to the bottom part of the pocket, but he's fine. But again, has he got too much angle here? Looking at that camera angle he has.
No, I think that's perfect. Especially with these cushions sliding as well, just play with a bit of confidence and then it'll run through.
Perfect from Gavin Robinson. And he seems to be up for the challenge here. He's punishing Mark Farnsworth for his uncharacteristic misses. And it's going to be Gavin Robinson to break next. And there you see it, 2-0. And you can see Kate in the background, his partner Gavin, along with a little man who'll be cheering on Daddy. There he is. Thank God he don't look like his dad. Look at him looking over there. Great to see, really is. And he's smiling, just like Gavin's smiling. I don't think Mark Farnsworth's smiling. And as you see, he's not. But this, when Mark goes behind though, you can see him ignite, and it makes him more determined. He'll want to get back in this match as soon as possible. But he's going to have to stay in that seat a little bit longer. Gavin Robinson to break next.
I think it's what you need to do. You know, you can't just roll over and accept that it's not going your way. You need to step up and be ready for the next opportunity, should it arise. Gav will be wanting to continue the momentum here. So we hope of a good break here. And
yeah, the dry break last time gave Mark a chance in that first frame. Is it dry again? It is. You can't buy a ball off the break.
Took a bit of pace off that. They split really nicely, but not to be.
I think they fell a little bit awkward. I mean, either colour set that you go for, they've both got awkward balls. First glance, anything that favours you there, David? I mean, I know we can see Mark going for the reds now, so that's probably answered your question.
Yeah. I think there's a few problems, but I think reds was the shot. Was the colour set, but he's played a good first shot there, opened everything up, got on an awkward ball.
Yeah, and I suppose the awkward red, the one above the middle pocket, the one closest to the cushion. I suppose, yes, it could just drop into that right centre, but probably an easy enough double as well.
I think that'd be, if you can get good position on that, I think that would be a perfect ball to get on the one down the rail and then onto the black. But of course it's getting there.
Yeah, and I don't think he's played a good shot here. I don't think he's got a great angle. Has he got? Can he pinch some pocket to screw into the red on the cushion? I mean, he didn't need to be canning into this ball. Trying it with power, trying to get out, and what a great shot that is from Mark Farnsworth. Cued that like a dream.
So it'll be just dropping this one in the middle, and then the red by the yellow will be looking at cutting that in to come across for the red in the middle.
Yeah, I think he's got a bit of an angle on the open red that's in the middle of the table into the right centre. If he wanted to drop on there, because if he did drop that down, the one that's close to the yellow, drop it down into the bottom right hand corner, could draw it back a little bit, then he'll have one in the top left hand corner. Would you agree with that, or you probably need to tell the one in the top half of the table?
Yeah.
Before that.
Yeah, I'd go middle then, the red by the yellow, cut that in and come across along the balk line.
Yeah, but that's going to be the key shot now. The positional play, that's what he's going to need. So, seems to be okay there. This isn't natural position though, is it? He's got to play this with a little bit of running trace aside, would you say? Or?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. When it comes across, it just needs to come slightly towards the balk line to make sure it's above the yellow that's near the balk line as well on the other side.
Yeah, that clock though ticking down on two
cushions here, or
oh, that's fine.
No, he's played it
well. It was more natural than I thought, really. It didn't look natural. Didn't come across natural angle on that camera angle. But this is exactly what Mark Farnsworth needed. Can he hold himself together now? Get them first two misses out of his system. I mean, these two balls here, they're not easy. First one's down, but this will make him feel better. This is a big clearance in this match.
Should just be able to run this through the white off the cushion, just slightly nudge the yellow. Unless he wishes to screw back, but I think it'll just be nudging into the yellow, and as long as he don't stick, then he should be perfect.
Yeah, done exactly as you said, David, and he is perfect now on this black. Can't see any problem now for Mark. And there you see it. He's reduced the deficit. He's 2 frames to 1 now. And if you're Mark Farnsworth, would you be feeling better now?
Yes,
in that frame?
Most definitely. That was a great clearance. He'll feel much better about that, and that just shows the determination to get back in the match after being 2-0 down after a mistake which he'll be disappointed about, but that'll hope he'll feel better and feel a bit more back on track now. There's a few tricky little shots there, but he played them well.
Yeah, he did. And, he really needs a ball off the break, and he's got a chance then of levelling this match up. And then Gavin is going to ask a question of Gavin, because he needs to try and get a ball off the break. If he wants to stay in this match, he desperately needs to get his break working. When I say stay in this match, if Mark does get the momentum going here, he can quickly all of a sudden reel 4, 5, 6 frames off.
Yes, definitely.
Keeps getting the ball off the break, Mark does. Could that be the difference in this match?
So far, you'd have to say yes, but it's early days yet.
I mean, what we're seeing so far, there is a bit of a momentum swing here at the moment for Mark. And I think he's being forced into these reds again. Not an easy opener on yellows.
Yeah, it has to be reds. 2 problems. The black isn't ideal, and also the red by the yellow. The bottom right corner. That's how he's going to deal with that.
I mean, he could drop on it in for that one on the right centre.
I think
just
that's
drop
actually
down to it.
The second shot, yeah.
I think he wanted that white ball to run through a bit more.
Definitely.
It didn't seem to roll through it, like he got a bit of a semi-kick. He just took a bit of momentum out of that white. But he's got a nicest angle here.
I think now he's either going to have to run into the red or even the yellow just to move it.
He's not done either. And I think the way that the cushions went there, I think that surprised him. What does he do now? I mean, yes, he's got a red ball over the pocket, but it's a nothing shot. Can he double this red across onto the plant?
A skill shot, is it?
It's going to cover the pocket.
That would be advantageous if it was a skill shot, but these tables are playing so nice. It's you do find that more of them opportunities are there.
Yeah, and that's not a great shot there from Mark. What he should have done there was at least cannon the bottom of that yellow, and that was definitely blocking that pocket. So definitely a misjudgment there from Mark.
Maybe just lost a bit of focus with the disappointment of the previous shot.
Yeah.
But it was not easy to block it really. I mean, the further the yellow is away from the pocket, the harder it can be sometimes. Not an easy chance here for Gav, but he'll be pleased to be back at the table to have this opportunity.
Yeah, and he's took his 30-second extension just to try and work out the route, if there is one. I mean, the yellow that's tight up against that black, it definitely passes into the left centre, the top centre as well. Look in there. I mean, does he need to cannon into it? He has done, but the yellow is closest to now. Does that pass that red into this bottom corner?
That's the key thing, I feel, to this clearance.
Doesn't look like he's got all the pocket, but the way that he's looked at that, I think it goes. Well, we're going to find out. It must go. It must go.
Must do from there.
If not, he'd have probably played the yellow onto the red that's over the pocket skill shot. So that yellow must go. That's nearest the one nearest the black.
Once the pots will be looking at the white where it is now as a bit of a guide. There's a dot to dot for the one in the middle, which should offer automatic position onto this next one. Under hit it a little, but I think it should still be fine.
Yeah, so probably just wants this to drop it. He'd love that to have a little bit more angle on this one. He's going away from the black here. Can he get any power into it to get in there? He can get power in it. He's played it lovely. There's a little bit more room than we thought, David.
I think he still had to pinch the pocket there, but he played it really well.
Cued it a dream.
Positional play was really important for that shot.
Yeah, and Gavin Robinson continues to pick up from the mistakes of Mark Farnsworth and punishing him to the max. 3 frames to 1. Great start from Gavin. And Mark Farnsworth, another bit of an unforced error there. One we didn't really see coming, did you?
No, he had a lot to deal with that, but you know, when you're playing that shot, you have to get the pocket covered. If you don't, then you leave yourself open for that to potentially happen.
Well, Gavin Robinson not putting the ball off the break yet. He's going to need one. The referee there, Rick Lloyd. I think he's trying to help him out a bit now. Unless Gavin's been giving him a few dead eyes, thinking that the balls haven't been whacked correctly, but
One of the biggest frustrations as a pool player at the break.
Certainly is, but he's got a lot more power on that one, and he's got a couple of balls. What a difference that's made. And look at this table. You'd be happy with these, David, wouldn't you?
Yeah, definitely. I was just trying to figure out slightly there. I was thinking yellows at first for some reason, but I'd definitely say reds now. No.
Yeah, reds all day long.
Worked it out a lot.
You can't really see how reds can go wrong. I mean,
No,
I'm struggling to find a problem. A lot of players wouldn't have been taking that one first off, would we?
I don't think it worries Gav if he's
doesn't, no.
in his pot.
And I think it sends that message out to Mark that, well, Mark, this is what I'm doing here, and a credit to him, really. As you said, you know, Gavin is a bit unorthodox. He isn't the complete pool player, if you want to get into a little bit of an argument about it.
No, most definitely not, but he does bring that excitement
It's
when watching him, but his potting is really strong, and he doesn't lack confidence at all with that.
No, and Gavin, he's got his own style. And would you tell him to change it? Absolutely not.
No chance.
You be Gavin Robinson.
If he tried to change him, he wouldn't be the same player.
He wouldn't know. Nobody would recognise him. No, you keep playing Gavin Robinson. Gavin, that's the best way.
The only shot that could have gone wrong there, and that clearance was, I think the reds that was by the black spot was just getting on that, but he played it really well. He attacked it early. I thought he was going to leave that till the end, but where the cue ball landed, he seen that he had a chance to do it earlier, so he played it really well.
Yeah, I think he's rerouting a little bit here, playing. I mean, yes, he wanted to play on this red, his last ball, but I think in the opposite corner.
Yeah.
So now he's probably going to have to just leave himself a more difficult black than he wanted. But it's still another great chance for Gavin Robinson. tried to pinch too much pocket, I think, there.
And playing it with rakes aside always makes the pot more difficult.
Just try to get so close to that black. I'm not sure I'm going to agree with that one. I think you should have just at least made sure you leave yourself a shot at the black.
Yeah, I think that was take your medicine time and take it from distance.
I think you've already complimented Gavin on the way that he shows confidence, etc. And he should have just believed in his own ability, because he's a more than great player, and he can put pretty much any ball on the table. I mean, one person that won't be complaining about what's just happened there, and that is the man at the table, Mark Farnsworth. Can he get within one again? 3 yellows left and the black. Looks like he's got not a bad angle on this one. Don't think he can get too close to this yellow, or his last yellow, should I say. Saying that, Mark will do everything he can with that cue ball, and he has done.
I know that was only like not a difficult shot as such, but it's just the way he hits it with just so much confidence and down the rails. And if he needs to hit them with pace, he can. That's not a great example, but it's a little example. But like, you know, these much harder shots than that, he plays them exactly the same as that.
Yep, and Mark Farnsworth shows the authority we always expect him to. And he's back in this match now, 3-2. Not seen Mark Farnsworth have it too easy in this match yet, but he's made some real big mistakes, and Gavin probably definitely deserves his lead at this point, and it could be even before one now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's going through Gav's mind now. He'll be disappointed with that. I'm sure he'd have been thinking about it during the end of that chance as well. But
yeah, that's the first mistake we've seen from Gavin. He'll not want to be making any more, because when you do, these top players do punish you. Well, it's a successful break again for Mark. Don't think he connected with them too greatly, because the cue ball jumped up. But first glance, David, look okay?
I think it does, yeah. I think you're looking at reds here.
Has he got an opener on reds? It's the only one I can see. Does that, the one below the white ball, does that pass into the bottom right? Possibly.
I'd say so. I think that's the first shot. I think it is the only one he can play.
Yeah, I think, yeah, unless he can get into the one in the top right. Looking at that camera angle, that looks possible. But we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely got an easier opener on yellows. But has he got the option to pot a red? He hasn't. It obviously doesn't go. I like this shot. Well, I think he's just thinking this. He's really thinking straight.
Yeah, I like it actually. He's going to use this yellow to just nudge that red out the way, which opens up the whole colour set then.
Yeah, he's probably not got the best angle here to get on his next yellow, but he might just have to take a more difficult part. I don't think he can get on the one near the black, or can he just glance past it into the left centre? He can. And now he's opened these up. Not perfect on this one in the left centre. Well, hopefully I'm not going to give him the kiss of death. We just know how good of a potter Mark is. And normally these shots where he is faced with a bit more of a challenge, he can pull them off and get the position as well. about that?
That's a brilliant shot.
He's hit that so clean.
I think that just sums up what I say about Mark. You know, he's got no qualms about playing a ball like that at pace, and look at the rewards.
Yeah, now I think what we're seeing is Mark Farnsworth settling into this match. Just needs to see out these remaining 2 yellows and the black. Again, I wouldn't say he's perfect.
He was actually quite unlucky, to be fair, on that. To have the white that close to the cushion after such a great shot. If that was any tiniest little bit more off the cushion, I don't think this would have been a problem.
Wow, he's under hit that by a foot, maybe 2 foot. Because I think this yellow, it only passes into the right centre. And this white ball, yes, he's going to have a chance of the pot, but it's going to be travelling this white. This is going to take a great shot, but he's got the pop. Where's the white ball? It was always going to be a little bit wild, that white ball.
That's unlucky. You could understand being snookered, but going off like that, that's very.
But that's all down to that shot, playing that one in the top left-hand corner, not getting the best position there, and it's got to say a little bit careless there.
I think it all stemmed from when he played that really good pot into the middle, and he played a brilliant shot. If that white wasn't right on the cushion, I don't think he'd have had them issues.
No, absolutely not. And Gavin, can he punish Mark Farnsworth once again for this mistake? An uncharacteristic mistake, really. Well, he's changing his mind again. I mean, developing that red on that cushion was always the shot he should have played. But them 2 reds that are together, just above the middle right-hand pocket. There's some concern there, do you think, David? I mean, he has got a ball on the top half of the table to dislodge him out.
Yeah, and I think that's what I like about his first shot, because he can dislodge them knowing that this red is down the corner, whereas it wasn't before. So I think he's played a really clever shot there.
Yeah,
but it's still an issue.
Yeah, are we going to see him dislodge him out now? You've got to say he'll be unlucky if he doesn't fall on a red. If he did, he has gone for it, but he's missed him. Yes, he's on a red. Foot. It's a red from distance. This he's going to take some really good. Well, he needs some good position now. And them reds, they do put into the left centre.
That issue is all caused from having too much angle on that one in the middle. If he was a lot straighter, it wouldn't have been an issue. Wow. Now he's got to play a good shot.
Seems to have took a little bit of power off that. I don't know if he's really worked that out correctly. He's now very, very straight on this one in the top right corner. Is there a planche into the bottom right corner?
I think it's good where it is. It's the best he can. Just run it through and come up behind the 2 reds. He'll have the option of either. But he's underhit it.
Shorter pace. So this pot is far from easy. But he hasn't got any other options now. He's going to have to take this on. Big shot. I thought that was going to drop then, but it hasn't dropped. And that's the first time Gavin hasn't punished Mark for that mistake. Is this going to be a really key moment of this match? Firm black into the bottom right corner there from Mark Farnsworth. Levels the match up at 3 frames each now. How much do you reckon that's going to be playing on Gav's mind? Not taking them reds out. You see he's shaking his head, squinting his eyes. every impression under the sun. What's your thoughts, David? I don't know.
Well, psychologically for both players, there's been a lot of twists and turns in this match. A lot of frames where they've got away with it, where they've made mistakes and been punished. So even within the same frame, so there's been so much going on that probably feels like they've played about 20 frames already, and yet they've only played 6.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, there were only 6 frames in. We've seen a lot of twists and turns already. But it's Gavin Robinson to break. He seems to have got his break working the last time he did it. Can he continue by delivering that break? I mean, in this match, probably Mark's had the more uncharacteristic errors than Gavin, but the match is level. Took a bit of pace off that one, if you ask me.
Yeah, well, I felt he hit that at a nice pace. Split well, but he hasn't got an easy opener, but a chance nevertheless.
Yeah, it is a chance. I mean, he'd love for that yellow that he's closest to now, pass that over yellow into the top left-hand corner, but I don't think it does. On the overhead shot, it looks very tight. Has he got? I think, yeah, he don't go. He's playing the plant. Great shot from Gavin Robinson. I mean, that cluster of yellows down there, yes, they have got pockets, but you need to be in the right position, don't you?
It does. It's take a lot of good position to work your way through them. I think also with the reds being below them for yellows can potentially cause a problem as well with it ruling out a pocket.
Well, he's used his extension and that clock ticking down, so it's forced him into making the decision quite quickly. But you've got to say, you'll be happy with that.
Absolute perfect. If you want to put the white anywhere to play, to get these dot to dot, that's as good as you can ask for.
Oh, that little bit of, if you want to call it good fortune, call it what you want. Gavin needs to put these yellows to bed and regain the lead that he's been having all this match so far. As you said, he's not going to have to do a lot with this cue ball now. This should be dot to dot.
This is exactly what you need to do. You know, you have a disappointment like that in the previous frame. You can't be sat in your seat worrying about it. You've got to come back straight away, send the message. And that's what Gavin should be doing here.
Well, that black did go into the right centre. That has made this clearance more than easy. It looks quite tight from that overhead shot, but clearly goes. And as you see, it does go 4-3. He's back in the lead. I mean, Gavin, he could be possibly, I mean, we played 7 frames, maybe 5-2 up possibly. Just quite easily.
Yeah, most definitely.
Well, there's only 1 frame in it. As a player, who do you think is the most happiest at the moment? If either could be happy?
I think maybe Gav, although I do feel he's missed probably an extra opportunity compared to Mark, but I think having the disappointment of the previous frame and then doing that clearance, I think that's going to make him feel much better. So with having that feeling and being a frame ahead, I'd have to slightly go with Gav.
Well, Mark Farnsworth's break's been working for him. He's got a 100% success rate. Can that continue? It's amazing, this game. Is that red going to make it? It's not. It's a dry break. But look at the black ball. These are easy. first glance says they're not easy.
No, very difficult.
Reds or yellows, whatever you decide to go for, both got difficulties. And I think the thing is, if you did go for reds, the red near the black, there's not really a ball around it that you can get it out with.
That's the most difficult thing. I can't see it. The only thing is potentially the one in the middle is like a free ball plant. You know, you still got other problems as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a brave clearance if Gavin does decide to go through it. I think he's looking at that shot.
If anyone's going to go for a brave clearance, then we've got Gav Robinson.
Yeah, certainly have. I mean, he's not perfect, but if you're going to take it on, you need to take it on sooner rather than later.
Has to be now.
And I think he's made his mind up. Big shot. And he's up to the challenge. How they come out.
Wow.
Horrible. I didn't see that black going over there.
I didn't see him hitting it with that pace, to be honest. I thought the black might stay where it was and the red go over in that direction. But it's almost like he hit it the other side of the plan than I thought he would.
Yeah, and I think this is just going to be another twist in this match. But he's still going for it, I think.
That's
I mean,
Gavin for you.
Yeah, he could have been just
Like
tucking up. I mean, is he going to play a snooker now? Has he got an opportunity to play a snooker? Oof. I'm
He
not
went for
sure.
the free ball plant. I thought he was going to screw back so he can take that other red up the top so he can get that out of the way. And then he can assess what was down here and then go for it.
Well, it's a containing shot here from Gavin. There's nothing wrong with that. But what he has done is now letting Mark get one of his hard yellows out. But will Mark move it? Because it will possibly open up the reds for Gavin. I mean, looking at that overhead shot there, he can possibly see 2, maybe 3 yellows from there, maybe. He's not going to be doing a lot with this cue ball. Yeah, that yellow, he's using it as a protector for them reds. Can Gavin make a 4-ball plant out of this? There's no point. He's just developing a red that doesn't go. He's got the pot. Look at this white
shot.
ball. You say he's unlucky there, or
a little bit.
Was it always going to turn out like that?
I think it was. Yeah, I think there was always. It depends where the black was going to finish, but I think there was always going to be the reds getting pushed out. But
It's not stopping Gavin Robinson. He is going all out attack for these. I mean, can we see a safety shot in Gav now?
I can't know. It's still not straightforward. Because he's got to control the red that he's about to hit and the white and make sure there's a shot.
Well, he's just played that to leave himself a chance. And I tell you what, if Gavin gets these, what a sensational clearance this is. Has he got a big pocket with that yellow?
Yes.
I think he has. And he's played
That's a
it
great
perfectly.
He'd have been disappointed he didn't, when the white come off the cue ball come off the black, that he didn't hit it a little thinner, but he played a great shot there though.
Yeah, and he's sending out the messages to Mark, isn't he? About, look Mark, you leave me chances, I'm going to be taking them. And that's exactly what you've got to do.
You have to do that. You have to send a message and make your opponent question themselves, and Gavin is doing that.
Yeah, well, it's going to be Gavin to break next, I think, is it? Is it? Yeah. I've just lost track now because that clearance from Gavin Robinson has absolutely thrown me. And because it's been a great clearance, and we've not been sure whether he's been going to go for it and that. But credit to Gavin Robinson.
Gavin Robinson, of course he's going for
Yeah.
it.
Number 9, Gavin Robinson to break. 18, getting 5 frames to 3.
Yeah, and as you've already said, you know, we spoke about which player would be feeling best after that clearance from Gav. And when he went 4-3 up, surely he's got to be feeling better out of the two players. 5-3 up now, with Gav to break.
He has to. Still plenty to do, but he has to be feeling better. He hit them well.
Yes, he's got another ball.
Has he got a chance?
Look at these yellows.
Yeah.
This could be a massive momentum shift.
The only issue Gavin will be looking at here now is he's obviously going to go for yellows, but it's getting from the top of the table down to the bottom of the table with so much traffic.
Yeah, he's just dropped that in nicely, and I think he's left himself the perfect angle now to try and, as you said, miss all the traffic. I think he's okay.
I think as well, I think it's take your medicine, don't be too clever, just come off the side cushion and try and get the white where it is now and play from distance rather than trying to be too clever.
Yeah, and there you see it, look, keeping it very simple. He's obviously showing his thinking very clearly indeed. Well, next match on this TV table is going to be Ross Fernie against John McAllister. That's going to be a very interesting matchup. I mean, this match is far from over yet, but that next match coming up is going to be a sensational one.
Ross Fernie been in great form recently. Look, that's going to be a really tight match, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, Ross, he's won 3 professional titles in the last 2 years, so he can't be written off from winning these. He seems to be making a bit of a nice cabinet at home for them all.
I've seen a couple of his frames before. He looked like he's playing really well. Continuing that form.
Yeah, dispatched Alex O'Donoghue early this morning, 8 frames to 2, quite easily there. But yeah, he's going to have a bit of a different task ahead of him against John McAllister. But one player who hasn't got any fear at all is the man at the table right now. It's Gavin Robinson. Playing some brilliant stuff now. He's absolutely inch perfect. And 6-3 ahead now against the number seed Mark Farnsworth. This is some momentum now.
Has to keep it going. He's done really well so far. And he needs to keep that going. And we'll be hoping that he gets the chances to close out the match.
Yep, 3 frames on the bounce now for Gavin.
When you're in a situation like this, you're just hoping that you at least get 2 more chances. You know, you're not guaranteed them, but you know that's what you'd be hoping for. It doesn't surprise me this at all. Like, as I said at the start of the match, he doesn't fear anyone. He'll just play his game and he'll attack and play with confidence.
One player that won't give up, and that's the man at the table now, Mark Farnsworth. He'll be trying his hardest to get into this match. Dry break last time. He's got a ball this time.
When you look at the titles that Mark's won, how many times has he been in this situation on the way to lifting the trophy?
Yeah, we've written him off, haven't we, really? And he's got no chance of winning, etc., because the momentum is with Gavin. And but yeah, he's more than capable of
most definitely
of getting a win out of this match. When his back's firmly against that wall, he can produce some great pull.
And that's what the top players do and need to do.
Well, I think this clearance will really tell us how Mark's feeling if he does go out to take these reds out. Still got a little bit of work to do. I know he's not in prime position yet. Yes, he has got choices of a couple of red balls, but they're both like just over mid-distance, so cue ball's going to be doing a bit of travelling. Very sensible play there from Mark, using his 30-second extension. Just trying to get a bit of composure. Just needs to, if anybody knows about which way to go, it is Mark Farnsworth, and look at the way that he's got around that red ball there. It's a very positional play. Is one of them shots now where he's surely got to take the one down the cushion, has he? He doesn't have to, but yeah. This is one where he believes in his ability. In the heart of the pocket there for Mark Farnsworth. And he seems to have picked up the pace a little bit. Don't know if you've noticed that, David.
Yeah, and I think it's just he feels he needs to grab the match bull by the horns and just get his rhythm and get going.
Yeah, I don't want to be getting into any dogfight with Gavin, because I think he's giving him enough respect now, and can he now just take out his final black? Is a little bit shorter pace, so the wide ball is going to be doing a little bit of travelling. Needs to make sure he controls his cue ball. He's got the pot and he's controlled the cue ball. He's back in this match, 6 frames to 4.
That was always potentially something right from the start of the clearance that could go wrong, but he's played the black really well there.
Yeah, 6 frames to 4 and picking up the pace. And Gavin, would you think he would have noticed that just by sitting in his chair of how he has sort of picked up the pace?
I don't think he needs to really pay too much attention. I think he just needs to concentrate on what he's doing. He's ahead. He just needs to just think, if I keep breaking well and take the chances, then Mark can't win. You just got to be thinking positively and not take too much notice of that, really.
Yeah, possible 5 frames left. Gavin needs 2 of them to progress to the next stage, the quarter-finals. So there is 2 last 16 matches currently going off. This is one of them, and the other one is Craig Marsh against Carl Clark. Carl Clark, one of the new professionals. Them two are locked at 4 frames all now. Craig Marsh, he'd love to get through to another quarter-final. As we're talking about other matches, we're seeing a dry break from Gavin Robinson. Momentum change, do you think?
It could be. Could be the start of one.
And straight away, look, Mark Farnsworth, he's made his mind up. And he's already seen the route that he's going to be taking out here. One difficult red. I mean, does he cannon into it now? He is cannoning into it now. How has it come out? Needs that yellow to drop. It hasn't dropped, but it's not really the end of the world though, David, is it?
No, it's not. No, he's plenty of options. Play the skill shot later on, or
last ball possibly.
Or, yeah, last ball would be perfect actually. Yeah.
Yeah, because that yellow, that is hanging over that pocket, so that should really make the skill shot even more easier.
The 2 balls in the middle of the table, if he leaves one of them to get position on that, it links up really well. So it's a good opportunity this for Mark.
Well, he'll be working out the route now. Now he's in this situation. Yes, he would have loved that yellow to drop, but it's far from over this. He's still got a good chance here.
Bottom left, come across the table twice.
He's tried to clear the pocket.
I am surprised, to be honest.
Yeah, that's a strange one for me, because if the thicker he hit that yellow, he probably wasn't getting on the red. Does this red pass the black into the right centre?
I mean, he could have clipped that in and come twice across and then played the red just above the one he's potted, and then it's all there.
Well, if he'd have come twice across, he'd have a choice of 3 reds.
Yeah.
And he could have made his decision then.
And any of the 2 reds in the middle, as long as you left one of them left.
Wow, what a shot this is from Mark Farnsworth.
Keep himself.
So it didn't go into the right centre, and it looked even tighter into the top right. Brilliant shot, still not out of the woods yet. Is he on the red? He is on the red. He's going to have a shot at this. And you've got to say, he's got to be pretty happy with that.
Yes, that could have gone wrong, but he's where it was. But you know, playing into that yellow, he's always got a chance of leaving the white ball there. So the fact it's a straight gives him a good opportunity.
Yeah, they had a choice of both reds, but this is definitely the right way now. Just stunning this back, and this should be a simple clearance for 6-5. Did we see that coming?
Yeah,
6-3.
Yeah, you could just never rule him out. It's, you know, all the titles that he's lifted over the years. You know, how many times has he been in that situation? That he's had to come back from deficits.
But you've got to say, Gavin Robinson 6-3 ahead. Mark Farnsworth to break. He has not done anything wrong. All he's had is a dry break, and he's lost the previous 2 frames.
Exactly, and Gavin just needs to remember that he's done nothing wrong.
Had a dry break, that's it.
As long as he breaks and clears on his chances, then he can't lose. He's got to think positively like that. What the last 2 frames, he can't do anything about that, and he needs to just keep positive.
Yeah, because what could now happen is Mark Farnsworth's going to break next, and it could be 6 frames each. So that means Gavin's lost 3 frames on the bounce, and he's only played 1 shot, which was a dry break. That could be a lot to take in. He just wants a chance. That's all Gavin wants. Is he going to get a chance? We know how good Mark Farnsworth is, especially when his back is right up against the wall, and it has been in this match. Big moments now, coming to crucial stages of the outcome of this match. Good break again. He's absolutely creamed them.
He's absolutely hit them perfect.
Look at these yellows. Gavin, I mean, if we're looking at Gavin Robinson very soon, I mean, he must have just looked up to the heavens.
You can't hit them any better than that. The way he hit them, absolutely perfect. And he's got the reward with the split as well.
Yeah, I'd have loved to see Gavin's face there as Mark broke them out, and the way that these have just pretty much opened up. They've dropped like, we call them Mary ploppings, don't we? You know, just ploppings they are. Well, if he's doing a practice routine, I don't think you'd leave them this easy, David, would you?
No, I'd leave them easy. I want to make sure I clear them.
Yeah. Wow, what a game this has been. Swings one way, swings the other. And this is looking like we're going to be level at 6 frames each. Well, as we noticed 3 frames ago, he's picked up the pace. This is why Mark Farnsworth is one of the best players in the world right now, and some of the players who was in Mark Farnsworth's shoes there, 6-3 behind with the momentum that Gavin had, they would have folded. They really would.
Yeah, there's so many that do. And the very best players, you know, just keep going. You can never give up, and know that Mark's obviously experienced enough to know that it happens sometimes. You know, things don't go quite your way, but you just got to sit back and wait for things to change. And if they do, then you need to be prepared.
Well, this is a time. We're into a best of 3 now, David. Any predictions?
I think momentum's obviously with Mark now, but you know, it all depends on who the chances fall to, how the breaks are. Can Gav sort his break out? Mark looks to have found his break, but will them things still continue like that, or will they reverse?
Yeah, they both had 6 breaks each now, and I think Gavin, he's on 3 dry breaks and 3 successful breaks. So this is where he needs, and he's going to have 2 final breaks of trying to win this match. So this is one of them. Really, you've got to say he needs this frame.
It's still in his hands.
He's got a ball. He'll be pleased with that. But look, they're not bad. These yellows are there, aren't they? I mean, the reds are there as well.
Yeah,
both colour sets.
I think yellows are the ones. Yeah, definitely.
Would you say this is a big frame in this match?
Yeah, I think with the way the last 3 frames has gone, Gavin's not had much of a say. I think he wants to get himself back in the mix and get this frame on the board. I think as well, like, you always want to be ahead. You know, you just need one away from winning rather than your opponent. As daft as that sounds, but it's such an important frame.
Yeah, that's a great opening shot there from Gavin. He's been sat in his seat for 3 frames, just admiring how the way that Mark Farnsworth plays. I mean, there's no one better on this tour that know how Mark plays than Gavin. But what a great opening pot that is, and he's going to have a chance here of regaining the lead and going 1 frame away from a place in the quarterfinals. Not in prime position here. I think we're going to see a little bit of a reroute, but rerouting with 4 yellows pretty much in the middle of the table shouldn't be any problem for a player like Gavin Robinson.
We need 1 good positional shot to unlock this clearance. I think he would like to come back a bit further.
He's in between here, isn't he? I mean, does he just roll this red in, sorry, the yellow into the bottom right hand corner, play on and off the cushion in between the reds, and leave yourself just a bit more of a longer range yellow?
I think that's a shot, yeah, because I don't think you can screw it back. There's too much angle. I certainly agree with that. And the good thing is when you're playing the yellow into the top left, you can play it with plenty of pace.
Didn't want the kiss on the red, but it's not the end of the world.
He'd have loved this to be being the other side of potting this yellow, because you can use the red as a stopper and hit it the pot with a bit more authority. But now he's not going to have that now.
Well, this, I mean, I was expecting to take the other yellow anyway, but there's nothing wrong with this way.
And he played that well under the pressure.
He has.
Being sat down for 3 frames and then play it like that.
Well, he needs another pressure pot, and he's up to the challenge again. He's just potting them like they're over the pocket, David. And now this black.
This is what I'm saying about Gavin. He's not scared of going for pots like that.
What a great clearance there from Gavin Robinson. If he doesn't feel better after that, I'm not sure what will get in there. And look at that reaction, the face impressions there. He really wants this match, and deserves to be 7-6 up, really. But is he going to get another shot? Yes, he is going to get another shot, because he's going to have a break. Guaranteed a break now.
And I think this is when you're saying to yourself, you hope you don't have to.
Yeah, he just wants to try and get an opportunity in this frame. But the way that Mark broke in the last frame, there was dreams, weren't they? They were what dreams were made of.
About as good as you can hit.
Oh, Mark's had a bit of his own medicine. He's had to watch Gavin do a great clearance of his own. Can Mark reply with another one of his own?
This to keep himself in the match.
14th frame. Not the best of contacts there. It's looking like it's going to be a dry break. Gavin will be out of his seat very quickly.
Look.
Oh.
I
thought the yellows did go on that overhead shot, but looking at that camera angle there, that yellow next to that red, it doesn't go. But there is a yellow down there. He's got a chance of getting this out. Can he pot an opening yellow though? Can he get one?
Not an easy one. Or if he can, how does it affect the pattern?
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, if he does take that yellow in the middle of the table and cannons into the problem area straight away, what a big shot that would be. Yeah, and I don't disagree with him taking reds here. I think he just wants a chance, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Try and get over the line.
I think I'd have gone for yellows personally. I'd have cut the one in down here and then gone back up the top, because I think you can probably, the yellow that's tied up with the red, I think you could probably even play cushion first and then pot it, and then you'd be perfect position on the two yellows at the bottom. Or the yellow which is close to the cue ball now. I think I'd have rather taken that gamble, but Gav is unorthodox and more than capable of taking out these clearances.
Well, it's probably the first good chance of getting the problem area sorted out, but he's got to cue this very, very well, and he has cued it well. How's it come out?
Wow.
It's come out pretty good. But there's going to be some pressure on this clearance. Does that black pass into that bottom left-hand corner, top left as we're looking? If it does, it's going to make this clearance a lot easier, because he's going to be left now with two reds on side cushions as his final two red balls to get on the black. Is that going to be a crucial factor of this match?
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of pressure on that, and like you say, the black going is crucial. In fact, he's run it through, he's made this shot a lot more easier. It's a very good shot, that. Just being so close to the red instead of from more of a distance, he can do much more with this white.
Yeah, and I think, well, does that black go? I mean, Gavin's looked at it. Does he think it goes? I mean, we're going to see. If it does go, he's going to make sure he gets on the cushion. You don't want to lose the white ball, though. And how about this for a positional shot? He looks perfect.
Now he's got that angle. If he really wanted to, he could run through.
Yeah, he can. He's got options now. I mean, he can draw this back, but if he does draw it back, he's probably going to be close to the cushion. And he's took your option. He's run it through. And this black ball into the right centre for an absolute sensational victory over the number 2 seed, Mark Farnsworth. And it's there. What a great performance there from Gavin Robinson, and a brilliant match there against Mark Farnsworth. And Mark Farnsworth, you can't be too disappointed there losing to Gavin, because Gavin Robinson, he's produced some great clearances there.
Yeah, I'm not stunned by that. I know Gavin can do that. Mark, yeah, there's a couple of little tiny things, but nothing really major. He's playing pretty well, really. So.
Yeah, and I think we look at the very early start of the match where Gavin really punished Mark for every mistake. You know, 3 of them that I can remember. I think he was going for a 4th, but didn't quite punish him for it. And probably Mark did make a few more mistakes than expected. But Gavin Robinson, he's in the quarterfinals, and deservedly so.
Yeah, the match really came alive after 3 each. All the mistakes were in like the first 6 frames, and then both players come alive after that. Well,
thanks again, David. Thanks for your expert analysis of that match. And then we're going to hear some more. Kevin Barton is now in the studio with our winner, Gavin Robinson.
Thanks, Mark. And I'm here with the Rocket himself, Gav Robinson. Gav, that is an absolutely fantastic performance to beat your, a guy you respect so much, you practice with. Just tell us your thoughts on the match and just what you've done there.
Well, to be honest with you, Kev, 3-1 up, I was in bits in the chair because I've had a chance for 4-1. Tables caught me out, slid off the rail. Just obviously first match today as well, so I was a bit You know, and obviously, you're always under pressure when you play Mark anyway, because you know you can't make mistakes. And obviously, I've had a chance for 4-1, and then I've had a chance in the next one as well at 3-all. I kept getting in my head to go to the cut break, and I just kept thinking I've not been behind in the match, so just keep doing what you're doing. You know, if I'd have went behind, I was going to change to the cut, because I've had a couple of dry breaks in there, but I felt like I was hitting them good, and I actually took a little bit off them and started getting the ball in. So just pleased I stuck to what it worked, didn't it?
How important do you think the start of the match was? Like you say, you got your nose in front early on, 2-0, 3-1. Was that,
yeah.
You know, even though you were having these doubts, did it settle you down in the match?
Yeah, I think obviously Mark's made a couple of mistakes early to let me go 3-1. So at 3-all, I was just trying to be positive and think, look, we've both made a couple of mistakes here. Let's just stay in the moment, you know. And I think from 3-all, I've played faultless. Obviously, I've had to kick that ball out there with 3 balls on, and it's come out for us, you know. But to be honest, Kev, I don't think I've had many nudges in the match. Apart from that one, I've not really, you know. So Mark's, to get to 6-all, he's took 3 finishes out there, which just sick for me, you know. You just keep thinking you're coming back to the table, and he just keeps pulling them out. But he always seems to be parked on the block, doesn't he? It's like...
Yeah. You had to withstand the comeback, as you said.
Yeah.
You were 6-3 up, and you know, the winning line was in sight, but then, as champions do, came right back at you.
I went dry at 6-3, and I haven't had another shot till 6-all ever, and at 6-all I was going to cut break, and I just thought, you know what, live by the sword and die by it. So I just stuck with it, and luckily for me, what I thought was, don't pull out of it, just go through it. If you're going off, you're going off. Just get that white down the middle of the table and just hit them, you know. I think sometimes when you're under that much pressure, you pull out of the break, and that's why you obviously, people don't get balls in, but they don't admit it's because their arms season up, you know.
We talked in the match previous where Matt Boyle beat Rob Stephen, and we talked a bit about Marsh from The Apprentice. I mean, this felt more like the Marsh from The Apprentice, and this time it was The Apprentice who got the better. How big a victory is that for you?
Well, it's never easy playing someone you respect so much, you know. I mean, I've learned a lot off him, Kev, over the last 4 or 5 years, you know. But I probably wouldn't be in that arena if it weren't for him and Bowram. But I respect players, you know, and when I practice with him, I never turn up for practice, you know, not trying to beat him I mean, he's obviously very hard to beat, but I respect the practice, you know, Kev. I don't turn up and, like, we play a proper pool, you know what I mean? So it's you've got a guy like that in your corner. He's a big help, you know. So when I'm playing money matches and stuff like that, he's obviously always there, just guiding us and helping us, and it you know, hopefully I can repay him with a title one day. So
you're in another quarter-final. You know, we've talked about before, knocking on the door. You know, is that victory going to catapult you to the title tonight?
I'm just here to enjoy myself, Kev. I told you this weekend. I've took a little bit out of it last week out myself, so I just literally didn't over practice this week. And my dad was 60 the other day. I'd love to take a title home for him for his birthday, you know. So just keep pushing forward and see what happens. And
I noticed that your family's here as well. How much does that help you, you know, outside of the matches? Does it help you relax a bit more? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, she goes everywhere with us. My little boy, you know, and hope my other 2 kids are watching back at home. Just waving to you now over there. But yeah, it must be great to have them here. Yeah, helps definitely. Well, Gav, you're in the quarters. Well done. Great performance. Let's see if you can take it a bit further. Thanks, Gav. Well done, Gav. So as Gav gets over to his family, I'm not sure if he knew they were there till a few seconds ago, but yeah, that was a really mature performance from Gav, and just shows where he is at now. Yeah, absolutely, and I think some of the way that he took some of the finishes out, where 2 years ago we'd have done something completely different, and I think playing with Mark Farnsworth week in, week out, if you want to say that, that's really helped his game come along, and you can see he's come on to a different level now, and he's making quarter-finals quite regularly. And don't be surprised if he goes another step further, and who knows, he could be picking up this trophy at 9:10 o'clock tonight. And he had to withstand, you know, a real fierce comeback there from Mark, you know, from 6-3 to 6-all in the blink of an eye. You know, many people could have just crumbled under that pressure, but he stood firm. Yeah, 6-3. Mark's made 4 unbelievable mistakes, and Gavin's punished him for each and every one of them, and deserved to be 6-3 up. And the next minute, Gavin Robinson had 1 visit to the table, and the match is at 6-all. So what was going through Gavin's mind at that present moment, no one can even imagine. But to come out with the break and clearance, and then that fantastic clearance there at the end,
sensational. Deserves to be in the quarterfinals.
And probably 12 months ago he wouldn't have won that match. But you know, today's a different story.
Yeah, it just shows how much you've already said how much he's matured as a player, and how much he's really come on as a player. Don't be surprised if Gav goes on even further.
Yeah, the gunslinger. He makes his way into the quarterfinals. Next up is our first quarterfinal matchup, and what a match this is going to be. I know we say it, but really, we've got Ross Fernie, who is just becoming a winning machine over the last sort of 6-9 months against John McAllister, who we all know, former world champ. What a match in store.
Yeah, both these players have got terrific styles. The two of the most up-and-coming players that we've got here at the IPA. There is many more, trust me, and no doubt we'll see them at some part of this weekend. But yeah, it's a classic, mouth-watering clash. Ross Fernie, 3-time winner of this professional event. John McAllister, I've lost count of how many times he's won a professional event, but he's a former world champion. But Ross Fernie, one of the most up-and-coming players that we've got, against John McAllister. You know, he's very young age, and he's a very mature player at his age. He's not been in the winner's circle recently, but I'm not sure if he doesn't like this TV table. He doesn't seem to be getting some great results on this table, but he keeps coming back, keeps trying again, and this is going to be some match.
It certainly is, and since Ross won his first pro title, he's just gone from strength to strength.
Yeah, I mean, he's won 3 pro titles in the last 2 years. I mean, that must be right up there with the being one of the top players on the tour. And he wants another one. He seems to be very hungry, and he just seems to be blowing players away at ease. And I mean, don't be surprised if this is one-sided. I mean, that's a big call at this present point in time, considering the amount of skill both of these players have got. And
just a word about one of the other quarterfinals that's on one of the outer tables. If we'd have been predicting it every couple of rounds ago, I don't think either of us would have. Luke Sangees and Tom Barley. Tom Barley beat Liam Dunster. Luke Sangees beat Corey Rees.
Yeah, on form. Definitely we wouldn't have been predicting that for the quarterfinals, but Tom Barley, he deserves to be there. 5-5 it was against Liam Dunster, come through to beat the number one player. He's going to be the number one player for the next year and a half possibly, and to beat him 8-5, he's played some brilliant stuff. And I think I read a status on one of his social media pages that that's the best he's played so far in his career. And if that's when you need to do it is against the number one player. So deserves to be in the quarterfinals. Then we've got Luke Sangees, another one of our great and up-and-coming players, and he's been in a little bit of form. He's made a final before, so it'd be no stranger if he goes on to get to the final tonight as well.
Yeah, well, we'll be seeing one of them later on in the semi-finals, but now it is quarter-final action, so I think that's enough from us. It's time to get over to the commentary box. Take it away, Dan.
So here we go. Proper quarter-final this. Ross Fernie, John McAllister. Ross Fernie won the previous pro event, didn't he, Dave?
Yes.
And he won 2 last season as well. Up against John McAllister, who's won multiple titles and was the world champion for, actually for 2 years in the end, because obviously we missed one through COVID, didn't we?
Yeah, our longest world champion.
Yeah, longest reigning world champion. Proper coin flip, I think, this 50-50.
Yes, very much so. I think if we were having this conversation a couple of years ago, I don't think we'd be saying the same. Yes, it's been close, but I think now it really is a coin flip.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, definitely you would have said John. Ross, one of those players that was kind of on the verge of making a breakthrough, or had the potential to, but he's done it 3 times in 2 years. He's never won an open event, but it seems to. I don't know what it is about these race to 8s that he loves so much compared to the race to 7s, but seems to really come alive, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's. I don't know what's happening, but he's obviously doing something differently. He looks more assured around the table. I think the confidence of winning titles breeds confidence.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
I think as well, with speaking to Ross many times over the years, probably about 3 years ago, he was playing well but kept losing to siders, and like having a few first round exits just because he was unlucky by losing last frame deciders, but over the last 12 months he's been winning a lot of those deciders, and it's amazing how that can turn into a tournament win.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I think it's such a psychological game. There's so many players that are well capable of beating anybody on their day, but stringing a tournament result together is a different thing altogether. And someone like Ross, who, like lots of players, clearly has got the ability. I think once you, I suppose they call it, getting the monkey off your back, just can open the floodgates maybe, and it seems to have done.
That's exactly what it seems to have done. It's a big difference. I mean, you think about losing the first round decider, but if you get away with that and turn it into a win, suddenly you're still in the tournament, and that could be the difference from the first round to a tournament to lifting the trophy.
Yeah. And also once you win a trophy, once you win a big tourney, then your opponents might miss something at 6-all and 7-all that they wouldn't have missed against you before you'd won that tournament. Or they might make mistakes. They might make that mistake where they could have gone 5-all and they ended up making a mistake, so you go 6-4 up because they were a little bit fearful of the fact that you're a winner. You're not just a good player.
It does make a difference because the amount of times players are playing against the reputation rather than the player. So that's definitely, it's definitely a massive thing.
You must get it locally, especially in the Isle of Man. People must miss stuff against you that they don't miss against other people because you're the only professional there.
Yeah, I think potentially, yeah. I think normally they like to play with easy match. But yeah, I think it can happen. But I know it's certainly happened to me in the past when I've played top players. You can easily fold before you've even played, but you've got to get over that and embrace it rather than fear it.
Yeah, it can work both ways, can't it? You can definitely raise your game against whoever the sort of best player is in the world at the time or whatever. If you do draw them, you can really raise your game. But now and again, if you do go 3-0 down, it kind of or 3-1 down, or they take an early lead, it can kind of unravel a little bit, like it might not have done against a lesser player. You're sort of fearful of chase. You don't want to leave them half chances. You don't want to scared of playing a safety against a Ross Fernie because he can clear up from anywhere, sort of thing.
I think the key thing is when you're getting your chances, you have to clear up and make them ask the question instead of you asking yourself the question. Put a bit of doubt into your opponent's mind.
Yep.
Whether they're a low-ranked player or the best player in the world.
I think that's the hardest thing to do. Treat everyone the same. You don't want to crumble against people, but you don't want to give people too much respect.
Well, that's it. You only affect your own performance if you give too much respect.
I've said it to mates of mine when they've drawn, I don't know, say a Farnsworth at the time. I said, look, he's a great player, but just don't give him too much respect.
Yeah.
One, he'll see that. They feed off that. You just got to play the way you would normally play against us. Just treat everyone the same. Hard to do, easy to say.
Even the best players in the world, if you ask the question and put them under,
they can see it.
They can actually fold a little as well. Not very often, and that's the difference. They don't very often, but if you put the pressure on these players, they all make mistakes. They're all human. The
body language, they see it. I've played before in, say, like local tournaments, and someone I've never heard of before, but you can see from their body language they don't fear me, and you sort of go, all right, I'm definitely a lot better than you, but you're not scared.
Yeah.
And it kind of puts you on the back foot, and it makes you switch on.
Yeah, definitely.
Tricky layout for Ross, but he has got an angle to go into his bad area straight away.
Oh, he's played it well.
Yeah, it couldn't have come out much better, really. Just needs a couple of delicate little shots in and around this area.
I think I noticed with Ross, watching him out in the arena before, he was playing very fluent and full of confidence, and he's just taking it in his stride, really.
Yeah, he's a very kind of relaxed character anyway. When you know, if you just speak to him at the bar or waiting around kind of thing. He's a very relaxed character in general anyway, and that definitely transfers into his pool.
I think it is just between that and the recent success. And then maybe he's just got that extra belief. I don't know, but there's something different, and he's doing really well.
Yeah, won plenty of stuff at junior level. I think he's 30 now as well, so he's actually a little bit older than you think. Bit of a baby-faced assassin. Could easily pass for mid-20s. I think he is 30 now. But still young in pool player terms when you look at the likes of Gareth Hibbert.
The Godfather.
The Godfather. What's he, 51 now? Still as good as ever.
Ross is also, I think it was 2018 that he won the Scottish Championship, which is an incredible tournament to win.
Yeah.
You think of the field of the strength and depth in Scotland.
Yeah.
Hotbed of pool.
It's just about found its way in, flicked off that jaw. Any harder, it probably wouldn't have gone in. It's just a case of how he's going to get on this red. Has he got enough angle to... Oh, he looks dead straight to me. Screwing up and down the table? No, he can just punch across. That's about as well as he could have played that, really.
Yeah, I think maybe he played it really well. Yeah, I think maybe a tad hard. It just depends, but if he can get the gap, I think with the slide and the cushions, that'll help get the white low enough that he needs. Needs to be perfect.
Yeah, looks just about perfect. So 2 perfect frames from Ross Fernie. Clearance off his break, a clearance off John's break. 2-0. Great start. Just looks at home, doesn't he, on that table?
Well, he has been on it a lot recently.
Yes. Just looks like he enjoys being out there, enjoys having being the centre of attention.
I think it can work one of 2 ways out there. You know, you can either embrace it or you can fold, and you know, it's great being out there. It's getting used to it, and he has had a lot of time to get used to it recently.
Yeah.
Time running.
Pretty much last ball roll-ins drop there for John. Hasn't really got a yellow to go at, but I think reds are the easier colour set anyway.
The only problem red is the one by the black, I would say.
Yeah.
It's, how you're going to disturb it, but it could be the first shot here.
Yeah, he can either go into it now, and I don't know if he's just come around to look at it. Once he moves this first red out of the way, can he play it into that corner pocket? But maybe he's only got half a pocket to go at.
Oh yeah, it could go actually, couldn't it?
Yeah, maybe. I doubt he'd have a full pocket though. But John's one of those. He's a very precise player. He doesn't ever go into.
I think this shot will tell you either way.
Yes, he's going into it.
He obviously thought it didn't go, but now he's got the black to contend with.
Yeah, it came out perfect until that yellow parked itself next to the black. He's just trying to see if that black does go into maybe half a pocket, but that's his new problem.
one door opens, one door closes, as you say.
The Lord giveth, the Lord taketh. If that had just run a fraction more, could have clipped this red into that right middle pocket and disturbed the black and yellow.
The thing is, the black does go into the bottom right corner. It's just whether he can leave his last red to be able to play that positional shot.
That's a good point, actually. I think he will. Yeah, if he can see where he's just leaving the cue. He was just looking with his cue there as to where he could leave it. If he could maybe play the red just below it, the second one furthest up, as his second last ball, and kill the white where it is, he'd almost have a natural angle to drop that red into the middle and go in behind and play the black into this bottom right corner. And this is also fine. So he's sort of pretty guaranteed now to leave himself the angle he wants. It's one of those at 2-0 down especially. You don't want to be leaving yourself queuing off the cushion. You want to leave yourself as straight as possible on that. You can always try and flick the yellow out, but John's one of those kind of players that is very precise. Has he gone too far?
I think he has. I'm surprised that he come back at all. I thought he just ran it through and leave plenty of angle.
Yeah, or even just stun the white dead, just to be safe.
Yeah.
They play a double. He's tried to cheek the pocket, force the cue ball, and these middle pockets, when you try and hit them too hard, it kind of hits the jaw before the pocket starts to take it in. Early mistake from John McAllister.
Advantage Ross in this frame now. But always wary of the what John can pull out. You know, because these one cushion escapes, you just never know what can happen.
No, John's very good at them as well. I think if this was on his club table that he knows inside out, I'd fancy him to get close, but... Oh my God. Oh my... Well.
My word.
Well.
However...
For my next trick...
Is this good luck, bad luck, good luck? Because will it go off the yellow in the corner?
Depends off the yellow. I fancy this to get close.
Yeah.
Oh, John.
Wow.
So close.
I bet Ross will be thinking, wow, I've got away with one here. Got to take this chance now.
And we've won for the highlight reel if he'd have got that. If anything, that shot was easier than the one that he just got.
Yeah.
Because that was always going to be close. I think Ross really has just got one shot to play here to win him the frame, which is to get on that yellow at the top, on that top cushion. Just see him take the two at the bottom here, leave himself an angle on the one in the middle, and then float up for that yellow to be a second last yellow, one on that top cushion. Just underhit that a little bit.
Yeah, would have liked a bit more angle there, but he might be okay.
He's getting the cue ball clean. Maybe he thinks he got a bit of a kick on that, maybe. It would make sense. I mean, if not, he's underhit that by a good 6 to 8 inches, which someone like Ross isn't going to do very often. This is tough now to kill the cue ball.
Yeah, I don't think even that's the main issue. It's tough, but I think the issue is the black's kind of in a natural angle.
Yeah, I think...
Do you have to screw it in to avoid that and play off the side cushion?
Bottom and right-hand side, yeah. I think it's either that or rakes of left-hand side, but he's played that really well, has he? Is it just about? Yeah, he's just about. See, surely there, that's an unmissable pot with that pocket.
Yeah, the big pocket, you would think. Yeah.
Kind of thing, though, what we said earlier. Would John have made that mistake if he was 2-0 down against somebody who's never won a pro event and he's got a very good record against? You know, maybe John wouldn't have messed up in the first place, kind of thing.
Exactly.
Has he got it in his head on playing Ross? He's in a great run of form at the moment. 3-0.
I think the very top players, I don't think they worry too much about that. I think they accept that they are going to sit down for quite a while sometimes and just patiently wait for the chance. It is hard to ignore completely.
Saw it earlier with Mark Boyle against Robert Stephen, and he was 7-0 down. So the first 4 frames were 2 clearances off the break from Mark, 2 dry breaks from Robert, 4-0 down. And I think Mark broke potted, but left himself welded to a ball, played a safety, forced Rob to go for a tough double, which he missed. Another dry break later, a 7-0. He was genuinely, it was the 8th frame where the first time he had a shot in open play that was, aside from one very difficult double. 6 were off the break. It's just nothing you can do. You just got to sit there and just hope.
I mean, you want to get your hand on the table and impact, but 7-0 down, you've not even had a feel for the table now, and never mind the scoreline. What you're supposed to do with that? But it is the nature of the beast. It's what we sign up for.
Just one half chance, you're 7-0 down. It wasn't even a half chance. It was a double to get himself to the point where he had a half chance. 7-0 down. Crazy game.
As I always say, most of the time when people talk about score lines, I don't take any notice because,
you know how easily it can happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just a perfect example. Doesn't tell the story at all, does it? And you just
no. You can lose 8-6 and play great against someone. You can win 8-4 and not play that well at all, but things just went your way.
Yeah.
It's happened so many times. The higher the level you play to, the more it happens.
Ross, good break there. Another opportunity.
Yeah, and just well figured out. You know, as he took a little bit of time to play that first shot. Took his extension as well, just to figure out what he wanted to do and the order he wanted to take the balls in. But made a very precise first positional shot, and he's opened the frame up for himself.
I think he's overhit that one a little though. I'm pretty sure he'd have liked a little less. So
yeah, a little bit. Yeah, he might have to just run into the black a little bit.
I think he would have preferred to play these 2 yellows, the one he's just potted and the one he's about to go for, the other way around.
Yeah.
But he needs to play a bit of a shot now, whereas he wouldn't have had to before.
Yeah, I think again he just needed that cue ball to run a tiny bit more, so that he could have stunned up towards the black. That's a very good shot.
Very good shot.
Very good.
But if they're the other way around, he'd have been guaranteed position on this yellow, and I think that's the only thing.
Yeah, the things you see, that the massive differences in that cue ball running an inch or 2 further, and the difference. I'd probably revert back to someone like Liam Dunster, who seems to have the best cue ball control of anybody. But when it's on a sixpence all the time, you get easily fooled into thinking that he's had easy clearances to go at. You know, and he hasn't. He's just making it look easy.
It's just little things like that, innit, that he does all the time.
Yeah. When it's played at when Paul's played at the very highest level, you kind of can get a little bit. Well, the balls have just come out nice for him. Maybe they have to an extent, but he's played a lot of clever shots along the way and taken the balls in the right order and so on, where he's made it look a hell of a lot easier than it is.
It's left us a little bit trickier, but he should be okay.
Oh, it's missable, but
Oh,
Wow, wow, wow. Do you know what? It's one of them. If John had left him that after making a mistake on reds, he'd have knocked it in. But there's a little bit more pressure on it because he's just had an easy finish. He's done all the hard work and left himself a good foot and a half short on that. If ever you're going to see a turning point in the match, I think it's going to be that. That was a bad miss from Ross Fernie. The pot itself wasn't. It's not the worst ball you're ever going to see missed. It was the positional shot beforehand that put him under pressure. Very slack.
I think the thing Ross was thinking is, like, even if we underhit it, I've still got a shot, and he probably just went too far, if you know what I mean, as regards to underhitting it.
Yeah.
I think that's the only thing why he was probably out of position, to be honest. Overhit it, you probably not got a shot, and he's just ended up leaving it too long in the end. Put extra pressure on himself. So this could be a swing from 4-0 to potentially 3-1. John's first frame on the board if he takes these out. Never really settled till you get your first frame on the board, do you?
No. Only they needed to settle after the mistake he made previously. You can call it one mistake each. 3-1's probably a fair scoreline.
On table 8, Sean Foxton, Daniel Frame. Sean Foxton, Daniel Frame, table 8. On table 9, Ewan Waddell and Jared Fournier.
There you have it. John has his first frame on the board, trailing 3 frames to 1.
Table 15, Maximus Gutierrez and Darren Becky. Maximus Gutierrez and Darren Becky, table 14. Table 10, Ian Roberts and Aaron Watts. Ian Roberts, Aaron Watts, table 10.
So what do you see for the rest of the match now, especially after that frame?
I think the next couple of frames are quite crucial. I'll be stating the obvious, but if John gets a bit of momentum and gets to 3-0, I'll probably definitely make him favourite from then. Ross kind of needs to maybe get the next chance and take it to put this mistake to the back of his mind.
I feel it's always important when you've made a mistake like that to come right back and, like, you know, make a clearance, like, straight away.
Straight away, just put it to the back of your mind, yeah.
And show your opponent that it's not getting to you. You're not thinking about it. You're just getting on with it.
That's the last thing John would have wanted, dry break. Dry break, hasn't left an awful lot for Ross. He can play a plant, I think, red onto yellow over this corner pocket, but he's still going to have a problem ball. He's looking at a 3-ball plant, yellow onto red onto yellow. Much riskier first shot, but could open the frame right up for him. It's a much harder shot, yeah. He's not guaranteed to not still have to play a developing shot after that as well, so. Yeah, so he's elected against that. I think if it was a case of play the 3-ball plant and you're almost guaranteed to have the frame at your mercy, I think there's a bit more merit to it. But with that, he was highly likely to leave the initial red over the pocket as he has done and leave the other yellow tied up somewhere on the left-hand side of the table. So he's... Yeah, definitely. Interesting shot he's played there as well. He's quite sure how clever it is. I don't think he's left. He hasn't left John a cut into the middle, which would be the obvious thing to guard against. But the black stopping that. I don't think he can. He definitely can't cut the easy one in over the corner pocket. It's a very clever shot. Yeah, I mean, what's he left? A very difficult cut down the cushion for John. He's also slightly hampered queuing.
Jodie Allen, below max table 18. Jodie Allen, below max table 18. And table 16, B Porter, Ashley O'Neill. B Porter, Ashley O'Neill, table 16, please.
No, he's missed it by some way, so much so he actually flicked the draw on the way down. Like that from Ross, as attacking as he is. He had the tactical nous to just put the brakes on. Play a clever containing shot. Knew it was going to leave John a half chance, but percentages wise, it was definitely the right thing to do.
Irene Middleton and Yvonne Ewing. Irene Middleton and Yvonne Ewing, table 18, please.
It's things like that as well, though. You know, it's one thing playing a clever shot, you know, and executing it well, so that it was quite a delicate shot to leave him welded to the red. Because if you're just away from the red, obviously he's got an easy starter. But to see the shot in the first place, not many players would have seen that. Well, yeah, I mean, the difference between 4-1 and 3-2 is massive, especially after what's just happened in that last frame. So the importance of seeing such a clever, delicate little shot like that is, you know, potentially match winning. Just taking the white on the left-hand side of the table. Now then, he's missed something of similar difficulty in the last frame. He's not human unless that's in his head. Just to put that to the back of his mind and knock this in. He's missed it. Oh, just about. Just about. Any harder and that wasn't in. Be feeling a lot better now.
Yeah, he'll be relieved that going in, especially after, like you say, the previous frame. Imagine what would be going through his head if it was, could have been potentially 5-0 and only 3-2 up after missing two similar blacks. So
that's, yeah, psychologically that's tough to come back from.
4-1 you can cope with, but
yeah, you can especially cope with it because John did all the hard work and then kind of gifted Ross a frame early doors as well. So 4-1's more than fair on both players, I think. Another ball off that cut break.
Brilliant break. Has he got a chance?
A good split. Alright, he's got a small problem area at the bottom of the table with yellows, but he can go into that straight away. Literally off of either of these two yellows.
I think the yellow closest to the cue ball is the one. I think come off the bottom cushion, just
flick it on the way out. Yeah. And the two in the middle of the table near the black, I don't know if the middle one goes into the top left corner pocket. That's going to make life a bit more easy for Ross.
That's the only danger.
He's just about got away with it, hasn't he? Just.
Yeah, just. It's the only danger with that shot is you need to hit it more on the outside because it can quite easily roll over as it did. I think he's, like you say, just about right.
Yeah, I mean, couple of millimetres more, and this shot was
Not on.
it's not on. Yeah, nicely done. Again, there's a plant there for him, but he's losing the cue ball a little bit.
He'd also be losing the yellow unless he gets out to the other side.
Yeah, he's
pretty clever getting the white out to make sure he's still got a shot should that one not work out nicely. I think he's going to have to come back down for that last yellow to be his last yellow, I'd say.
It's kind of every shot's just an inch or two more out of position than the previous one. It's just this is sort of like the domino effect of that first cannon not going completely as he wanted it to. Hasn't quite regained position since.
Time running.
That's why we talk about positional play so much. Of what can happen. How often do you see this from Dunster? It feels like never. But when it does happen, it's about how you recover, and so far he's doing really well.
I was just about to say that Ross is so good at these little recovery shots, delicate little tricky shots that, you know, especially when you've put yourself under that pressure. I mean, even this hamper cueing is difficult. Needs to miss that middle pocket. He's done it again.
I think if it wasn't for the being hampered, even if he was hampered a little less, I don't think that would have happened.
Yeah, I
just
agree.
Just the way it fell. And even then, he'd have needed a bit of an angle on the last yellow, but that's gone.
I mean, on another day, he's already 6-0 up.
Yeah.
Wiped his feet a little bit. That's not perfect either, but it should. It really is. Mark Boyle was doing a little tutorial earlier for social media on stunning the cue ball, and he's got down to stun it, and it's just come back an inch. It's just how reactive it is, and everyone was laughing at it, but it's yeah, once you're used to it, it's lovely to play on, but yeah, and also the stream table has the big overhead quite hot lights on them, and I think that can speed the cloth up a little bit. Always seems to play that little bit quicker than the outside tables. Yeah, given definitely, yeah, given the mistake John made as well in the third frame, where he'd done all the hard work, should have been going 2-1 down and went 3-0 down. I think he's probably got to be in a strange way almost the happier of the two to be 4-2 down, because he should be 6-0 down. Another dry break, is it? Or no, he made a red, did he? No. Open table, so Ross is straight back in. Yeah, when you break it down, you know the difference. I think especially early when you're still trying to settle, difference between 2-1 and 3-0 is massive. You can say that about every frame. Well, difference between 6-5 and 7-4 is massive, but the match, you know, the match can get away from you from 3-0. I think early doors, when you do miss those chances, they can kind of stay with you a little bit. I think that's what the best players do. They just put it to the back of their minds and they get on with it. But it's a lot easier to say that that's what you're going to do than actually do it. I think like most sports, the golf's on at the moment, isn't it? It's such a psychological game, mental strength to deal with the mistakes that you do make, and especially if the timing of those mistakes is really bad, not to let your head drop too much and not to let that mistake affect the following frame and the frame after that is so important. Yeah. I mean, I love nothing more than seeing my opponent sort of lose his temper, maybe punch the table, start muttering to himself. You love it because you just think, nice, they're not going to be at their best now, and normally they're not. There's the odd exception. Some people do kind of. I think Craig Marsh is probably one of them. He likes to get a little bit angry around the table, punch the table now and again, but it's kind of just his way of letting a bit of steam off. It can often gee him up a little bit, but I think on the whole, when people lose their rack, you don't know you've got them beat, but you think, nice, I think everyone's different, aren't they? Tricky shot for Ross here. Just wants to push that yet. Oh, I don't think it's. I think the yellow's just come back out and stop that from going. So close to being. Does it go still? He's down. He's down playing it. I think it goes. Well, there's definitely a gap, a slight gap between. He's obviously tight because he's down looking at it again and again and again. But it was just another example of that one or two sort of killer positional shots where he was just a fraction out. It's just hung. It's just hung. John's used his extension there. Quite literally, surely there's not a safety shot to play here, is there? He's maybe looking at putting his finger across this side of the table, and whether he could just leave Ross a 2-cushion escape, block off the 1 cushion, but I think someone like John, you've got to look at this and say, look, you've got 1 bad ball on the cushion. You've got a fairly good ball into that top left-hand corner pocket. There's a number of angles you can leave yourself on that where you can dislodge it. You've got to go all out attack here. He shouldn't really. He was probably sat in his chair thinking he was 5-2 down anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a bit of a free roll list despite the importance of the frame.
In fact, he was probably sat in his chair thinking he was 5-1 down just 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Before Ross went in off.
So if he leaves the yellow just by the top left, that would be a good shot to try and dislodge that yellow should he wish to. If he doesn't have the angle, then he can always play a double.
Yeah, and look, if he tries to dislodge it and plays it very badly, he's still going to have some form of double or cocked hat that he can play. Yeah, ideally, I think cue ball dead centre of the table. Well, exactly where he's, just to the left of dead centre, and then you can play it. You always want to play these as natural as possible. So just top spin, top cushion.
The argument against disturbing it though is these players, especially John, they're so good at doubles now.
They are.
Do you really want to run the risk of disturbing it and it going wrong or missing it completely and having no shot, or would you rather leave yourself a double?
Well, to be honest, I think he's left himself not a great angle here. I mean, he's going to have to almost be playing this with a bit of, almost like a stun run through, a bit of stun and right hand side. Yeah, that was the difficulty, and this shot's arguably more difficult than if he'd left himself perfect on the double.
And I don't think it's any right or wrong answer. I think it's how you feel.
Yeah, personal preference. No, nowhere near. Nowhere near.
Ross is going to feel he's got away with one there.
Massively. 5-2, could be 7-0 this. Could be 7-0. He's had first chance every frame, really.
Yeah.
Apart from one. I think he's had first chance in 6 of the 7 frames, Ross Fernie.
Could be 7-0, but could he be 4-3 down as well?
Could be.
It's been a bit of a crazy match when you talk about it like that.
Yeah, John nowhere near his best. Nowhere near his best at the moment.
But they certainly had 3 on the board. Am I right in saying 4? I think there was another one early on.
They could have had this one. And Ross has messed up twice previously.
I think Ross got away with
The
one
one
early.
that Ross and the one where he got in first, yeah. So yeah, he could easily be 4-3 up himself. But a real mixed bag this. I think there's been 3 clearances from the break and then 4 frames where there's been a mistake or 2.
Despite that, there's still not been many mistakes, but it doesn't need to be, does it?
Oh well. Cue ball down. This is where it kind of hurts even more for Johnny. He knows now he should be at the table, ball in hand, to get to 4 each.
Yeah.
You know, and he's
still feels like there's a long way to get on level terms again.
If you've just gone 4-3 and your opponent goes in off, you're thinking, nice. I was 3-0 down in this match. This is for 4-0. I've got the break next. You got such, sort of positive thoughts going through your mind, and now he's at the table thinking, all right, I'll get these to get back to within in 2. It's just not the same feeling.
No. And it's not even just to get back within 2. He's also knows that Ross is one closer to the finishing line, so he's got less time to do it as well.
Yeah, he's running out of frames. Yeah. That's gone wrong as well. I think he just wanted to rest on that red full ball so that he could play the yellow closest to the right middle pocket. I don't know if he's quite got the gap to do it now. Just seeing if he can play it with lots and lots of right hand side. Just about. Good shot.
Just a little bit more angle than he wanted, but I think he should be fine. That's why he's elected to come down there for this yellow instead.
Yeah, probably wouldn't have been his next ball, ideally.
However, though, saying that, it does link up really well going this way.
Yeah, well, he's played that to perfection, which he's made that look a lot easier than that was.
Also, if you underhit it, you had the yellow in the middle, and it'd still been a good route. But of course, this one's better. But he did have that two-way shot.
Yeah, nicely done. With all class players, they might have made a mistake or two, but at some point, if you're Ross Fernie, you've got to be thinking you've got to be clinical, because he's not going to carry on making mistakes, John. It's far too classy for that. 5-3.
I think if you're Ross here, you just want to get another frame on the ball quickly to get back in that momentum.
Yep. So they've both got their backers next to them. John McAllister's got Jeff next to him, and Ross Fernie's got Bob Sterling. Both great guys.
Both guys that you see at every single event.
Every single event, yeah. I think Jeff's been with John since John was a teenager. Took him under his wing, supported him financially, backed him, sponsored him ever since. Got him into very good habits in terms of practice and stuff. He's gone into detail me a couple of times, and how regimented he is and how he gets himself prepared for big tournaments. Normally has a race to 25 on the Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday before these
how unfortunate is that?
For these IPA events, but that is unlucky, yeah. You do all the practice in the world, but you can't practice against that.
I mean, he wouldn't. I don't know if he would have had an opportunity anyway, but to get the white kicks in off like that. But it's always a possibility when the cue ball lands near a pocket that something will come and kick it in.
Yep. That's all you can hope for. We heard Gav Robinson say at the end of his match actually about the break. So he just had to tell himself to just hit a good one. If it goes in off, it goes in off, but don't quit on it. Don't try and protect the cue ball. Don't. And I think it's actually quite wise words from Gav. I know I've definitely felt it myself before. When it gets tight, or when you stop making a ball off the break, you're almost frightened to hit them harder, or frightened to fully commit, and you know you try all sorts of weird and wonderful things and overcomplicate it in your mind because you're scared of going in off. Ross, I think just this yellow on the bottom cushion is the only thing really I can see causing him any sort of an issue. I don't know if it passes the red into the bottom right corner pocket. If it does, that'll make life a bit easier for him. I think it does just. Whether he's got a full pocket or not, I don't know. So that's nice, because even if it doesn't now, he's got a very easy plant he can play. So we'll just top this one through now. This is in the centre of the table. Then seems to just stop dead in his tracks a little bit there.
A little, yeah. I think when you playing it with top sometimes, you need to give it that little bit extra, because I think there's always like a bouncy kind of reaction that can create like a bit of a thud.
Yeah, he's called his extension now. Key to the frame, this shot. The last thing he wants to do, he play this plant, but he doesn't want the yellow to kind of stick where this one is. He wants it to sort of top through a little bit, and yeah, he wanted that to be a little bit closer to the corner pocket, but I didn't think he quite had the angle. If he played it any firmer, he was losing the cue ball.
These are tough shots when you're trying to balance two different things. It's so tricky, because this is tricky now. It's
right, I think this is tough to get on.
He's played that well.
Gap, so we could just about get through there.
I think it's just holding the white now for the black, but if
ultra thin though, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I mean, you have to go up and down, but I think the pace of these tables, I think just drop it in. I think he'd be able to hold for the black. But it's, if you hit it too thin, then the white's going behind the red.
He hasn't got much time either. 10 seconds. He's used his extension. Doesn't want to be on it.
He's gone for like the between the red and the black, I think, just to avoid going behind it.
Yeah, has he just about got enough of the cue ball to go out as well, so that he's not as badly hampered as he looks. Either way, this is for 6-3. It's there. Very good. Seen him do it a couple of times, run out of position a little bit, but recover it. At the end of the day, as long as you get the frame on the board, that's all that matters.
Ross to break again, looking to hammer home his advantage. Only 2 frames away from potential victory.
Yeah, I think time to put your foot on his throat now, if you're Ross. Break, make a ball, get the clearance. But no.
Been a bit unlucky, I think, with that one. He's had the ball go straight to the middle, which has been the common theme of his breaks throughout this match.
Yeah, and I mean, look at these yellows. They couldn't be much easier. They're literally lined up in the middle of the table like a practice drill. I think this frame's got about a minute and a half left tops.
This is the only thing I think could have gone wrong, and he's just under-hit that one. But he's got a couple of options, I feel, to recover to get back in a perfect position. If he loses the white on this shot, then it could make it tricky. He's held the white well there, so that should eliminate any problems.
That's a very good shot. And I think that yellow next to the black does go into that corner pocket as well, so it's not going to cause him any issue. I mean, even if it did, he had the perfect angle now to go into it. So after this match, we're going to have a 30-minute break. And after that, we're going to be in for a treat. We're going to have Mark Boyle against Gareth Hibbert. Doesn't get any bigger than that. I'd guess around about 20 IPA titles between them.
Yes.
Hibbert and Boyle. It's a fair old trophy cabinet, just on IPA events alone.
And also, when you think about it, Mark Boyle hasn't really been on the scene that long.
I was saying this earlier when I commentated. He's, when you see, let's say, John McAllister, Ross Fernie are actually two great examples. They've been in and around, you know, the county and international scene since they were young children, like 10, 12 years old. Mark Boyles came on the scene when he was maybe 30. I think he's late 30s now. He's probably hasn't been 10 years, just under, before he's been. Yeah.
It was Cardiff, his first event. I think it would have been 2000. I could be wrong, I'm thinking 2017, but that doesn't seem very long.
No, surely it wasn't.
But I remember when he come on the scene, his first two events, he made 4 finals and won 3 of them as an amateur.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, yeah.
And
He
I'm
did
sure
the double
it was
at
in
one of
Cardiff.
them, didn't he? Yeah.
It rings a bell, one of them being in Cardiff.
Yeah, hell of a player. I think he won the Premier League. It was televised. I think he's won everything but the World Championships, Mark Boyle. And I think that will happen in the next 5 years. I mean, obviously things need to go your way in that week, but someone of his quality, I can't see it not coming at some point. When you look at Gareth Hibbert, who's still at his very best, at 51 years of age, maybe 52 now, I don't know. Mark Boyle's probably got 15 years till he gets to that point. That's a lot of trophies.
Yeah. But Gareth's still got a chance with the quality that he has. He's still in his first shout with
I mean, Gareth
any
doesn't.
title.
He like a fine wine. He just seems to be getting better.
Yeah.
Seems to handle the pressure as well as anybody else. Really sort of cool, calm, collected. Just one of those guys that doesn't ever. He seems to keep himself fit as well. I know he's a landscape gardener by trade, so I presume that probably helps as you get a bit older. Seems to keep himself trim, but yeah, the way he plays, the sort of attacking, almost plays like a young man's game. You know, Gareth Hibbert, and you forget that he's just turned 50.
And I think what you see on the table, you see off the table, he's pretty much the same relaxed kind of character that comes across into his pool.
Nicest guy you'll ever meet, yeah. Really nice guy. Very relaxed, very, you know, he's a winner, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
He's a competitive winner.
Lives for it.
Lives for it, yeah, but
I just mean his like style of play. I mean the hundreds.
Very casual, isn't it?
Yeah.
Makes the pressure situations. He can take out clearances under extreme pressure as if he's having a knock in the club.
I think that's something that's very hard to master.
Very hard. I think Steve Davis said, didn't he? He said, play as if it means nothing when it means everything.
And that's exactly what you have to do if you're to try and squeeze the most out of your ability.
Yeah, and talking of squeezing stuff out, look at these. I mean, I think reds are the colour, but definitely. Yellows are easy as well, really.
I think reds are the colour, I think.
Within a flash, so what, 2-3 minutes ago, Ross was breaking off, and if he makes a ball, he's 7-3 up because they came out so nice. And 5 minutes later, John McAllister's got quite an easy finish there to go 6-5, game on.
I think you just need to play one good position shot within this clearance, but I think, like you say, that's where you could question maybe yellows, but reds are definitely the balls. It's interesting the way that this layout is. I think you could argue you could do the other end of the table first, then this end. I think it was one of them splits where I think different players would have done it different ways.
Yeah, if you asked 100 players, you'd have got a fairly even split as to how do it. And there sort of isn't really right and wrong way sometimes. You can look at a table and it's just personal preference.
So now the only real last shot that can go wrong, but if he can stun this up, then there shouldn't be any problem at all.
Yep, absolutely perfect.
I think that's the difference as well. If like down the pub, I think some players may have screwed that back off the side cushion, and then they could have been in trouble behind the yellows. But I think just stunning up just eliminates that completely.
Well, they wouldn't have had the confidence to play and stun through the gap. They'd have just left a bit of distance and a clip.
See that yellow going to the middle, close again. Not to be. Familiar theme through Ross's breaks in this match.
Another dry one. The only saving grace he's got, I think, is yellows. Excuse me. Yellows are a little bit easier. He's just got a tricky opening yellow. I think he can trickle the one into the left middle as we look at it. Not an easy shot though. He can take reds and play this slightly easier red into the right middle and stun into his bad ball straight away.
I think that's where he has to go for reds. I think if he had a yellow on, an easy yellow, or a similar shot, I think he'd have gone yellows, but I think he was forced into that, like you say.
Yeah, he's played it well. It's come out nice. See how a match can turn as well. John goes on to take these out from 6-3. All Ross has done is a couple of dry breaks. All of a sudden he's 6-all and probably slight second favourite because John's got the break. This is where these couple of chances that Ross didn't take full advantage of to go. Was it 4-0? Should have gone 4-0 and didn't, and then should have gone 5-1 and didn't, went 4-2 instead. Now's where Ross is going to be thinking about that. When it's 6-all, he's thrown away, he's missed a black and run out of position after doing most of the hard work in 2 of these frames. Now, he's played well apart from that, but at such a high level, you know, those 2 frames are the difference between 6-all and winning the match 8-4.
The thing is, if he'd taken those chances, he'd have, this match would already been finished.
Yep.
But if John takes us out, I bet he can't believe he's looked at. He's still in the match at 6 each.
Well, you probably have to make John favourite with the momentum and
He would.
the fact that he's got the break in 2 of the next 3 frames.
Just one shot required from John.
Yeah, slightly hampered Kuhn for a left-hander. Leave himself a long bridge. He's actually now tucked in with a shorter one.
There it goes. 6 each it is. In for another close finish. Are we going to see a decider?
A bit against it.
With stages like this, when I think something like this, regards to the lag, how important is the lag now? You know,
Oh, that's massive. I mean,
it's a best of 3 now compared to, like, you know, how casually do players take the lag?
100%. I mean, you see, how, especially towards the end of a game when you're in you've got the pace of the table, you might well have figured out the break, so to speak, on these tables. You know, you're someone like a John McAllister might clear off of 50% of his breaks when he's at his best.
Yeah. Sometimes if you don't win the lag, you can have 7 breaking dishes and lose.
You could.
That match with Greg Batten all those years ago. I can't think who he was playing. That
In the
happened.
final?
It was, I think it was a final, but there was 14 breaking dishes. And there was a missed black in the last frame.
It was against John McAllister.
Oh, was it? Yeah.
I commentated on it. It was. There was no mistake until the deciding frame. Every frame was off the break, and I think it was, say it was 8-7 for example. Every frame was off the break apart from 2, where Greg had played a clever safety shot and John had pulled out a miracle shot twice. So there wasn't a single mistake in the match in open play until Greg missed the black in the deciding frame. It was the most incredible match I've ever commentated on. Get me up to about 2 in the morning.
It just goes to show how important that lag actually is. Just
Yeah,
based
really
off
is,
that
yeah.
match.
So the winner of this match is going to play the winner of Luke Sanges against Tom Barley. Luke Sanges currently 4-3 up against Tom. I'm going to have a little break, and then at about 5:30, it will take 5 minutes. We're going to have Mark Boyle against Gareth Hibbert on the stream. And they'll be playing either Craig Marsh or Gav Robinson, who will also be starting at 5:30.
I know this looks an easy clearance. You still got to be careful with your positional play here with the cue ball getting it in there. There's still things that can go wrong, but that's a very good shot. The thing with these shots as well, when they're that close to the pocket, they can sometimes go wrong. But with this one, it's just a straight screw back.
So there we have it, from 6-3 down, 4 clearances from the break, 2 dry from Ross, And 2 breaking clearances from John. Now 7-6 up. What a cruel game. John secretly buzzing inside, although his face isn't showing it. Just staying calm. Ross a little bit more concerned. Ironic that Ross has made a couple of bad errors and finds himself 6-3 up, does nothing wrong, and loses 4 on the bounce.
That's all it takes now, such as the standard.
Funny game. Needs a ball, he's got one.
There's that yellow again I mentioned, straight to the middle. Went in on this occasion.
Yeah, at first glance, they're all in the open. I think Reds are probably slightly easier, but mainly just because he's got a slightly easier starter, but he's also got a yellow he can go at.
I think whichever colour set he decides on, it's all about the first shot.
Yeah, if he gets the first shot right, this could all of a sudden become a very easy clearance.
If he gets it wrong, then I feel he's chasing.
See that cannon there was very good. If he catches that quarter ball, either way he can glue himself to the red on the left hand side, possibly leave himself hampered or stuck to it. He can also leave the cue ball on the right hand side of the table, at the bottom of the table, snooker on the one he's playing now. It's a much better shot than it looked.
I think that's the difference between the good players and some of the very top players, really. You know, you see them shots and the belief and the ability to play them shots when needed.
Yeah, it doesn't lose belief. I think you're spot on there, Dave. The black does go into the left middle if he can leave this red in the centre of the table till last. It's a nice shot. It's quite a natural angle now. Probably play this with a trace of left-hand side to just swing it up the table, but he's got quite a big margin of error. Just needs to, as long as he can see any of the red, he's fine.
As long as he hits it well, nothing should go up nicely. A bit of the side, as you mentioned, and also with where the cushions slide will help as well.
Yeah, that's pretty much perfect. Would have liked to have been a little bit straighter. He might go down the table and back up again. That's perfect. A referee will probably have a close look at this. It's a little bit tight, but definitely looks like it should be black first. Well, we said it was a coin flip at the start of the match, so it's proved. 7 each. Got ourselves a decider.
Yeah, it's I was slightly favouring Ross, but is that going to happen, or is John going to take away the match?
I think it's just whoever gets first chance for me.
Yeah.
So you got to make John ever so slight favourite, because he's probably going to make a ball off the break. Just goes to show, doesn't it, how how Paul can be. That the first to go 6-3, there was not lots, but there were 3 or 4 mistakes you wouldn't have expected to see from these two guys. and from 6-3 every single frame's been off the break. They've just kicked on 5 breaking clearances in a row, and we find ourselves in the decider.
It's very similar to the previous match on this stream table.
Well, he's made his ball.
First chance, McAllister.
Look at the yellows. Look at the reds aren't bad either. Just the black's a little bit tied up, does it? Yeah, you can see straight away he's queuing up. Does the black go from there? He'll know whether it does or not.
At some point, which he's looking at now, you do need to get rid of that yellow.
Top of the
He's
table.
just queuing up at the top of the table.
Yeah. Do you know, if he was a little bit straighter and that black doesn't go, you could almost go into it now. You could almost screw that yellow in and go into the black and yellow now. Almost certainly going to be on something.
I think it'd be a bit risky, to be honest.
I think it
Too
would,
far away.
and I think if it does go, there's no need for it. He's actually going reds.
And I think it's for the very reasons that we're talking about why he's switched the colour set.
Well, I think maybe so. The red next to the black probably does go into the middle. Now I look at it. The 2 reds that are together at the top of the table, top centre of the table, if he lands on the line or below, I think he can actually play that. I think they actually do all go, and
I think this is a crucial shot here, making sure he leaves himself the right angle.
Yep.
The one in the middle of the table looks a bit straight.
It's a bit straight, but I don't think it's too straight. Oh, I don't know. Okay, so maybe it is. He's going through. So he's obviously the red obviously goes past the yellow into the corner pocket, although it doesn't look like a full pocket to me. Tricky finish this, but the more you look at it, the more you think, well, actually everything goes. He just needs a couple of pinpoint positional shots and he can get himself there. Has he gone too far? Well, if he has,
I think the red goes in the middle past the black, so I think that unlocks the clearance if that does go.
Could be perfect.
I'm pretty sure it goes.
Almost played it like a 2-way shot, I suppose, if he... Taking the time to recompose himself.
I think that's the hard work done.
I think he is. Just needs to not stick to this red after he plays it. Don't know if he'll play it just with a bit of stun and...
Or screw it back to where it is now.
Or screw it back, yeah. It's just if he does that, doesn't want to flick the red on the way down and push it towards that cushion, that top cushion.
I think it just depends on the exact angle, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's going to know a lot better than we are. Nice little shot there, very delicate. What a comeback this will be.
Yeah, it is, because at times he didn't really look in the match. He had to rely on mistakes from Ross to get even into the match.
That's a good point, yeah. It's not as though he was 6-3 down and he'd been blown off the table. He was 6-3 down, having made a couple of uncharacteristic mistakes. So I think arguably that's harder to come back from than when your opponent just, isn't giving you a chance. He had chances, messed them up, a couple of them, and he's come back as strong as ever. It's been brilliant. He's gone a little bit far with this. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. What a comeback from John McAllister. Brilliant stuff. Absolutely brilliant. Finds himself into the semi-finals later on. Earned himself a little break now. He'll be back in play around about 7-ish.
I think that's just a perfect example of when things aren't going right for you, just stick in and wait for your opportunity if it comes and be prepared. And
100%.
because he was never really in that match, but it was just a matter of sticking in there.
No, 100%. Couldn't have said it better myself. Masterclass on match play there. Digging out a result when you're not at your best, knowing that your best can come at any time. I think, like you say, that's the difference between your very good players and people like John that go on to be world champions. So I think we're ready now for an interview. So we've got Kev Barton there, and he's with our winner, John McAllister.
Thanks, Dan, and I'm here with John. John, you really had to dig deep there to overcome Ross in that match.
Yeah, it seems to be a theme at the moment, doesn't it? Yeah, I haven't had much of a chance to go 6-3 down, and then luckily the breaks turned my way, and I think I've dished. Well, I think there's been 6 dishes, and I've had 5 of them, to be fair.
Do you think that was do you think it was a specific turning point at 6-3, or was it just a momentum shift in terms of the break and the opportunities?
I can't remember. I think I went in off it. No, he was just dry at 6-3. I'm not too sure, really. I think he's missed a black at 4-2 and I couldn't capitalise in the end. And then I think it's been like 8 clearances in a row, so it's just swung in my favour, really. The chances were there. I just had to hold my nerve at the end, really.
I mean, before the match started, it had the writings of a deciding frame because, you know, we all know your quality, we all know Ross's quality. You're both banging form, and I guess it was just about who was going to get that chance in the last frame. And obviously, when you broke and you saw the opportunity on the outside, you're looking cool as you usually do. What's going on the inside, though? Give us a bit of an insight as to what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I think the pressure swung back in my favour because obviously at 6-3 down, I'm sort of taking one ball at a time, not a care in the world, because I still don't think I'm going to have a few more chances to actually win the match. So when I'm going 7-6 up / 7-all for the break, the pressure's really mounting on me now, especially with how they turned out. It was a bit awkward with both colours. There was one ball probably each, so if I had a bit more time I probably would have made it a little bit easier. But yeah, I just had to make sure I got on my second red quite nice, and once I'd done that and got to the one next to the black, it was really plain sailing from there.
I think you both showed your class at the end of that match. Obviously Ross did the dish at 7-6 down to make it 7-all, and then obviously you did the favour. I mean, as a Poole fan, it's just great to see, you know, great players going head to head. What are those matches like to play in?
They can be frustrating. Obviously they're really good when you've won at the end of the match, but yeah, at the start I'm just hoping that Ross gives me a chance. Luckily he's missed 2 blacks against me, to be fair, so I should have been 4-0 down, to be fair, and then I've just got to take my chances when I come. I think I've only missed 1 chance in the match, so I can't moan too much.
And just a word about your opponent Ross, you know, in the last sort of 6-12 months he's become a bit of a winning machine. Yeah,
definitely. He seems to be getting to the later stages of every event, and then most of the time he has been lifting the trophy when he has done, to be fair, so just happy to get over the line against him.
And overall happy with your own game, where it's at going now into the semi-finals of another major tournament?
Yeah, my game's really there. I haven't done a lot wrong in the 3 matches I've played. It's just whether my break's there or not, to be fair. At the start it wasn't. I changed it up a little bit, I started hitting them a little bit better, and then it swung in my favour, so hopefully I can start as I'm finishing, and then the scorelines might be a bit easier as well then.
Have you done a lot of experimenting with the breaks? I remember when you won the Worlds, I think a feature of your victory was, you know, breaking down the middle, absolutely smashing the life out of the pack, great clearances, but we've seen a lot more of the cut breaking coming from you. Why have you sort of introduced that into your game?
It's just been this table, to be fair. When I played Dean in the previous round, we've both hit the front ball, and I don't think we've had a dry break in the match. It's just whoever's took the finishes. So it can go from game to game, table to table. Even though they're all the same, some of them break different, and it's just the way the game is, really. I would prefer to have the front ball break because I think I've got a bit more control, and you seem to get probably a bit more of an easier finish if you do get a ball. With the cut break, they do seem to go to one side a little bit. But yeah, if they are there, I do fancy taking them. But you've just got to sort of chop and change. You can't keep drawing breaking against a player like Ross's calibre.
And you feel that you've got used to the conditions of the main table? So a lot of players have said it's playing a lot faster than some of the outer tables. Do you feel that you really got a grip of that cue ball now on there?
Yeah, I'm probably one of the worst because I have to adjust my game a little bit because I'll try and get a lot of action in the white, and the table does this for you. So I've got to hit like more plain ball than putting a load of side or screw back on, to be fair. So I have to adjust that way when I'm down on the shot. But I know I have to do it. It's just trying to convince your arm to do it. That's the thing.
Well, John, thanks for your time. Great performance, and good luck in the semi-final.
Cheers, mate.
So John McAllister marches on into the semi-final. Mark Pickworth, that was an absolutely fantastic match. Both players played their part in just what's just great bowling, isn't it? Just great to watch.
Yeah, it really is, and that's really, when you get to the top of the game, these are two of the players that you'll always see to be thereabouts at the latter stage of the competition. Unfortunately, there has to be a loser, and did Ross Fernie deserve to lose that match? Probably not. Another day, he would have got over the line just by the odd frame and that, but well played to John McAllister. His back was against the wall throughout that match, and he's put in a great effort and got over the line and deserves to be in the semi-finals.
Yeah, he really had to dig deep, because we know Ross is in some fantastic form. Well, it's not fantastic form. He's now an elite level player, Ross Fernie. He's in that group.
Oh, he certainly is. He's definitely top 5. If you want to say top 7, maybe, because the strength in depth at the IPA is really strong. But Ross Fernie, definitely, there's no reason why he can't make the top 5 now and maybe push out one of them top 5s that have been in there for years and years and years. It's going to be a very interesting last few tours to see where people are going to be coming.
Yeah, and the Isle of Man Grand Final, where double points are at stake, is going to go a long way to determining those top positions.
Yeah, remember, we're talking about Ross Fernie. He won the event in there, so there's a good chance he could be getting them double points, and that could be the major factor in getting into the top 5.
So John's in the semis. He's not won too much recently by his own high standards in previous years. Do you think he's in a place now where he's ready to take a title?
Well, every time John McAllister's been stopped from winning a title, he's come up against Liam Dunster. But that's not going to be happening in this tour. Liam Dunster's out of the competition now. So really, this is probably John McAllister's best chance of getting to a final and having a chance of lifting that trophy. Because in the other semi-final, it's Luke Sanchez against Tom Boyle. I mean, it was currently locked at 4-all, but whoever wins that, they're going to be playing John.
And someone's going to need some big arms to lift that trophy. That's a pretty big trophy on offer.
Yeah, it is.
Have we blown the budget on that trophy?
Well, I think we have. But I mean, one person that definitely could have lifted it was Ross Fernie, but he's left the tournament now. He's used to lifting that trophy. But yeah, there's going to be a new winner on that.
Right, well, thanks a lot, Mark. Well, we're going to take a break now for 30 minutes, just so that our camera team can just get refreshed, have a little bit bite to eat, and come back strong for the final stages of the Fair.com Professional Championships here in Coventry. So we're going to be back at 5:30, and we have got another mouth-watering clash. It is Mark Boyle and Gareth Hibbert, the last of the quarter-finals. That's coming up at 5:30. Then the 2 semi-finals and the final to conclude what is going to be an immense end to this competition.
Yeah, it certainly is. And first things first, Boyle against Hibbert. What a final that could be, and it really could. I mean, it's a repeat of the 2021 Champions Cup final, so it is one I'm looking forward to.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be back at 5:30, so we'll see you back then. Good afternoon and welcome back to Coventry for the conclusion of the Fair.com British Professional Championships. If you were with us earlier, you would have seen that fantastic comeback from John McAllister just to overcome Ross Fernie to take his place in the semi-final. And we'll be seeing John later on. Mark Pickworth, our resident expert, what a match that was.
Yeah, it certainly was. We saw why John's at the top of his game and one of the top players in the world right at this moment, and came through a very tricky match against Ross Fernie. I think before the match started, probably Ross was a slight favourite just because of his record in this professional event, but what a great match in total there from John McAllister.
Yeah, it certainly was. And John, we'll see next up in the semi-final, he'll be playing Luke Sanjis, another of those young players who's been knocking on the door for some time. Could it be his time for the title?
Yeah, absolutely. He's no stranger to getting to a final, Luke Sanjis, and I wouldn't be surprised if he turned over John. But I mean, both of these semi-finals, whoever gets to these semi-finals now, obviously Luke and John, they're safely in there. Whoever's going to win this next match and the fourth match as well, they're all going to be deserved winners to be in the semi-finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking of the match coming up, it is the last of the quarter-finals. Mark Boyle, who we saw earlier in sublime fashion against Robert Stephen, and he's going to be up against the Godfather, the man who's just about won everything in the game, Gareth Hibbert. Just tell us about this match and what we can look forward to.
Yeah, Gareth Hibbert, the Godfather, he has won absolutely everything possible in the game against Mark Boyle. You know, he is like the pride of Scotland. Everyone loves Mark Boyle, even we love Mark Boyle at the IPA. But I mean, you know, he's also Gareth Hibbert. He's like the gentleman of the IPA, the Godfather. It's going to be a very impressive match. But we watched Mark Boyle early on, and it was near enough, as near as she can have it, to a masterclass display against Robert Stephen. This could be a spectacular match, trust me.
And these two have got obviously history. They met in the final of the Champions Cup last year.
Yeah, they did. I mentioned that in the studio, and that was a fantastic match. I think Mark was 6-3 ahead at the interval, and then the next minute, Gareth has just turned up the notches and got over the line 10-8 in a very emotional final. And it's probably one of the most finals that I'll always remember, but very deep in my heart.
Yeah, it's an incredible match. And what do you think? You know, we seem to have seen matches either go very one-sided or going down to the wire. What's your thoughts on this one?
Well, both of these guys have got very different breaks. Gareth's probably one of the most powerful breakers head on, and if his break's working, and then Mark Boyle's cut break with also a lot of power, it could be a very interesting matchup. This could go very close. Do not be surprised if this is 7-all going to the final break. It could be down to this lag here that Ben is going to conduct very soon.
And just a word about our referee, Ben. I don't know if our cameraman will be able to have a look, but he's got some real snazzy shoes that he's going to be parading in the arena tonight.
Yeah, all our referees, they all have spectacular shoes, so obviously you're paying them way too much, because I've got some real scruffy old school shoes on, I think. But yeah, our referees, they really take pride in their work. They take pride in the way that they come. They love being at the forefront. They love being in front of the cameras, and they do a terrific job.
They certainly do, and I think it's time to get the match underway. Ben's going to get the players to do that all-important lag. It could come down to the lag, as you say, Mark. So let's get over to the commentary box and Scott Anderson.
Cheers, Kev, and I'm also welcomed by Dan Fairway. He's also in the comms with me.
Yep, just hot-footed it back from, well, a very busy day, and straight into the comm box as usual. So, Scott, Boyle v Hibbert, two of the form players on the IPA. Hibbert's been unreal lately. Mark Boyle this weekend seems to be unbeatable. What's your prediction?
Well, I honestly think Pickers has got this one right. I think this literally could go down to the lag. Two different kind of breaks. You've got the cut break, who Mark Boyle absolutely gets that cut break spot on every time. And then the Godfather, you know, Gareth, he literally, the break is so powerful. And Gareth won it. So this literally could be the start of it. Yeah, Mr. Magic, Mark Boyle, he had a fantastic 2 games so far. 8-1 earlier, that was nearly 99.9% perfect. I watched that whole match. That match was the highest standard I've seen in an IPA match since I've been here. And then I see he destroyed someone last night as well.
Yeah, Craig Brown, I was watching that. I think I commentated up to 5, maybe 6-1. Craig Brown actually started, he came out the blocks really well. Craig finished the first frame off beautifully. Second frame, gone for the clearance. And he missed a straight back to the middle. And then Mark just absolutely ran away with it from there on in. It was such a huge turning point so early on in the match. I don't think Gareth is going to be quite so easy to roll over, though, because he has been in some sparkling form since he won the Champions Cup against Mark Boyle last season.
Yeah, it was a less controlled break from Gareth, but that break is still not bad.
He'll take it.
Yeah.
He'll be very happy with that.
This game could literally go down to the break, like Pickers and everyone, like even I'm saying this is, for me, down to the break. Both players are playing well.
In some ways, I hope it isn't. Don't get me wrong, it's great to see a dish fest. We all want to see a dish fest, we love them. It's really nice if you're commentating because it means it's going to be a quick match.
Yeah.
But having said that, you need a little bit more than that. I think a game like this, I think there's going to be, we're down to the quarter-final. Both these players know how good the other one is. They know the form they're in. These are the moments where just that little bit of nerve starts to creep in, I think. In an early round, Mark Boyle, yeah, he might smash someone up 8-0, 8-1, not miss a ball. When Gareth Hibbert's on the other end of the table, in the other corner, miss becomes amplified. The way that you think about the game becomes amplified, and actually...
Oh, wow. He's fluked it.
He has as well.
Oh, it stayed out. And here's the first twist.
Yeah.
I'm shocked.
And the first miss. Yeah, back to what I was saying. I think when you've got a Boyle or a Hibbert sitting in the other corner, it's much more hard to go through that perfect game. Unless the balls come out lovely every time, you're always going to have that one shot that will probably go wrong. We don't see it very often.
No. It is two very good. It's a mixture of styles that I like to see as well. Experience against, wow. It's two. Yeah, experience against. They are both seasoned pros, aren't they?
Yeah,
though?
they absolutely are. But I mean, Gareth is called the Godfather for a reason. He's, in my opinion, the elder statesman of this sport.
Yeah, everyone respects him, don't they? And he brings respect to what he deserves, isn't it?
To continue to perform at the level he has for the amount of time he has is, you can talk about it in the greats of any sport, in my opinion. He's up there. But
World Championships he had this year.
Yeah, I mean, Liam had to play
perfect ball.
Unbelievable game to beat him.
Even that semi-final Gareth had, wasn't it? It was just it's amazing to watch, don't get me wrong, but
you're right though, it was a joke. I mean, you can't, how can you
I'd love to play like that.
How can you play that well, that consistently for that long?
Yeah.
And that's Gareth's career in a nutshell, and it's what he does. Mark Boyle doesn't quite have the longevity on the IPA or in this form of the game.
But what Mark's already done, isn't it?
But yeah, he if he continues to play the way he is,
what a shot! Wow,
he will get there. And like you say, what a shot! That is a superb positional shot from Mark Boyle, and that has surely won him this first frame.
Yeah, that was a great shot, and to get it spot on, could you easily clip the yellow in the no man's land. Never a big shot, but I still think I fancy the way Mark's playing to find the gap between one of the three reds coming up.
Yeah,
just off the side cushion and through.
He's got to be a little bit wary, hasn't he, of the jaws in the pocket, because if he goes too high up the table, then he's bringing that red into play. If he goes too low, he's bringing the jaw into play.
Perfect, absolutely perfect.
Look at that.
He's cueing the ball. It's best I've seen Mark Boyle play.
Yeah. I think I'd go with that.
But it's so comfortable on the table.
It's the best I've seen him play since he first arrived on the tour. When he first arrived on the tour back in, I think, 2017, but I might be wrong, it might have been 16. His first season, his first 2 events in Cardiff and Bradford. In Cardiff, he won the Open and the Amateur, and in Bradford, he won the Open and got to the Amateur final.
You got a memory now, you haven't you?
It was my first season. I remember it well.
Wow.
And everyone's going, who on earth is this guy? I mean, there were obviously people who
you.
knew him, but yeah. There were obviously people who knew him, but yes, he really caused some
What
some
year was
upsets. It was either 16 or 17.
I'll go with 16. I think that's what I was...
It would have been the year, it actually would have been Gareth Hibbert's World Championship year, so I think that would have been 17. He won it in 16, so yes, it would have been 16. Mark Boyle to break, frame 2, leading by 1 frame to 0.
Someone's fell asleep.
Well,
someone's had too much to drink last night.
I think it's more likely that, because obviously if you're watching Mark Boyle and you're falling asleep, then you're in the wrong location.
I'm Gareth, yeah, you're definitely in the wrong bloody house.
Yeah. If you're sat watching this game between these two,
I'll tell you what, I don't think there's been a bad match on the table, on the TV table today.
There rarely is, to be fair, but no, I take your point. I haven't seen that much of it, to be honest. I've been a bit busy.
Yeah, I think Ross and John put a good show on as well.
8-7 that one, isn't it?
Yeah, you know Pickers loves a decider.
Oh, don't we all?
No.
No? Oh, we know if you're playing in it. No, fair enough. But, you know, if you find yourself stuck in here or watching at home, then I think you'll have a decider.
You still in, Dan?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I know. Yes, actually. I'm in the losers qualification round for the last 1-8, which we played, for me personally, at 10 o'clock tonight.
Cool.
Yeah. I've got a little while yet.
It's a big shot. Everything, like Mark said in the interview, everything seems to come plumb from him at the moment. And he's only got one big shot here, I think, and it's that yellow near the red, bottom pocket with the red, but he's easily playing off the cushion, and I can't see him getting it out.
He's being modest there when he says everything comes plumb for him. He does, because he's playing well.
Yeah,
It's not...
Get the black out here, I think.
Yep, there you go. It's come out plumb for him again.
Big shot here now. Don't know where it would go, but I'll probably say he's going to go yellow down the bottom pocket, yeah.
I think now is the time to take
Only
that
because
off.
he's on the wrong side of the middle.
Yes, exactly.
Unless he can top through.
I'm not going to question his methods, but that's not a great shot.
I think he wanted to play a little bit, like I said, with top spin and hit it thick, and it's just slid off a little bit. Because the tables are very reactive. This table is very reactive. So are the other 3 pro tables.
He's only got the one shot on now. Yellow down to the bottom left, top left from the overhead camera angle.
Yeah,
this has got to be cued well.
Yeah, it's got to be cued well, but he is cueing well anyway. I'll be shocked if he misses. Centre pocket. This one's got to be cued well as well.
This is almost a carbon copy of the situation he found himself in a couple of shots ago, where he decided to go for that one in the middle. This is a very similar shot to that.
Yeah, I think he can play this well. He can play this shot with confidence. Off the rail, or off the cushion, off the red, and then... Yeah, he should be playing this nice, decent pace. Oh, he's missed it. It's unlucky, though. He's unlucky for the red to come off the rail like it did as well.
Yes, it was always a tight gap, though.
100%.
And he knew that. And I think a couple of shots ago he may have had a slightly better opportunity at it. Having said that, it's still on the table. That's 1 miss each now, which is a surprise, seeing as we're in the second frame. But similarly to the previous miss, Gareth's miss, he hasn't left his opponent a brilliant chance. There's work to be done here for Gareth.
Yeah. And Gareth will attack this.
First shot, is he going to try and open up those 2 reds on the left?
It's a great shot.
Yeah, it's come out very nice.
He might be able to stun this through the gap and get on the bottom yellow, bottom red, sorry. to land in between the red and the black into the bottom.
Yep. If he can find that window with the cue ball. Got to be precise. This table's so quick.
That's perfect.
Doesn't want to be queuing off the cushion. Doesn't want to be straight either. I think that's just okay.
No, I think that's fine because he can hold this and then the red. Yeah, look where he is, and then the red goes in the middle. He can slowly. He's got options here. He can either slow screw it over to the side for the red. He's got options here. He can even stun it back, and then. Yeah, I fancy this one. Yeah. You can go top bag now. Actually, you can still go middle.
It's one of those, isn't it? That he's got a choice of both, and he's got to make that call.
Yeah, he's looking at the shot I'll be playing. He's going to be playing the. Probably he's going to play the red in the middle a bit harder, so it bounces for the top cushion. If he had a bit more angle, he'd have gone probably middle, say.
He's got to commit to the one that you're playing.
I know, he's gone top bag. He's gone top bag.
That's very nice.
He must have thought it was close to the in-off then.
I mean, he's finished as good as he could.
It's
from
perfect, yeah. Oh. It's a bit too well there.
No dangers. This is fine. Thing is, because of the yellow over the pockets, where he doesn't have to worry about the in-off here, just play this plain ball.
Yeah, but this happened yesterday when someone did that, and the white followed the yellow. I think it was Robert Stevens.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it was a further yellow out further. We're probably where the white is now.
I mean, you've got to be desperately unlucky to have that.
Oh, it was unbelievable.
But you've also got to play it probably too hard.
I'll tell you it was Chris Burrow.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think if Gareth had managed to do that from that position, I think he's overhit that by a mile as well.
Yeah.
Like, it's 1-1 though. We are. Well, we've had essentially 2 breaks of serve, if you like.
First semi-final's been confirmed at 7 o'clock. Luke Sanchez versus John McAllister will be followed this match.
Be a good game. Luke,
He's
he's got to win one at some point.
I literally
Just has to.
I think I said it in comms yesterday. Was it comms yesterday? And I said he is due one because he is the next one for me. He is the next one to, the Corey and Ross have started to win theirs now. And I think it's him and probably Ryan Clark's turn next. But Luke Sanchez is more because he's the one who's doing the further. He's always in the quarters or semis now, isn't he?
Yes, that's true. Luke, honestly, should have done it a long time ago. I mean, he's been in and around that top 16 of the IPA for a very long time, but without really kicking on. He's now starting to make a lot more quarters, semis, final at the grand final last year, which he lost.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's got to pick up a trophy at some point. He's in that group. I think Dean Shields is the other one, to be honest.
Yeah, I forgot about Dean, to be fair.
Should be winning one by now.
Yeah.
In-off from the break. Gareth Hibbert. You called it, really, with the first break of the match. You said, oh, he's lost the white there a bit. He's done it again.
Quite similar to mine, weren't they?
Yeah, this time he's lost it in the centre pocket. And now, well, what an opportunity for Mark Boyle to retake the lead.
Yeah, they've been quite similar to my breaks, weren't they? With the white. I think people don't realise how fast this or how reactive this table is. So you can lose the white quite easily.
Yeah, that's an understatement. Having had a little bit of a knock on it myself.
But when you're putting a lot of power in it, it's
quickly.
going to be a bit hard to control the white, isn't it?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you almost feel like you can't cue the ball properly. You get a little bit jabby if you're not careful. And I think that's one of the things that impressed me so much with Mark Boyle yesterday playing against Craig Brown. He was the only player that I saw yesterday who really got to grips with this table quickly.
Yeah, I agree with that. From what I've seen so far.
Mark chose to move the black with that shot. It's a good shot. I'll tell you what, he very nearly cut it in by accident. I'm sure there would have been a slight hearted mouth moment for the Scotsman. finished nicely on this red up to the top right. And the reverse dish that I'm sure everyone was expecting. It's currently going firmly to plan.
Go on. My mate doing well. Go on. Young lad. Followed me. It's his first IPA event.
What's his name?
Well, I better not to. Nah, he's
Why?
Mackenzie Brown.
Okay.
Macca, yeah.
And he's doing well, is he?
3-0 up to qualify.
Oh.
Hope he gets me.
Wow.
Oh, we were joking earlier. He said he's going to smash me. I said, good luck to you.
Fair play.
Watch him smash me now.
Well, he better hope he doesn't draw Mark Boyle at this rate, because the Scotsman is in sterling form. He now leads by 2 frames to 1. First dish of the game off Gareth Hibbert's foul break. The referee can rapidly set the balls up again for frame number 4. Any other results you've been keeping an eye on this weekend, or any other people you're keeping an eye on?
Well, my mates are out, really. Yeah.
Obviously, your
Even me.
partner.
Actually, they've not been practicing with me. Macca has, though.
Oh, maybe that's why then.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. There you go. You need to say, mate, come on.
Yeah,
Why are you
practice with me.
practicing with me?
I've actually just got my table recovered, and it plays like this TV table, so... But I only got it done Thursday, so I didn't have a lot of time on it.
You don't want your mates to drag you down, though. That's the thing. The legendary Mark Boyle cup break has been in full form.
I admire this
weekend.
break. Honestly, I would love to know how he gets so much power into his cup break. And keep the white on the table. I don't think I've ever seen him hit the white off the table.
I have, actually.
Have you?
In the Champions Cup, yeah. I was stunned. Look at that.
White.
Oh, wow,
Oh.
that's close.
Look how much where they split. Like cup break doesn't normally split like that.
No, you normally get half the ball, well, most of the balls on one half of the table.
All the Scottish boys do it, don't they? Dunster, Ross, Fernie. All got the cup break.
Does Ross Fernie cup break often? I've noticed.
He cup break to that last match.
Did he?
Yeah, cup. Yeah.
I've I mean, I wouldn't claim to have watched all his matches. or
Even
anything,
Robert
but
Stevens was cup breaking today.
That's surprising as well. Yeah, the Scottish contingent here certainly get on very, very well.
Yeah, I said that in comms yesterday. Them and the Welsh boys, they always like support each other, don't they?
Yeah, if you're playing someone from Scotland or someone from Wales, you can pretty much guarantee you're going to have at least 3 or 4 people around your table, if not more,
Yeah.
watching you. And
Yeah,
actually,
unless they're not playing.
yeah, but it can be a little bit intimidating. Not intimidating. That's not the right word, but you know what I mean. There's a little bit more
I
pressure.
enjoy it.
on
I do. I like it.
when people are watching. Yeah, I
They're
suppose.
respectful as well.
They are 100%. That's absolutely. I was playing a Scotsman years ago. Actually, it was probably only my second event on the IPA, and I was truly rubbish at the time. Like, I'm not a great player now, but
Yeah,
back then
solid,
I
didn't
was genuinely terrible.
So what made you come on the tour then?
Luck. We'll talk about that another time. I did end up in an event in Scotland, and I drew a guy in the first round. Apologies if it's you, because I can't remember your name. And he was mates with Jason Shaw. And Jason Shaw wasn't in the tournament, but he was there. And all of a sudden, me, this young pool player who hasn't really got a clue, and I'm sat there and I'm being watched by Jason Shaw and Stephen Maguire, because he was there as well.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, I bricked it. I think I lost 6-2, and I was quite pleased for the 2. Back to this one as Mark Boyle continues his
dominant
around the
performance.
table. Yeah, he's just having a stroll, isn't he? Just walking the park at the moment for Mark.
I think it's going to be hard for people. If Boyle's break still like this, it's going to be hard for people to beat him.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for me, when Boyle's breaking like this, he's favourite because he doesn't have to play a difficult shot. that's not to say he won't, because he will come out with some cracking shots, particularly probably off his opponent's breaks. But when he's breaking like this, there's just nothing that can go wrong for him.
Oh, he's not hit it. He's not hit it. It's a foul. Oh my God.
Commentator's curse, I think. That's birthday and Christmas present, I think, there for Gareth Hibbert, because yeah, that was a shocker from Mark actually.
Was it his birthday today or yesterday?
I don't know, was it? I was just. It was just.
Oh, I thought that's what you were on about.
No. It certainly wasn't Christmas yesterday.
No, definitely not Christmas. Too hot for that.
That's a really surprising shot from Mark Boyle. I get it, because he had to hold for the yellow. He was actually slightly out of position, obviously. But it didn't look that difficult from our vantage point. Nothing ever does.
3 days ago it was.
Oh, was it? Okay.
I thought you know.
No, I genuinely haven't got a clue. But many happy returns for 3 days ago, Gareth. So for.
And Mark gave you your birthday present.
He did, yeah, he did. A bit late, but better late than never.
Unlike Boyle as well, isn't it? Especially this
yeah,
weekend.
Rarely seen him do that.
First person to get 2 frames of him as well, probably. This weekend he's won 8-0, 8-1, and he'll 8-1, 8-1.
You know what, it could well be. If those are the only 2 games he's played. Has he not played on the outer tables at all? I don't.
No, he hasn't, no.
I mean, fair play. Yeah, that's some going.
As well as the professional event, where there's only 2 matches being played. We've got the ladies' event being played somewhere around there. And also the Open, what do they call it? The Challenge Series. Not the Challenge Series, what do they call it? The Open event, isn't it? The British Open.
The Open event, yeah.
Yeah, to get to the last 1 to 8, that's what I was trying to get at.
Qualifying, I would call it.
Qualified,
I don't
yeah.
know whether it actually is officially called that, but that's how as far as I'm concerned.
To make it to where the pros are, the last 1 to 8, and
everyone else is qualifying for the 1 to 8, in my opinion. So for those of you who are unaware, the way that the Open event works is it's a single elimination event from the last 1 to 8, but all the amateurs in the field, they get 2 bites at the cherry. And that's a double elimination event down to the 1 to 8, so that's where we're at the moment in this event.
Dry break.
Yes.
It's really shocking me with Gareth's break, really. He's not getting the ball down. How much power is in it?
To be fair, he's had 3 breaks so far. One of them was good. One of them, this one was dry, and the other one he went straight in off in the middle. So he's only really had 1 dry break so far. Because I think the foul break did make a ball, just unfortunately the wrong one alongside it. There was a nice buzz in the arena on a Saturday night, isn't there? There was quite a lot going on. Where's that cue ball? Oh, Mark Boyle. That was a little bit of a wild shot from Mark, but I think he considered himself quite unlucky to go in off there from the facial expression I saw on him. A little bit of side eye towards the table, towards that top left pocket. Another let-off for Gareth, though.
Yeah, this Boyle could have been, what, 3-1, 4-0 maybe?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, Mark missed a chance in the second frame. Mark absolutely should have won the previous frame. So, yeah, it could well have been 4-0. And now this one as well.
Yeah, Reds are the ball, aren't they?
Still choice of colour, Gareth. Still choice of colour for Gareth now as well. being second shot after the foul. Mark fouled when it was an open table, so other sets aren't yet decided in this frame.
Who's your dream opponent to play? Well, you already played him.
It's a big plant.
Oh, he
That's
played the
a
plant.
great shot. What a great shot that is.
I was just going to take the one in the middle.
Oh, that's superb. That's really opened the frame up now, though. I can see why he did that.
Yeah. I thought he was going to just go middle back. Go on then, Danny. Who's your dream opponent then?
Dream opponent is in someone who's much better than me, who I'd like to draw.
Oh, who's well, you would like to play on the IPA tour then?
I've played most of them, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I've been on the tour for a while, so I've played most of the top boys. I've never played Mark Farnsworth. I'd like to give him a go. And
Gareth.
Wow. What is going on? That's a real surprising miss.
I'm really shocked by that. I'm just amazed.
Well, Gareth's obviously been in good form to get to the quarterfinals in the professional event, but showing it at the moment. Is this his first match on the stream this weekend?
Yeah, Hibbert's, yeah. Yeah, it's the first one.
Perhaps the table is just catching him out a little bit, although that was just a missed pot. There was nothing untoward there with...
It was close to the cushion though, but I still expect Gareth to...
Yeah.
With his experience and that, obviously.
Exactly, you don't expect him to miss that. Now opportunity knocks for Mark Boyle in a topsy-turvy fifth frame of the match.
That's a bad one. That's like heavy contact there, I thought. The white did not react at all off the cushion.
No, you're right. Whether it was a heavy contact or just a little bit of jabby cueing, I don't know. But 'cause I didn't really see much untoward about the movement of the cue ball. I just thought it was bad cueing. That's not bad cueing.
That's behind the red. It's behind the red. It's behind both. Oh my God. That's incredible.
That is sickening.
Oh my God. That is unbelievable. That ain't easy to get out of, I don't think. That's touching red and all sorts.
I mean, I think all he can do really is go up and down and try and pop the one in baulk. I think he's got a gap past the
oh, there's
black.
a gap.
Oh, there's more of a gap actually, so I can go for the other one. So this is a sort of containing shot. It's played reasonably well, but he has left Gareth a pot on up to the top right. Gareth's going to refuse that. Tuck Mark back up.
Yeah, I think he need the red. If the red was not on the rail, I think he would have gone for that.
Yeah, possibly.
Boyle, I see Boyle do one of these earlier.
It's a surprise to see Gareth turn that down in some way, because he knows what Mark is capable of. Let's find out what he's capable of getting out of this one.
He's going for the treble.
He is. Oh, this is close. Oh, my word. What an effort that was.
You not heard about the one earlier?
No.
So he's gone off a bit more width. He's gone 1, 2. The ball's gone off the ball and in. And he's plumb on the black. He's like, really?
I'm sure that'll end up on some sort of end of season highlight reel.
It's not the best.
No, he's a bit square on here isn't he, to that red. In between the two.
He's going to have to take it, though.
Wants to be either further up or further down the table. Yeah, surely he's going to take this into the middle. And did he stun round and maybe move that red on the rail? I think that's what he's tried. Never quite going to hit it hard enough, that. Now trouble is brewing for Gareth Hibbert. This has been a really remarkable frame. neither of them can seem to get over the line. Keyboard is close, but not close enough for Mark Boyle's liking. But this is a chance. Gareth left the yellow in balk on. I don't think Mark will try anything too heroic here. Just drop this in and leave yourself a tough yellow down the left-hand side of the table.
Oh my God, what a shot.
Yeah, it's a good shot. I think he
I was
just wanted to
expecting
play
him
it
just to drop it in.
confidently.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think he's any closer to it than if he had just dropped it in, to be honest. Maybe an inch or two. This is a big one now. Gareth Hibbert will surely rue this opportunity. He had the chance to go 3-2 up. He had a couple of good chances to go 3-2 up. But it's somehow Mark Boyle who retakes the lead in this match. He leads by 3 frames to 2. Mr. Magic actually cast a spell on his opponent there because Gareth just couldn't get that frame on the board. So, you're from Leicester, Scott, so this is your local tour, isn't it?
Yep.
Do you enjoy coming to this venue?
This is one of my favourite. I always get good results here, so I actually quite like this venue.
It's great as a venue as well, I think.
Yeah, it's one of my favourite ones. I actually don't mind any of the ones, even the Isle of Man one I like.
I love the Isle. I think the Isle of Man's probably my favourite tour, to be honest. It's a really good atmosphere. It's a bit more social.
I said I'd like to see the World Championships there one year, but
Well, you never know. Stranger things have happened. Yeah, it's a really good tour. It's a really good event.
yeah.
Mark Boyle queuing up with that cut break once again.
Oh my.
And he'll have to do it again. So we'll carry on talking about our favourite hotels for a while because Ben's got to rack the balls up again.
I like the Newcastle one as well.
Yeah, that's obviously our next event. Sitting there in September.
Yeah, about 5-6 weeks away.
Yep. It's been a busy few months.
Yeah, I won't be there at that event unless I fly. I'm in Cardiff that weekend, so unless I do the pro event on the Friday, and then get a flight back to Bristol or Cardiff on the Saturday.
What's happening in Cardiff there, I ask?
Just a mate's wedding and that.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
Totally understand that. It's the only thing I've missed a tour event for in the last 5 years was a friend's wedding. She'd have killed me, I think.
Yeah, it's my sponsor's one, so I can't really leave it. I can't.
I'm surprised your sponsor doesn't want you here winning in money for the honeymoon.
No. There's 3 of them, so I'm all right. Or 4, really.
Second time lucky at this break for Mark Boyle.
He did 2 earlier. He potted the black and white earlier. Black, sorry, in the middle pocket twice.
I've seen it so many times. I've never seen someone do it 3.
Oh no, it nearly happened 3 times earlier.
Nearly,
Yeah.
but I've never actually seen anyone do it.
It's it again.
Close.
Oh, bounce out.
Tell you what though, that's dry.
White. Oh, wow, that is dry.
And that is your more traditional cut break split. Everything's gone
To the side.
Yeah. Everything's gone to that bottom
So
half
he obviously
of the
hasn't hit
table
that
from
one as
this.
clean as he normally has.
No.
There was less power, I thought, on that one as well.
Maybe. Yeah. Without the benefit of a replay, it's difficult to tell. Gareth really, I think he's only got one option here, hasn't he? Bound to want reds, so he's looking at this plant. This is a tough plant first up. You could make a case for yellows as well, mind you, but again, it's a tricky first shot. That one in the middle of the balk line into the left centre. Looking at cushion first to that red closest to the top left. This is a risky shot, you know, because
He's playing the blunt.
here he is. Oh wow!
Oh, it's hung. It's hung.
They were both risky shots. It was,
Yeah.
in some ways, a little bit of a fortunate leave there from Mark Boyle off his break.
Trying to think what you'll go for. Probably will go red there, won't he?
I mean, he's got to now, I think, having just seen that. I think all the reds go, to be honest. The red closest to the right centre, that looks like it passes the yellow into the right centre. Probably worth taking the plant into the middle first.
I think you might be able to top this through and get through the gap so the red goes in near the middle.
Yeah, possibly. Well, he's found a different route. But I think
no, I like this way.
I think all the reds go anyway. I think that red goes in the middle. I think the red nearest the black goes into that bottom left corner from the overhead. It's a precise pattern that he's got to work his way round. I think he could take these out without having to disturb anything. He might choose to. He might think it would make life easier. It's less so now.
Oh, 5-1 now. Go on then, boy. That'll be a massive achievement if he gets through. Only a young lad, only 17.
Would be a massive achievement, yeah.
There's not many young lads. There's a few Scottish young lads.
Yeah,
but I think they're all over 18.
There's not many around at all. No, you're right.
I think he's coming on full time next year. I don't mind if he wins one more, he can win me some money. Or 2 more, he's got to win after that if he wins.
Maybe you should be sponsoring him.
I have for this one.
Oh, yeah. That is a very, very nice shot.
I think he goes off the yellow. I'll be honest, yeah.
I don't know about that. I'm not convinced he goes off the yellow there. I think he just drops this in.
Did he just drop it in? Did he go?
Yeah.
Oh wow, I didn't realise it went.
It flew. The camera can be deceiving. But yes, and he's got half a pocket as well for this one. This is a reasonably nice angle to come down table. He's got to be a little bit careful he doesn't flick off one of those yellows. He needs really to hit the gap in the cushion somewhere near the middle so he doesn't end up behind anything.
That's perfect.
That very well.
That's absolutely perfect. Even if he thinks he's left short, he could, the big pocket off the yellow is available.
Yeah, again, I'm pretty sure that would pass.
Yeah, if the other one did, that one does. But I'm just saying.
He can play this with a little bit of just a trace of right hand side.
No,
Use the yellow to hold the
dead weight.
cue ball.
Dead weight. Oh, he's stunning it back.
Oh, that's nice. That's a confidently played shot. That's not a great positional shot.
No, I think that's fine. That's fine.
It's trickier than you'd like.
For me, yeah.
Yeah, but for him as well. The pros don't want to be taking on shots that are more difficult than they want to. This isn't, he's got to dig at this as well to make sure there's no in off.
Perfect.
You've knocked it in, lovely. But a little bit of pressure on that one. And he's opened up a 2-frame lead for the first time in the match. Someone's on just that extra nudge ahead. Surprisingly, off his own dry break. So Gareth will come to the table next up with the break. His break has been scratchy at best so far. One good break, one foul break, one dry break.
Hey, Gareth needs a good splitter, doesn't he?
I think he certainly needs, he certainly needs a ball. Probably needs to take control of the table at worst. But the way he hits the break, if the cue ball doesn't go in, you've sort of got to back him to to be at the table there. No way.
Incredible. As if a ball's not gone in there and the black's left the spot. I always reckon if the black's off the spot, a ball should go down because you've hit the ball, you've hit the break very well. Do you know what I mean?
I do actually, yeah.
Anytime I expect the black off the spot I'm on about with Gareth's break because with Boyle's break, when you cut break it, the black's going to come off. Yeah. I'm on about when you hit it full in the face, boom, bang, it moves. It should pot a ball in my eyes.
It should, but it didn't. And now Mark Boyle is surveying this table. He's got really just that cluster in the ball end.
No, he's going yellows. I thought he'd have gone yellows, yeah.
He's still got a problem yellow in that, though. The lower of the two
No,
yellows.
he's just going to probably something.
Well, he'd go into them now, I think.
Yes, but I'm trying to think which way would he go, off the back cushion and then with side. Because he doesn't want to stun it, because it'll just hold on to it, surely. It'll stick onto it. I think he's going to be like, loads of side. See what I mean? It's hugged it, you see what I'm saying? Stuck onto it.
It's not the way I expect him to play that at all. It's actually not too bad, because he can take one and then the other. He can take the lowest one first.
I was expecting him to just like play with side generally, not stun into it.
Yeah, he's out of position here. He's only got one pot on.
And it's a big shot.
The yellow near the black as well could become a problem. That's not the easiest ball to get on nicely.
He's cued that well. Nudge.
Needed a better nudge than that.
Oh, they needed bigger and a better nudge, yeah.
He was asking a lot there, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Playing into them.
I think he thought he was coming behind him.
Maybe. I mean, I don't think he had a huge amount of choice where he ended up.
Just got to tap it, didn't you?
It's not the way that Mark Boyle generally plays the game, but yes, I suspect so.
He's going to play the big note. It's different.
I think
He tried to play beyond.
Trying to get the cue ball, yeah, it's all nestled in between those two reds next to that left centre. Because actually, if he managed to get the cue ball there, Gareth wouldn't have had a lot on. I think it was quite clever from Mark to try and find somewhere safe with the cue ball. He was always massively odds against, but I think if he just rolled onto it, Gareth then had a free go because those two yellows were still tied up.
Yeah.
Whereas what he's done there is at least he's now asking the question of Gareth Hibbert because the black's not very nice for Gareth at the moment.
Oh, he's unlucky there, Gareth, isn't he?
And it's still not very nice, and that is desperately unlucky. And yeah, Mark's just laid down the gauntlet now. He's asked the question. He said, "Okay, Gareth, I've messed this up. Let's see you have a go."
I'll make one.
Good. I'm very glad to hear it. You mentioned that we have one semi-final ready to play. Luke Sanges and John McAllister.
That's Craig Marsh getting on.
The other the other quarter rather. The winner of this will face Craig Marsh or Gavin Robinson. And I can tell you at the moment, Craig Marsh leads by 5 frames to 4. And that one, still plenty of action to go. Gareth's working around this nicely. The only real question mark remains around the black. Now, I think if he leaves the red closest to the right centre for last, he can just drop on it. Just drop the cue ball down behind it for a choice really of either bottom left or left centre. suppose, if he did overrun. See what sort of angle he's got here. Yeah, this is spot on, I would say. Nicely finished off frame by Gareth Hibbert, making the most of the Mark Boyle error, and boy did he need to. That would have been 5-2 if Mark had taken those out. As it stands, 4-3, and game very much still on. It hasn't been the dish fest that we first thought it would be, Scott.
No, it's been totally the opposite, really. There has been a few mistakes and lucky flicks, and but
it's just been a very scrappy game, hasn't it?
Yeah, really, yeah. It's been scrappy, but still good to watch because it proves that the boys can miss and the breaks don't always work, does it? But it proves how good their ball, their tactical mind are and all that when it's not going right. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think, to be fair, I just think both of them missed a couple of... They've had probably a couple of unlucky developing shots. And between them as well, they've played a couple of shockers, in my opinion. I don't think there's been a huge amount of bad luck. Oh, that cue ball very nearly did fly off the table from Mark Boyle. It's a nice little nudge that kept it on the island.
He's going to have to go reds there, isn't he?
Yeah, but the thing is, he's on that tricky one as well, first off. There's a window there between those two yellows. To get that red, that's probably the most difficult of the reds on the table, straight away. So that's gone, and as long as the cue ball comes out of there nicely. Now it definitely will come out nicely. Delicate shot. And yeah, this surely will be the first break dish of the match. We've certainly been in this situation before. In this game where we thought one player had the frame sewn up and it turned out they didn't. Shot from Mark. He's just starting to scratch his way around in this clearance as well, because he's actually the wrong side of this red, down to the bottom left.
I was just about to say he's on the wrong side. He's going to have to stun across now.
He's going to have to give this some pace if he's going to get back across
He's playing with loads of side, look.
What a terrific shot that is, Mark Boyle.
Just proves how confident he is playing that shot.
Unbelievable positional shot. Yeah, like you say, the confidence to play with that much side and spin and pace on this very reactive cloth. That is a serious shot from Mark Boyle. Surely now the hard work is done. Just a drop in red. And I imagine a similarly paste black across the top rail. Let the pocket do the work. Confident, very, very confident. Mark Boyle re-establishes his 2-frame lead, rather. His 5-3 lead now. Mark just 3 away from a place in the semi-finals. Gareth Hibbert with it all to do from here.
Yeah, let's go back. So you'd like to play Farnsworth. Who else would you like to play?
You've put me on the spot there, and it's a really good question. I would like to play Mark, definitely. I've never played Liam, actually.
Really?
Obviously, you want to test yourself against the world champion. So yeah, Liam and John as well, never played. So yeah, the former world champions are the ones that you want to be playing. I think it's nice to.
Yeah, I'd like to play Boyle's. I'd like to play Boyle. That's the one for me. And I'd like to. I've not played Mark either yet. I've played Ross, played John, played Clint a few times now. I always seem to draw Clint. I've played Dunster on the Champions Cup.
Oh, cue
the
ball.
white.
Oh my word!
And
that
look
is
how they are split.
disgusting.
How they have split. He knows the result of that.
Yep, the result of that, I'm afraid, is
It's 6-3.
6-3.
Yeah. There's no looking back there.
I mean, again, he didn't have a huge amount of control over the cue ball from that break. It actually got quite close to the centre pocket initially. But when you see it spring off the cushion away from the centre pocket, you think, right, safe, and then kicked in like that, that is brutal. And Mark, well, you could tell Mark to take these out in any order you like and he'd do it.
How would you play it?
Oh, I'm not even going to bother because obviously I think anyone at this tour should be getting these. With no disrespect, I think if you're playing on the IPA and you're not taking these out 9 times out of 10, and there's 100 different ways you could go, it's an academic conversation to ask which way someone would go about these because they are literally sat over the pockets. It doesn't matter. If you don't get these, there's a problem. Like I say, I mean, disregarding the odd, a kick or a bad contact or a big bounce off the cushion or something, disregarding something horrible happening to you, you absolutely have to be getting these as a person who wants to play on the IPA tour. I'm not actually sure I've ever seen an easier finish come out off the break, especially with a free shot and a visit as well.
Yeah, the yellow could have been off the cushion though, couldn't it?
Oh no, yeah. What a horrible, horrible decision for Mark Boyle to have to make. I'm sure he was absolutely devastated. Gareth Hibbert has every right to be devastated, to get kicked in off and leave that split. And he now trails by 3 frames. It's 6-3 to Mark Boyle. With Mark to break next as well, it's kind of looking like curtains for Gareth.
Tell you what, there's someone else I played. Gareth, I'd love to play Gareth.
I know I've had a frame with Gareth at least.
Told you he said he wanted me.
I don't think I've ever actually played Gareth on the tour, but yeah. Gareth's such a nice guy that I'd hate to beat him.
Are you presuming you're winning then?
Yeah. Well, of course I am. I mean, I genuinely go into every match thinking I can win.
Yeah, you've got to, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Mentally, you've got to be thinking, right, you've got to do the key things right, and that's break. You've got to keep your head clear, and you've got to be potting, hitting the ball well, but especially against the big boys.
Yeah, I mean, I go in knowing that I'm second favourite. I go in knowing that I can win. I don't think there's a problem with being a little bit realistic about your chances sometimes, but also you've got a dream. everyone's got a dream. If you don't, you're never going to get there. So,
I like to believe I can. I believe I can. Like, if the breaks are going well for you, the flicks and all that are going well for you, you've got to believe you can win, can't you?
Boyle breaking again. Is it going to be as good as the last one? The last one was pretty monstrous.
And so is this one.
This one is too. We're going to finish nicely. You bet it is. Again.
Wow.
Take your pick.
I don't think there's a red on.
Yeah.
Can you see the first one? Yeah.
I think he can see the long one down to the bottom right. I'm sure he can see enough of that.
Yeah, I think
but
so.
you could. I think you could tell him to go for either here and he gets them. Again, I just think it's that good.
I think he's taking the plant yellow.
I think that's a little bit risky because I think it pushes the yellow you're actually hitting
he's going to push
towards
the
that
red
red.
out. He's going to push. He'll be on it, trust. If he's not, I'll be gobsmacked, but he'll be on the one in the middle.
I don't know. We will find out.
I'll be shocked if he doesn't go yellows.
I think if he played that plant, there's a chance he pushes that yellow safe. I agree that probably going to go yellows, but he's going to have to play that plant at some point. But that previous one, that wasn't the angle to be going at that from.
He's got to play a good shot here, actually, now. He's left himself in a bit of, I think, no man's land. He's got to try and avoid the red here. Yeah, that's a great shot.
Deep screw. I actually
it's got to be the plant now. Got to be the plant.
Yeah, I actually don't think he'd have been unhappy if he'd screwed into that red.
No, because it depends if he hit it on the left-hand side, he could have been behind the two yellows. He's going to get these hard now. The yellow comes out like that.
Not great, though, leaving that yellow down there. It's a little bit isolated now. It's going to take him at least 2 more shots to get down there for it.
Maybe.
And the black is sort of surrounded by reds. There's a big gap to get in, but it's not ideal, this.
I think he's all right, yeah. What's he doing, Bridgen?
I mean, yeah, he takes these out 99% of the time, but...
So I'll take the top one now, surely. Screw back.
Might have had one more roll on it than Mark was expecting.
Should be fine though, shouldn't he? Yeah, he should be. There's loads of room to error there.
He just wants to avoid that red.
See? Makes it look easy, doesn't he?
He does, he does.
It's got to be anywhere in the middle of that table now. Top of the white spot where it is now. Probably a little bit further than that.
Mark is in good position. He's found the gap between the reds for the cue ball. And this black,
one off.
One away.
Yeah, one off.
Heart of the pocket. Mark Boyle continues a very, very good run in this match, and what would be a very good run of form on the IPA altogether. He's now 1 frame away from yet another semi-final. Well, let's have another look at the scores to see if we know who he will be taking on next, or if it's still tight between Craig Marsh and Gav Robinson. And I can tell you it is not tight between Craig Marsh and Gav Robinson. Craig Marsh has reeled off the last 3 frames and he has won by 8 frames to 4. So your semi-final lineup: Luke Sanchez versus John McAllister, and Mark Boyle, assuming he gets 1 more frame out of the next 5, will take on Craig Marsh. All the time Gareth Hibbert is in the tournament, he is not giving up. He will be breaking here to stay in the match.
It was last time Marsh was in the semis for a while, wasn't it?
No, he made 2.
Did he?
Yeah, last the grand finals we actually had the same 4 semi-finalists in both the Open and the Pro. It was quite extraordinary. And yeah, he made a final there and a semi in the other one. Yeah, Craig's actually been in reasonable form lately. He hasn't been at his very, very best.
Nah, he's a different level when he gets going, isn't he?
Yes, certainly one of the best to watch.
100%.
Gareth Hibbert now with a decision to make. Obviously can take yellows, but there's that red looming over the top left. Don't know if he can see enough of that red. If he can, bound to go red, surely. That is a very, very good shot.
I'm not sure he didn't stun it across, and he'd been in the middle, but
he obviously felt he had to screw back out to get the cue ball out of that area. Clearly wanted it out of there. I think he had to pinch the left-hand side of the pocket, so was always going right rather than left with the cue ball. Now that Gareth's out of that congested area in the balk end, he's just one good positional shot away here, really, from winning his frame, keeping his hopes alive.
great shot, Gareth.
Yeah.
Oh, the white. Oh my God.
That certainly gripped.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm guessing Gareth may have been clinched for that one as well. Possibly that one as well. Black finding its way into the centre pocket, just about off the far jaw. But he keeps himself in it. Gareth needed the last 5 frames of this match to win. He now still needs the last 4. The question is, will he get enough chances to win? One Mark Boyle breaking clearance will spell an end to Gareth Hibbert's quest to become the British Professional Champion of 2022. It won't end his weekend completely, even if he does lose. We'd still, as I've mentioned, the Open tournament happening. Qualification for the last 1-8 is underway at the moment. The pros are safely through as a result of their professional status.
Lucky enough. Might not be by 10:30 tomorrow morning.
You never know. I see you checking out the draw there.
Yeah, my mate nearly got me.
Are there any standout matches?
There is actually. There is some tasty ones in tomorrow or later tonight. Let me just refresh it just in case there's some more.
Well, while you do that, Mark Boyle breaks off. Another hammer blow break, but that black's gone safe. Although reds are the obvious colour choice, he's going to have to move that black. And certainly the yellow that's nestling to the left of it there.
John McAllister, Cold Bedford.
Good game, that.
It's a tasty one, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, Cole's certainly one of the better players in the amateur ranks. He's been knocking on the door of pro status for a while, but never quite got there actually, which surprises me, to be honest. Because Cole is very good. Under 23 European champion, I think.
Yeah.
Cole at one stage.
No, that's at one stage. I'd say it's Morgan McGuinness at the moment, isn't it?
Is it?
I think so. Yeah.
He's another one. Certainly will be turning pro at one stage or another, I'm sure.
Here's another one. Jake Dylan-Newlove versus Rob Duncan.
Oh, that's a tasty game.
That's a naughty one. Here's a better one. Oh, Ross Fernie versus Liam Clark.
Liam, younger brother of Ryan. Yep. Yeah, he's one who I suspect will be taking professional status at some point, if not next season, the season after. As Mark Boyle rips that cue ball into the cloth and manoeuvres that yellow out of the way.
Morgan McGuinness versus Jared Cronkey.
It's a good game, two amateurs, but two players who probably shouldn't be amateurs, or certainly wouldn't be called amateurs most of the time.
And then Mark Farnsworth versus Matty Rowland. Battle of the North East again, isn't it?
This long pot for Mark Boyle. The last piece of jeopardy for him, surely. And he strokes it in.
And booking his place in the semi-final, surely.
Like it was a hanger, yep. Barring a miracle from the Gareth Hibbert's perspective, this match is as good as done.
Here's the black ball for the win. And a deserved win, really, isn't it? Done.
Yeah, excellent performance from Mark Boyle. He takes the victory and books his place in the semi-finals against Craig Marsh with an 8-4 win over Gareth Hibbert. And yeah, Scott, like you say, a deserved win. I think both players had their moments in that game. Gareth perhaps will feel a little bit aggrieved at that, particularly that in-off where he got kicked in-off and left the easiest finish of all time.
Yeah, his breaks have let him down in that match, and he knows that, but he'll move on to the next event, and he'll go again in the Open event, won't he?
Yeah, he will. He will. He certainly will. The Open event, which of course will be hitting your screens tomorrow, but we will be staying with the professional event all the way through to the finals tonight. 2 semi-finals and 1 final remaining. We have the first semi-final for you coming up live next. That will be Welshman Luke Sanges against Englishman John McAllister, the 2020 world champion. As Mark Boyle makes his way into the interview area, he is joined now by Kevin Barton.
Cheers, Dan, and I'm here with Mark, Mr. Magic, who yet again produces another great performance there. Tell us your thoughts on that one, Mark.
That was tough. That was, I don't know, I felt sluggish there at the start. There was Gareth. I was lucky Gareth made a couple of mistakes at the start as well, and he kind of gave me that wee kind of second wind to start basically. When you get your finger out, you know, just and things started to turn a wee bit for me. Gareth got kicked in off, and I got 1 or 2 dry breaks at the end there, and that kind of cleared the path for me to win that there. I was quite surprised I won it quite easy in the end, you know.
Yeah, I thought Gareth looked quite nervous at the start of that match.
Yeah.
Did you sense that?
I felt it myself. Plus, it's absolutely roasting in here. But it's just, it's the between being nervous and roasting, and it was like a slog. That's what it actually felt like. You had to drag yourself off the chair.
Do we need to turn the aircon up?
Yes,
is
get
that
it
what
on,
we're
please.
saying? We need to move it up a notch. We'll get onto that one. So semi-final time coming up against Craig Marsh.
All right, good.
Tell us some experience of playing against Craig in the past. It's been a while since he's been in the semi-finals, I think.
It's been a while since I've only played him once or twice in the IPA, I'm sure. I'm trying to rack my brains when the last time I actually played him. but you know what to expect with Marsh. It's just full out attack mode, shouting and bawling, slamming tables. You know, but Marsh, it's a guy you could sit and watch play all day, you know, because it's entertaining. So at least somebody will be entertaining in the semis.
Yeah, and just a word about Gareth. Always a tough opponent.
Yeah.
You know, one of the really nice guys of the sport.
Top drawer player, on and off the table. He's just a gent, you know. But even like when he won the Champions Cup against me in the final, he came over and he couldn't have been any nicer. And even there when he gets beat, so he's just the same when he wins or loses. You know, he's always a top quality guy.
Did you have that match in the back of your mind? Was there anything?
Of course I did. I was like, I can't let him beat me again. But it's just tough. Maybe that's why it's edgy, because we both respect each other.
Yeah,
you know, like
yeah,
we've got a lot of respect there. So that's why it adds that wee bit of edge, because you know you really can't make any mistakes. And luckily, Gareth did, and I got away with him.
Well, you're in the semis, Mark. We'll see you after the next match. Good luck in that, and hopefully we'll be speaking to you later on.
Cheers, Kev. Thanks.
Well done, Mark. So Mark Boyle, probably not as impressive as his previous performances, but that would have been a hard act to follow, but still too good for Gareth on the day.
Yeah, like you said, a very hard act to follow, to perform like he did earlier on. Would have thought he'd have been a robot if he'd have put that performance in. But I mean, I think both of them players have got a lot of respect for each other. They've played a lot of finals, major finals, and and it was no surprise to see, you know, one player that didn't sort of play as well as he could. Gareth didn't look his normal self today, and what that's down to, I'm not sure. Maybe a lack of bit of playing, etc. I don't know, but Mark Boyle is in the semi-final.
Yeah, certainly. I think it was the first frame that Gareth went for a pot into the bottom right-hand corner, and he missed it by some distance. I think it hit the black. I don't think the red got anywhere near the pocket. And I could see, I was just on the side, he looked really edgy, which is really unusual for someone like Gareth, who's, you know, former world champion, Champions Cup winner, you know, multiple IPA title holder. It just shows how much this means to the players.
Yeah, it does, and sometimes you're only as good as your last game. And is it because he's been out the winner's circle for a little while? Might be a bit of added pressure. Was it because he's watched Mark Boyle earlier on dispatch Robert Stephen quite early on? Has that been playing in his mind? It can be a real strange game at times.
So Mark Boyle into the semis against Craig Marsh. Just give us your initial thoughts on that one.
Well, Craig Marsh, can't remember the last time we've seen him in a semi-final. It might have been in November in the Isle of Man. He did pretty well at that event there. Mark Boyle, he's been in the final here at Coventry in that last event, our very first tour event. It's going to be an interesting matchup. It's going to be interesting to see how Craig adapts to his TV arena, because he hasn't been playing a lot in here, not as much as Mark Boyle. Is that going to be a major factor in the outcome of that match? Quite possibly. Yeah, well, all will be revealed on that one later on. But coming up is our first semi-final. Here's John McAllister, who we've seen on the table early against that fantastic match against Ross Fernie. One of the great matches, that one, against Luke Sanjee's. Tell us a bit about Luke. Well, Luke is from Wales, and again, there's just loads of great players from Wales. We've got Craig Marsh, another Welsh player, in the semi-finals. But Luke Sanjee's a real great up-and-coming player in the IPA ranks. And don't be surprised if he gets in the top 8, top 5 this year, because he's putting in some great performances, and he's taking out these top boys one by one, and he's not scared of anybody. And one thing for sure, he won't be scared of John McAllister either. He's really up for this, and I'm just looking over there where I sat in the chair, the focus of him looking into there, and I don't think he can wait to get started. Yeah, we can see him there. He's completely in the zone, isn't he? And Luke, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, came on the scene, had a string of consistent performances, got really high in the rankings. Then probably fair to say the next couple of years, a bit flat, not much in the way of performances, but certainly the last 6 months he's reignited his form. Absolutely, and I think if we talk about Luke 4 years ago, his behaviour, he got really upset with some of the shots, etc. And he seems to have calmed down, so he's matured a lot as a player, and he's now seeing the results of what he's capable of doing. He's got a great talent, and really the sky's the limit with him. I think this match has got the hallmark of another final frame decider, because I think probably on paper John's favourite, but as you said, Luke is one of these players. He's hungry. He is hungry, but John, there's no one more hungry than John McAllister. He wants to get back in the winner's circle. I said that maybe he's not enjoying this TV table as much as he did 2, 3, 4 years ago. But if you want to win major events, you've got to do it on that TV table, whether you like it or not. You've got to get back into it, and he needs to do it today.
Right, can he do it? Well, we're about to find out. I think the players are ready, the referee's ready, our commentators are ready. Over to you, Dan.
Thank you, Kev. Luke Sanji's on the left in blue. John McAllister in the red corner on the right. It's Wales versus England for a place in the British Professional Championship final. It will be John McAllister leading the first break. Luke, as Pick has mentioned, been doing some fine stuff on the tour lately, but yet to get his maiden title as a professional. He's been in the professional ranks for a long time, always floating around that top 16 area, but just feels like now is his moment to kick on and get himself into the winners' enclosure for the first time. Can he do that this weekend? He's got 2 more matches to go if he's going to do it in this professional event. And it's a formidable task facing him here. The machine, John McAllister, 2020 world champion. A man looking for his first title, I believe, since his world championship win. Mark Bigworth, join me in the commentary box. Can you shed any light on that?
Well, I've just only caught the end of that conversation. What was that about?
I think John's looking for his first tournament win since the World, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. He's been way out of this winner's circle. Yes, he's made a final, but he came up against Liam Dunce. It was a final I thought he was going to be winning back in Bournemouth in 2020. 2021, I do apologise. Yeah, it was the first tour in March, wasn't it? Just before.
Was it?
No, it wasn't 2020. It was 2020. No, that's right. It was after the Worlds.
Yeah, it was.
The Worlds that he won, and he got to the final. I was expecting him to win that one, but unfortunately didn't.
Because it's something that we've spoken about a lot. We'll talk about it now because John has got in, put the black in off the break, so we're going to have the balls re-racked again by our referee, Rick Lloyd. It's been a long time since someone in their World Championship year has won a tour event. And Liam Dunster has been knocked out of this one. He hasn't won one yet. Do you think he's going to come back and do it this season, or do you think we're going to have another year without a world champion winning a tour?
I think it'll be a surprise because Liam's made so many finals already. He hasn't really got over the line yet, but I just think it's just a matter of time. Once he's got some new commitments, Liam has, there's no reason. Once he gets into a bit of a better routine with his new commitment, etc., he can go on to win a title.
Yeah, he's taken over his own club, hasn't he?
He has, yeah.
So good luck to him with that. Hope it all goes well. But yeah, and it doesn't seem to have affected his form too badly because, like you say, he made 2 finals at the last tour, just couldn't get over the winning line, and that's. I just wonder if that's in his head a little bit. As John McAllister breaks off again, keeps the black on the table this time, and my word, what a split!
Yeah, that's a sensational split, and I don't think these yellow balls are going to take too much dispatching of.
Extension code.
Oh, sorry about that little disruption there. We're just swapping over, swapping seats just to make it easier. Dan's now, he's gone on his tea break because he's got some matches coming up later on, and if he is available, we're going to get him back in this commentary box to come up with the conclusion of this professional event. But for now, you're going to be with me, and hopefully I'm going to get some company later on, but we're just chasing them up at the moment. Either way, we've got a great match in store here. And John taking these yellows out. Really now, one more good pop into the bottom left-hand corner, and it should be straightforward. Which will be exactly the start that John wanted. Yeah, right into the heart of the pocket, got a lovely angle. And now he's got 2 drop-ins to take a 1-0 lead in this race to 8 semi-final. The next semi-final will be right up after this match. Craig Marsh, it's been a while since he's been in a semi-final. Is that white ball going to run? Wow, John. Is he on this? I think he's a total snooker. He's probably going to have to swerve this. And that is a poor shot there from John McAllister. Just really, I don't know if he's de-accelerated there or whatever, but this is a tricky little swerve. Well, he's got the swerve, he's hit the black. He's let Luke Sanchez back to the table. Wow, that's one thing I didn't expect from John McAllister. He's under hit that by a good half foot. Well, Luke Sanchez just going to be tightening the screw up a little bit. Just keeping the pressure on John. I mean, sometimes there is a little bit of risk to this if you don't take your chances because you're letting your opponent back to the table. And sometimes when he contacts the black, you just don't know where it's going. It's only a 1 cushion escape, this. You've got to see he's probably going to be playing this with a little bit of pace. Get the black moving, and you just never know. He has got it moving. He's got it drifting towards his pocket. Well, I don't think Luke will be going this. I mean, look at the white ball that John's got there. I mean, does now Luke fire the trigger? Does he go for it at this stage? We're probably going to see a safety shot, really. At some point, whether it's this shot or the next shot, it is going to be this shot. So, keeping the pressure on. Again, this is only, it looks like it's only a 1 cushion escape. We just got to be careful with the cue ball here. So if he does come off the 1 cushion with a little bit of side, could be going close to the corner bag, depending on what angle he's got. Played it at a soft pace, a controlled pace. But he's made contact. He's keeping the pressure on Luke Sanchez. Now surely this is the chance that Luke's been waiting for. He's taken out his hard red ball. And all these reds are there for the taking to take this opening frame. And really, a frame he shouldn't have had any chance of coming to the table with. It looks like he's got a choice of reds now. Both of them into the bottom corners. So this is just down to player preference, really. He'll just try and leave himself on a couple of options. He's in between balls here. Could he take the one into the top corner? It just depends on how he feels. There's no reason cutting this one in the side. There's no right or wrong in this clearance. Played that very confidently. What's a little bit of an angle here? Has he got one? Can he pinch a bit of the pocket? Has he come too far? Might have to take a more difficult black here if he hasn't got an angle. Is he going to run it through to the pocket? Could be risky. He's got a horrific kick there. It's just not run through. And it looks like we're going to see another twist in this frame. Is there anything else that can go off in this first frame? He has got a... Surely got a player safety. Is he going to go for a double? Just tapping it up, keeping it safe. We're going to see a few containing shots here from these two. Not be giving a lot away, I don't think. Yeah, clever shot there from John. Got a little bit of distance between them. Kept the black safe. And that was the important thing. So Luke's probably got a similar shot to what he played before. Made it exactly the same, but has he left this now? That's a mistake there from Luke Sanchez. This looks like a good opportunity here for John. One he didn't expect to have another chance of. It's a thin clip. Yeah, great cue in there from John. Had to get the cue out of the way very quickly. He's dodged the bullet there. 1-0. Luke will be a little bit disappointed there, not finishing with the correct angle on that last red. Yeah, I know he got a bit of a kick, but he was really trying to force some position out of there. I thought maybe he should have just probably stunned it in and left himself a thin clip as well. Well, he needs to get it to the back of his mind now. Needs to get back into this match. So first look at Luke Sanchez' break then. I think he'd love to take that again. It's a dry one. Looking at these reds, they've all got pockets. And John, he'll be feeling a little bit fortunate winning that first frame. I can just give him a lift at what he needs. To be in great position now. Has he got enough angle on the one that's the one furthest off the cushion? If he has, just to draw it back, and it looks like he has. So this simple 8-ball into the left side for a 2-0 lead, and John will be breaking in the next. There you see it, it's 2-0. Luke Sands' dry break there, and John is cleared up with a reverse clearance. You see Luke Sands, he's still got that focused look about him there. Just that one mistake in that first frame, he's now found himself 2-0 down. I mean, Luke should have had no reason to be even having a shot in the first frame. It was a huge error from John. Well, being 2-0 up, that will be long in the wilderness. Another successful break there from John. Seems to be working at the moment. Again, they've opened up well. I mean, first glance, probably yellows.
Extension called.
John will just be trying to make sure now he'll be going about his route here. Just taking his extension, a little bit more time. He wants to keep Luke Sands in his seat a little bit longer. Really punish him for that chance that he gave him in the first frame. Oh, it's reds. So the first real problem ball he's got is, and it's not really much of a problem, there's one in the lower half of the table, just near that black spot. It's probably only got one, maybe two pockets for it to go in. Just rattled in, he's trying to get on it now. Didn't really cue that, the elegant self that John normally has. Well, he's left himself a shot now. can he get the white ball out? That's the problem with by taking this. Doesn't seem to be much angle or much gaps there through them yellows. I don't think he can take that on now. He's going to have to wait. Rerouting again. And this is not getting any easier. Sooner or later, he's going to have to take this one in the bottom half of the table. I don't think it's ideal leaving it for your last ball, but you might not have a choice. Still taking on these reds, and this could be the end of the visit. Oh, has he seen something? Looking through the gap off the yellow. This will be an outrageous shot. I mean, it's okay getting the red onto the yellow, but it's how much can he control the cue ball to get on his final red? This will be some spectacular shot if this comes off. Yeah, and I did say I was going to get some company, and it's my regular sidekick. I mean, he'd love to be out here on the table, but it's David Adenauer. He's back in the room with me, and he's going to be giving his expert analysis on this match. And, have you been watching this from the sidelines, Dave, the first couple of frames?
A little bit of the first frame, but that's about it. What's happened so far then, Matt?
Well, John McAllister should have easily cleared up the first frame. Fell short on the black, and really no reason to be in that situation. But Luke didn't punish him. Yes, he got a couple of snookers, let John back in, and they had a bit of a tit for tat on the black, safety shots, and then Luke just chucked in a very loose one, and John potted the black. So, and then John cleared up off Luke Sange's dry break. And again, John's not got the clearance here. It wasn't an easy clearance, but what a shot that is from John McAllister. And again, he's going to be punishing him.
That's not easy. His last two very good shots that he's just played there. And now this is taking a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, and now 3-0. Are we going to see, maybe we'll probably get a little bit of reaction from Luke Sanges now. I mean, 3-0 down. This should be 2-1 down. Maybe. It could be 2-1 up.
I think maybe during this tournament, John's probably getting maybe a bit stronger the further he is in the tournament. His form seems to be improving from the earlier rounds.
Yeah, that's an interesting observation there. I mean, do you find that with the top players, they start a little bit slow and then they all of a sudden accelerate to the top gear?
Yeah, I think it's just that match sharpness. I think, you know, the further you go into a tournament, the more match practice you've got, the sharper you get, and I think that's something most players find, especially the top players.
Well, the break hasn't been going for Luke Sanges. He's had one dry break, and John cleared up. And John, he's been successful twice, probably should have cleared up twice, hasn't cleared up, gave Luke Sanges a chance to really tie the game up, and he's not took that opportunity, and that's the reason why he's 3-0 down. He must, well, not must, he needs a ball off his break here. I think if he does try a break, I think we'll see some reaction from him. It's not looking good.
Good break, but nothing down.
Well, things are going from bad to worse. Well, he still looks calm in the corner. He's keeping his patience. You know, I mentioned in the studio together, you know, 3 years ago, 2-3 years ago, well, he would have been going back to the corner, maybe, you know, slamming the cue down a little bit or talking to whoever's watching him about he's not getting run and look. But Luke Sange, he has matured a lot as a player, hasn't he?
Yeah, and I think that's a big, massive difference in his game and how he's improved. And you know, when he does get his next chance, he's going to be more prepared for it as well. Giving nothing away to his opponent. I think it's the best way to be.
Yeah, any youngsters out there, you know, learning the game, trying to learn them frustrations, try and get that calmness about yourselves as soon as you can, because it does make such a difference. But John, he's back to the table. He cleared up off the dry break last time. And these Reds, they've all got pockets. It's not easy. But at 3-0 up, you've got to say he's probably settled down. And there's no reason why he shouldn't be, he should be not be 4-0.
Still a few tricky shots to potentially play, just more the pattern play. But he'll want to ram home the advantage that he has at the moment.
Yeah, and really, he's probably free rolling now, because he could like see in the back of his mind that he doesn't deserve to be 3-0 up with the mistakes that he's made. But you know, and that's the reason why he's going to be going all out attack and take these chances, and he all of a sudden he could be 4-0 up just like that. I mean, it's important. He needs to get on this one on the left-hand side cushion as soon as possible. He's just trying to pinch a bit of the pocket there. How about that for a positional shot? Looks perfect.
That was certainly one of the key shots to this clearance.
Yeah, I don't know if he's got to play this with a little bit of run inside. In the way he's queuing there, I don't think he really is. Oh, he has done. He's played it nice. I mean, that's one thing about John. When he comes against them big shots, he just cues straight through every time. Probably under hit that again by another foot, and it's not the first time we've seen him do that. Not sure if he's feeling it a little bit or he's not really getting used to the speed of the table, but that's a poor shot again because he had quite a lot of room for error there.
Yeah, I think they're the sort of shots you just have to hit a little harder than you actually think. It's a bit of a weird one, but it's
that was a good effort there. Tried to like a reverse double off the cushion. Went too far off for that. But that white ball looks like it is glued to that side cushion. So this cueing on the yellow, if you fancy taking it into the right centre, it's not going to be far from easy, especially 3-0 down. But these are the chances. We've mentioned this before, David. These like half chances, these are the ones you've got to mop up and take to stay in these big matches.
Especially with the current scoreline, he really needs to get a frame on the board to get going. It's a very good player, Luke, and you'd fancy him to take this opportunity out.
Oh, he's perfect there.
He's had some good runs as well recently, as Luke, hasn't he? Some good wins. I think this is second semi-final he's had recently. I think he got to semi-final on the Isle of Man.
He did, yeah. He played Gareth Hibbert and just lost by the odd frame.
Yes, that's it, yeah.
But, yeah, Luke Sanches. I mean, these are the clearances. And these are the clearances he's been taking. Well, we just cued that too well. If there is such a thing, I know there is. Yeah, I think he'd have liked to take the one at the bottom half of the table first, maybe. I mean, it's not the end of the world, just reroute a little bit. Should be no problem, though. Just needs to get his composure back here. And it's on and off the cushion. I mean, he seems to be striking the ball lovely.
Yeah.
For somebody that's 3-0 down, he is striking the ball like a peach, really.
I think that's down to what you were saying before about keeping his emotions in check. He's kept them in check, and he's kept himself in a good frame of mind, ready for this opportunity.
Yep, he's prepared for this big semi-final. He's done it before. There's no reason why he can't do it again. And again, I like that he's taking his extension, taking his time, looking at all options as well. It's really important to do that as a player. Just making sure you are making the right decisions. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Probably going to come off 2 cushions. The black into left centre. I mean, he has got options of other pockets. Well, I think that'll be the more natural shot for Luke. And he's got the pace. Not spot on, but he'd be more than happy with it there. Being a bit critical now. And there you see it. He'll be pleased that black's down. And it's 3-1. John McAllister to break next. He hasn't looked that great off his break yet, John. Not been getting any breaking clearances. Definitely not as many as what he got in his last match against Ross Fernie, because he played some great ball in that match. But it's hard to continue that form in every match. It's so difficult. I mean, if he did continue that form, you would probably be calling them robots.
Yeah, he was never really in that match at the start. He just stayed in there, sit tight in that one, and just wait to see if things changed, and he did. And he done really well to come out a winner in that match.
Still, Luke Sanders looks very focused in his chair. Very impressed with the way that he looks. John can continue this break. It seems to be like a bit of a cut break. Well, whatever he's doing, whatever he's practicing, it is working. Look at these yellows. They're not bad. Just that one yellow near the black. I mean, he's probably forced into yellows because there is no opening on the reds. I suppose that would be his last yellow, would you think? The one nearest to black, possibly?
Yeah.
Leaving his ability and just slot it into the top right.
Yeah, definitely try and leave that one to last. The only thing is that red is pretty much where you'd want the white, just to the left of his hand there. So I believe with the 2 here, he may... Oh no, okay.
Yeah, I don't think he can take it now.
No,
yeah, I mean he can. There's no right or wrong here.
Yeah, I was thinking about maybe taking the plant here, but I don't know if it's actually necessary. You could even play the yellow just above the black spot, but I'm going for the plant.
I think going for the plant does open up that corner now. He's such a smooth cueist, and everything just seems very, very easy.
I think you could have played either. I think you could have played the one above the black spot, run it through, then the one over the pocket with the white off 2 cushions and got in a similar position. But I think if it was a more difficult plant, then you'd have had to go that route. But, as it was, then you wouldn't expect him to miss that one.
No, yeah, there was a lot of distance between the actual plant, but where the cue ball was, he was directly behind it, and that's what made that shot a little bit easier. But he definitely made it look very easy anyway.
Definitely.
So this is all about now Just taking these out in the right order. Still think that the yellow next to the black, that could be his last ball. I mean, it doesn't have to be. He could get on it now and find the gap. As he tried to. I mean, he's got a choice of all three from there. Yeah, I wouldn't say he's perfect here. Has he tried to leave himself the angle on that yellow? If he does screw that back, the one into the top right, was he cannon into the red?
I think the issue just stems from that red just being there. If that wasn't there, then there'd have been no doubt with this at all. This has definitely made it more tricky. Good shot.
He's kept it very simple there and just rolled it in. I mean, that black, it's there for the taking. He's only probably got to drop this yellow in, and there you go. It's looking like 4-1. First break and clearance off the match, if it is. I don't see any problem here now. I was just talking about a break and clearance for John. And there you see him, just goes up and serves it just like that. 4-1, it is. 4 frames away from getting into the final. Looks very calm there, sat in his seat. There's Jeff, his long-term friend, sponsor. Goes everywhere with him, wherever he's playing, whether it's local league or some national finals. Jeff's there. Brilliant guy, Jeff is. Really has supported John for years, and I'm sure he's going to be supporting him for a lot more years yet.
It's amazing to have someone like that by your side at these events. It's really nice that he's at every event, and as you say, a lovely fella. And like you say, everywhere. No event, doesn't miss anything.
No, not a thing. Not a thing. So, Luke Sanchez was successful on his last break, but he has had 2 dry breaks. He's desperate for another ball. He needs a ball. He needs to stay in this match. It's a good break. Wow. You've just got to say the pool gods, they haven't turned up yet. Again, to walk back to his seat, nice and calm. I'm not sure how he's kept calm after the way that a lot of them balls have hit the jaws of the pockets, but
I'm sure he'll be frustrated inside, but he's doing the right thing.
Yeah, because it makes you wonder if John would be looking over at him just to see how he's reacting, and that could make John feel a little bit different, looking over, expecting a reaction and not seeing it.
Most definitely, I think that's why it's so important.
Don't give out away, just be that poker face. Some great cueing there from John, opening up them 2 reds. I mean, then both them reds went in the opposite corner, but the way that he's opened them up, it's making this clearance very easy. I mean, the only problem, if it is a problem, I mean, there's obviously the one on the bottom cushion, but that red next to that yellow, can he hit enough of it to pot, or is he going to have to disturb it out at some point? think that's a bit of a bonus there, David. I mean, the way that he's played it red onto the red, but the clever shot was that he's pushed out the red as well.
Yes, and also the way them reds are with the middle, it's easy to play the plant and then use the angle to go down for the awkward red. Whereas that's the only red where I can see a potential issue, and now he's got the angle to go down there naturally.
Yeah, and I like this because he's not going to be putting both balls here. He's just going to be tapping that red onto the red and then drifting down, taking his the hardest red that remains on that cushion.
I think he'd have put less of an angle on this, though.
Yeah, the white balls
go off the cushion past the yellow, whereas if it was a bit straighter, then he'd never have had to go past the yellow. So I think he'd have preferred that, but he's played it very well regardless.
Yeah, he's not left himself any hampered cueing. This should be a straightforward pot for John, and he just makes it look very, very easy. And John McAllister is going about his work, and it's going to be another reverse clearance off Luke Sanches' break. So this black to open up a 4-frame lead. And you see it 5-1 to the former world champion John McAllister. And he's cleared up twice now off a dry break from Luke Sanches. What can Luke Sanches do to get back in this match? I mean, he's going to probably have to sit in there for the another frame. Yeah, so Luke, he's just nipped out for a comfort break, and I probably just nipped out at the right time, possibly just going freshen up. He hasn't done too much wrong to be 5-1 down.
No, he hasn't done a lot wrong at all. I think it's the right time. If he needs to compose himself, gives him a minute or two to do that, and just come back out like it's a fresh match, like you're starting from scratch. Take it from there, really. This match is far from over. Luke's, as momentum changed, Luke's more than capable of coming back and winning this match.
Yeah, and it's only a couple of dry breaks, and all of a sudden, Luke Sanches could be back in this match. And we've seen it so many times that how this black ball rule set, it just changes around the momentum, the way the twists and the turns happen. It's incredible, and there's no reason why it can't happen in this match.
And as we've seen so many times in the past, all it takes is one shot for that to happen.
Yeah, so like I said, there is a lot of other matches going off in the outer tables. The next semi-final will be on straight after this one. Gareth Hibbert against Mark Boyle. That's going to be, sorry, not Gareth Hibbert. Craig Marsh against Mark Boyle. It was Gareth Hibbert that played Mark Boyle last. Apologies. Yeah, so Craig Marsh. He's not been on this table for a while, so it'd be interesting to see how he adapts to this.
Yeah, he hasn't, no. It's good to see him back on there.
And he's got some flair about him, and Craig Marsh. Massive break. Anybody that's not seen Marshy play before, not sure where you've been, but he's definitely not one to be missed out.
No, he's a fantastic player and superb to watch. And like you say, we haven't seen him on there for a while. It's he hasn't been in the winner's circles for a while. He'll be looking at changing that.
He will. But one person that needs to change something is Luke Sanches at the table. And this is exactly what the doctor ordered. He wanted a dry break. I mean, they haven't felt too kindly. But first glance, would you think yellows? Only because of the opening on the yellow is a bit easier. But that yellow in that corner, it seems to be stuck behind that red.
I think now, is he going to try and stir it off this shot?
You need to be hitting the yellow though, don't you? Yeah. I mean, he can't afford to hit that red that's next to that yellow, because if it does, you can't see that pocket opening up. He has hit the yellow and he's played that ever so well.
Absolutely perfect.
This is what Luke Sanchez is about. Would have never seen this from Luke Sanchez 3 years ago. His head would have gone and it was folded and stayed in the corner. But this just shows how much this guy has come along.
You wouldn't know if he was 5-1 up or 5-1 down.
No.
Which is great to see.
It certainly is.
He's got such great cue action. Very dependable. It's very solid. It's hard to see too much going wrong with it, really.
Yeah, still got a tricky positional shot, because I think if he draws this back, is he going to be perfect on his next yellow? I suppose he could be take the one over the pocket. Yes, that's exactly what he's going to do. Has he left himself enough angle? The white ball's going to be travelling near them two reds, I suspect.
Twice across.
Yeah. Just needs to really judge this to perfection.
It's either that or full contact on the red.
Yeah, you've got to say you're being lucky if he's not on a shot, but you don't want to be on the cushion.
And he's got neither.
He's in the middle of both. Just hit that a touch thick, did you think?
Yeah, yeah. But it is a tough to judge when they're so thin, to try and get the right angle. So easy to misjudge.
Yeah, it certainly is. So I think he's going to cut this back into the middle. He's got that. Is he going to have a little bit of luck? He's had none. I don't. Can he cut this back? That looks mighty thin. I don't think he can he?
I think he can, but I just don't know. Well, maybe not.
I mean, that camera on there says he's got no chance, but the overhead, that did say that here there is a chance. I think he's got to play a containing shot. And he has. Oh, it's not a good one though, is it? John's got a bit of a shot to note plant here. Play red onto red and not leave him a shot of the yellow. Or can John get a good safety? He's got to take the plant on here, has he?
I don't know. I think there's a further safety, to be honest. But it's not an easy safety, so he might have to.
I mean, he could play. I mean, the red is close to. He could play that onto the side cushion, play it with side, but is that the right shot? Probably not.
The thing is the red that's closest to the cue ball is handy to be in there if you're going to play a safety.
So coming off the cushion to hit a red.
If that red was taken away from that area, then that makes the pot on the yellow and the contact on it a lot easier. So that'll be why John played that shot.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously left Luke Sanchez this yellow, but again, this is a mighty fine clip with awkward cueing. But when you've got one yellow left, what choices have you got? Where's the cue ball? That's fine. What is he left? Well, trying to be going for these. There won't be any more safety shots, I don't think. You've got to say Luke was a little bit unlucky there when he cannoned into there, but it was just down to that bad positional shot.
Yeah, it wasn't a straightforward positional shot. You'd expect him to make it, but you know he's not getting the same opportunities as John is.
Yeah, and it's probably, you've got to say, it's another chance. It's gone begging. It is turning into a one-sided affair. John's gone a little bit far there, but shouldn't be a problem. He doesn't have to do a lot with the cue ball. The only problem with the angles he's left, he's probably not going to be able to get too close to that red on the right hand side, all depending on what angle he leaves here now. Yeah, left himself a good angle. And if he's got a bit of tricky cueing here as well, with him being left-handed. He's left that very tricky. Keeps it very simple. And really, this is going to be another chance begging that's gone here for Luke Sanchez. These are chances you really can't afford to keep giving John, because he will just keep mopping them up, and that's exactly what he's doing. 6-1 John McAllister. It's going to be Luke Sanchez to break next, but 6-1 behind. Do we see him getting back into this one? He's going to have a lot to do. He's just got to hang in there, and hopefully he gets enough chances to get a bit closer. He seems quite calm, looking at the table, getting the focus. John seems a little bit more happier now and smiling. He's very relaxed out there. I mean, John's very relaxed anyway.
Yeah, he is, yeah. Luke's more than capable of coming back into this match, but he is, with the score now and the way momentum's going, he's definitely going to need some help from John, which, from what we're seeing so far, it's looking unlikely.
There's Luke there just trying to work out which way, trying to get a ball off the break. Cue ball. Well, he needs a ball, and again, it's a dry break. Don't think he really gives that a lot of power.
No, it definitely didn't sound like it.
Things just aren't happening for him on his break. I mean, first glance at these, they don't seem too easy. There's definitely problems on either colour set. I mean, if that red does pass that yellow into the top left-hand corner, top right-hand corner on your screen now, top left now. I mean, if that does pass that red, that yellow, it's still not easy, is it?
It's not, no. It's obviously helps that it goes, but then he's still going to have the issue of the two reds below the black.
I mean, yeah, them two reds, they do go in the left centre. Try to get that red out there. That's not really gone to plan. Well, it's not bad because it does go into that top centre. But really, you can probably see an out now. So if he drops this in, gets on with this red that is nearest to next. He's overdone this though. He's really not got the pace of this table. That reacted very differently to what he expected. And it looks like he's out of position. I mean, he has still got a chance at this into the bottom left-hand corner. But this is so much more of a difficult pot.
And on top of that, should he make it, trying to get the angle required to continue this clearance.
Oh, that was close. Luke Sanchez is back to the table. Again, these aren't easy. You'd love an easier chance than this.
And when it's not going for you, you find every time you come to the table, you're facing challenges not as easy as it can be.
No, absolutely not.
Tricky patterns or a tricky pot.
I mean, if Luke wanted to play safe, it wouldn't be too much of an easy safety. I mean, he would have to pot first and then play a safety shot, but I don't think that's Luke's game, really. He'd be wanting to try and make something happen here. Not sure what he'd try to do there.
I think the yellow may go past the red. I think that's maybe what's put on. No,
I mean, the yellow is closest to now, does go in this bottom corner. But I think this is the yellow he played on. This is a horrible shot. And when things aren't going for you, they become even harder. And he's missed it, and I think he's left John another chance here. So it looks like he's played on that red for the top left-hand pocket. Doesn't look like it's naturally going to go in. I think the more natural shot would have been into the left centre. I don't fancy that big pocket at the top end, do you?
I think he'd be okay, actually.
Oh, he's played it superbly.
Such a tricky little clearance, because this is always going to be a difficult shot as well. Apologies, didn't even think of this one.
Yeah, well, he's just going to draw it back, and he's under hit this again. He's left this probably a little bit more tricky than he wanted.
Well, he does have the yellow as a stopper, so that'll...
It's a natural pot. Just concentrate on getting the pot, and the white should cannon to the yellow, and that's exactly what's happened. And now this black into the right side. This is going to put him one frame away from getting in the final. He has got the black, and it's 7-1. It's going to be John McAllister to break next. I don't really think John's got into a second gear.
No, I think he's played very well, but and he has played some very good stuff. But there's also been plenty of frames where they've kind of been there for him. Whereas Luke's not really had that luxury. But that is just the nature of the way it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. And Luke, I mean, the way that he's looking and feeling there, he probably thinks he hasn't done too much wrong. And as you said, he's just not really had the chances that John's had. They've been pretty difficult. I mean, you know, if it does end 8-1, it'll be a tough one to take. But probably one that you can't really argue with, because that's exactly how this game's gone. Is Luke Sanchez going to get any more chances, or have we seen him play his last shots? He's got some good power again. He's got a ball. He's got 3 reds off the break. But look at the little cluster, this far cushion.
He's hit them well, though, hasn't
he? He has.
But like you say, that little cluster is going to cause a few problems.
I mean, I'm expecting him to take yellows, because normally when you pot a good majority of the one colour set, you normally go for the other one. And he's got balls down there that he can dislodge them out.
Yep.
So
I think the one closest to the bottom right is the ball that he'll use.
Yeah, maybe.
Saying that, the one closest to the black spot is maybe the one.
Well, either way, he's going to have options.
There you go. Is it enough?
He was on the one to the bottom right, like you first mentioned. But has he got the right angle on it? You might have to take another yellow ball to conjure up the right angle for him. I mean, with these situations, you like to get in your problem area very early on. So the way that he's weighing this up, I think he possibly has got the angle on the yellow. That is one in the bottom left, the one furthest away.
Good thing is about the one with the furthest away.
Maybe he hadn't got the angle then, so now he will have the angle after this. Got too much angle now. Well, if he has got too much angle, he's running out of options.
The good thing about this, as long as he doesn't stick to the red, he's going to potentially have automatic position on the yellow in the middle. The problem is because the red and the yellow are so close together, there's just more chance that he can stick. But he made sure he's hit it a lot with plenty of pace to avoid that.
Yeah, he's played that with some great power, and these could be the closing signs to this match. I mean, I'm expecting him to take both yellows into the middle, the ones that are in the open, and take the one in the bottom on the cushion into the bottom right. I mean, he has got other options depending on how he feels, etc. But for me, that's the way. Don't want to leave himself any hampered cue in here. He needs to make sure he gets his cue ball in a great place. I mean, he never looks bothered if he has got hampered cueing, to be honest. But so, the yellow ball and the black ball away.
You would have preferred going through a little bit more so you could play it with a bit more authority, but the way John hits the cue ball, I'm sure he'll be fine.
Yeah, just drops it in, slides it off that far jaw. Now he's got a very similar shot to the black, but he's not under any pressure being 7-1 ahead. And there you see it, that was in the heart of the pocket. And unlucky there to Luke Sanchez. No doubt we'll see him back at some point. He seems to be getting to the latter stages quite often. But John McAllister is in the final. What do you make of that match?
Yeah, I thought John played really well. There's a couple of things there, but you know, he had the better chances. Luke had really nothing to go at, but then that's also down to John for freezing them out of the match, really.
Yeah, there's Danielle talking to Jeff. Danielle's John's partner, and she'll be pretty happy for him. They do support each other while they're playing on this pool tour. And once again, David, thanks very much for your expert analysis, and no doubt we'll see you back. We've only got another 2 matches to come, another semi-final coming right up. And I know Kevin, he's waiting in the studio. He wants to talk to John about how this match has gone, and let's go and hand over to Kevin right now, talking to John McAllister.
Thanks, guys, and I'm here with John, our first finalist for the Fair.com British Professional Championships. Craig Marsh has just popped past there, said show off. I mean, that was a show-off performance. That was fantastic.
Yeah, I made a couple of silly errors at the start, and Luke didn't punish me, and then it sort of just snowballed my way, really. Nothing could go his way. I had first chance basically every frame as well, which always helps. Even if they're a bit more tricky for myself, they seemed easy, and when they're easy for him, they seem tricky as well.
Yeah, to be fair, he didn't quite settle into that match. He always looked a little bit edgy. He had a couple of chances, but maybe, you know, he's not played in that arena as much. Maybe didn't feel as comfortable, I don't know, but you certainly took advantage of those errors.
Yeah, obviously having a couple of matches previously, I think definitely helped me to settle a lot quicker. Like I say, when you come to the table second, basically every frame, even if they are easy, you sort of feel under pressure a little bit more. It's very strange that way. It's just how your mindset is, and if you can get over that and snatch a couple of frames early on, I think obviously you get a bit of luck later on, but it continued to go my way.
Did you feel that performance was a step up from your previous performance, which was pretty good, or pretty much the same? You know, where you think you're peaking just at the right time?
Probably about the same. Yeah, it was a lot easier to take my chances being so far ahead later on in the game. Against Ross, I'm always behind, so sort of the pressure was on. I needed to take every single chance because Ross was punishing me and Luke weren't in that match.
Obviously great to have Jeff and Danielle in your corner there. Is that a great spur on for you? Like really, you know, you want to win this competition in front of them?
Yeah, you want to win any competition, don't you? But yeah, obviously Jeff's been by my side for probably 20 years now, to be fair. So yeah, you just try and do him proud, really.
And a lot of local support for you down here as well?
Yeah, there's a few come from Leamington, Warwick and that as well to watch. I think a lot of the other local lads as well are playing later on tonight as well in the Open, so yeah, it's all come together.
Does this event, this venue, this area, is it always a special one for you because you are local? Do you think it inspires you? Because you always seem to do well at this event.
Yeah, before I won it in 2016, I couldn't win a match, to be fair, at home. It just seemed to be a burden on me. But I think as I've sort of progressed through the ranks as well and got a little bit better with my game, a little bit more comfortable on the stream table as well, that's helped. And then yeah, I think I won it in 2018 as well, but if I either don't do very well here or do very well, and most of the time lift the trophy, so it's a very strange one.
If anyone's not seen those matches from 2016, they are on the IPA YouTube channel. Definitely worth watching. The matches that you played against Craig Marsh and Liam Dunster, I think, to win the title. We see on the stream table the matches are either very, very close or very lopsided. Why do you think that's the case? Because obviously Luke is a class act.
I think the table just breaks so well. So whether you pot off the break or it's dry, whoever's coming to the table, the chances are with the standard there is with the players, especially at this later stage, the chances are they're going to be taking the finish out. And most of the time, if the breaks are obviously going 1-for-1, then it's going to go close. But like in that match, when all the breaks were basically going my way, you're sort of just going to punish their mistakes.
And finally, so better let you go. You need to prep and relax for the final. What it means to you to win the title tonight?
Yeah, I just want to get a monkey off my back after the Worlds, to be fair. I've obviously got to the 2 semis this year, lost to Liam and deciders in both, so obviously I've gone one step further, so I'm happy. But yeah, I just don't want to settle for a final. I want to try and win it, and yeah, it will mean everything to me. Will
you be watching the second semi at all? Will you have an eye on it, or just completely get away from the arena?
Just for timing purposes, that's all. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it later on. And then because I'll have a shower and get ready and stuff like that, just freshen up. Makes me always feel good when I start the match as well. But yeah, I'll just relax for about an hour or so, and then I'll tune in after.
Brilliant. Well played, John. Good luck in the final.
Cheers.
And we'll see you later on.
Thank you.
John McAllister takes his place in the final. It's been a final first final for a while. But he's, as he said, he's gone one step further than the semi-defeats that he's had against Liam. Is his name on the title?
Well, yeah, you've got to put him down as the possible favourite. But I mean, this next match is going to be a great one coming up. But John, he didn't really get into another gear there. Luke Sanchez kept his calm throughout. Things just didn't happen for him. So no doubt we'll see Luke Sanchez come back again stronger at some point. So is that going to help him for the final? Still feeling a little bit fresh, because it wasn't a tough match for him there, and it probably could do.
Yeah, Luke just never got going in that match, did he? He looked a bit edgy. I was just watching him sat in his seat, and he was a bit fidgety, whereas John is the complete opposite, isn't he? Mr. Ultra calm, whether he's at the table or not.
Yeah, and I think that first frame made such a difference. I mean, it was a frame that John should never have lost. The next thing, Luke Sanchez is at the table, didn't really deserve to be at the table. He had a couple of chances to see it out, never did, and just played a real strange safety shot, let John in, and really John, after that mistake from Luke, never looked back and was in control of the match throughout.
Yeah, but we know Luke will be back. He's one of those players knocking on the door. He's in a semi-final. It's not going to be long before he's picking up some silverware.
Absolutely not, and I loved. I mean, I was watching him in his chair as well, just as you was. And he still kept calm. And 3 years ago, he'd have been slamming his cue around. The towel would have gone. He'd have been chatting to the crowd and saying, "I'm getting no luck" or anything like that. But this is a new Luke Sanchez. He will be picking up that silverware at some time or other, and it could possibly be this year.
Yeah, we just got a glimpse of the players now for this next delicious second semi-final. Scotland v Wales. Matt Boyle, who we've seen a few times in the arena against the enigmatic, Mr. Character, the Buddha, Craig Marsh.
Yeah, I think last time we seen Craig Marsh on the TV table was in the Isle of Man back in November. So he'll be pleased to get back in there. And I was saying to the audience when I was in comms, I mean, Craig Marsh is one of the biggest breakers in the game. So watch out for that. Put your your earmuffs on, etc. We'll see lots of emotion from Craig, but he's got to be excited about being in a semi-final. This is a big event, and he'll be wanting to get his hands on a trophy. But he's going to have a very tough match against Mark Boyle.
Yeah, we've seen the form that Mark Boyle is in. I mean, it's some of the best pull we've ever seen. I mean, he's been pretty faultless. But Craig is one of those players. If he gets on a roll, he can run 4 or 5, and he could be outside. He could be in winning 8-1.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he can run 4 or 5 off in about 10 minutes. So don't go anywhere. Don't even nip out for a cup of tea, because you could miss them 4 or 5 frames quite easily. But Mark Boyle, he seems in great spirits, playing with a lot of confidence. And I've just seen him looking over it there, and he says, "Look, hurry up, lads, I want to get playing," and that. So I don't want to hold up this game any longer, to be honest.
Well, we better not. So I think it's time to get the second semi-final underway. So over to the commentary box and Dan Fairway.
Semi-final match. First frame, break. Time running.
Well, good evening. Not quite down fairway. He's gone for. He's still getting his lunch, and he'll probably be back for the final. The final will be straight after this match. We might have a few minutes after just to talk about the two players, etc. But I'm delighted to be joined by the chairman. We seem to be running around everywhere at the moment, running from the studio into the comms box while we let the team have the tea. We're too nice.
Can't believe we've given them some time off.
Well, they have. But what a match that you've picked here, Kev. How do you sort of see this one going?
Well, as usual, when two great players are playing each other, the break can often determine who's going to get the chances, and then it's just down to the players. We know the form that Mark Boyle's in. He's a cup breaker. He's the best cup breaker in the business. But he's gone dry there. It's first opportunity to Craig, and when we interviewed Mark earlier after that performance against Robert Stephen, he said he could play another match, he could go dry, and it could be him that's 6-0 down. That's the beauty of this game. It's just so tough to call, and both players are obviously playing well. We've seen a lot of Mark Boyle, not so much of Craig. But I can tell you firsthand that Craig's queuing very nicely. He dumped me out of the comp earlier on yesterday. The only thing I'm thinking about is Mark's played 2 matches on this table. Will that experience and being used to the pace, the slide of the cushions, could that be a deciding factor at the end of this match?
Yeah, interesting point there, Kev. Craig, he hasn't got really too much experience, especially recently. Mark Boyle, he's been here more than the table in the TV area. But I can't even remember the last time I saw Mark Boyle dry break on this table. It's definitely nothing rememberable.
Yeah, this next shot's going to be key to the frame for Craig. These are the ones that sometimes you can just hit a little bit fat. See how well he's stroking these balls in. Oh, look at that. That was effortless. And that's the thing about Craig Marsh, when he's in full flow, he just makes the game look so easy.
Yeah, it does. I mean, he just needs to try and keep that consistency. But if he does, he's a brilliant player to watch. Plays with such confidence.
He's played that shot absolutely perfectly. This has been so far an impressive opening from the Welshman. Pinpoint position, so our thoughts that it might take him a while to get used to the table. But forget that, he's up and running.
Yeah, he is up and running, 1-0 ahead off Mark Boyle's break. I can't remember the last person that cleared off Mark Boyle's break, because normally he's clearing up off him himself.
So first blood to Craig Marsh. I'm not sure that's the first time Mark Boyle's been behind in the match.
Yeah, you're probably right there, Kevin. But we spoke a little bit about Craig Marsh's break. He's definitely got one of the biggest breaks in the game. And if his break starts working, let's watch out.
I think on some of his early matches that I've seen, obviously played against him, he was just taking a little bit off the break. But he's not broken on this table before, so we'll see what his approach is. Hold on tight, folks. Yeah, didn't take much off of that one.
That's incredible for that to be dry. I mean, the amount of power that he's got in that and not got a ball. I mean, there wasn't too much that threatened the pocket there, but look at the way they've opened up.
Yeah, at first glance, possibly reds. It's not an easy opening yellow. He's got a couple of clips into the middle. So not, he's going to have to work his patterns out here.
Yeah, like you say, he's working them out. He's taking his extension, the 30-second extension that each player gets per frame. And this could be an important time. Could he be forced into reds here because of the opening one? Yeah, it looks like he is forced into reds here. He's only down to, oh, that's not, does that come out okay? You see the one in the right centre? That looks tight.
So we hope you're enjoying all the action we bringing you for these 2 days so far. Here from an absolutely sweltering Coventry. Let's hope you're all, make sure you're keeping hydrated, looking after yourselves, plenty of sun cream on.
Yeah, mighty hot, and it's going to be mighty hot tomorrow. I reckon it could reach to about 38 degrees, which is incredible heat. It's like Turkey or Cyprus weather.
You have to make sure that aircon is on at full strength. But yeah, let us know where you're watching from. You sat out in the sun watching this. You're keeping nice and safe indoors. I always like to hear where people are watching from. Such a wide geographical spread of viewers that watch the IPA action. These great players.
Yeah, talking about great players, Mark Boyle's one of them, and what a great shot he's produced there. Just open up that pocket, playing a big pocket. And now these reds are at his mercy.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, a difficult finish has been made to look very easy.
And this is looking like Mark Boyle's going to return the favour of a reverse clearance. Both players have had dry breaks. Is this going to be the pattern of the match? Surely not.
It's not one of his best positional shots, but it should be okay. Just take this into the top left, bring the white down, and probably take the black into the middle pocket. Right middle as we look.
Yeah, just got to really control the pace here now. Just make sure the pot is natural.
There's the white gone. He's lost the white. Oh.
Wow, that looked like the flick was going to favour him there, but it was so thin. Just didn't have enough power to get past that yellow. And that's a disaster again. I mean, that's all down to that positional shot off the red. So he's going to be playing this off the cushion. He got close to a couple of these in his previous match. Good effort. But Craig Marsh, he's back to the table. And a chance that he didn't expect to be getting.
Yeah, absolutely. Great chance here to open up an early lead.
Going to be straight. I think he's got a slight angle on this one. Oh, he's got some cue power out, Craig has. Well, that's not really his best shot there. Just hit the jaw and he just straightened it up.
Be able to play the yellow into the top left-hand corner, or top right-hand as we look on the overhead, whilst keeping the white safe in case he misses it.
Yeah, and it's not a bad choice of shot there, Kevin, because when he runs it through, he'll have that yellow that is close to into the right centre. And I think the yellow that's next to the black, that does pass into this bottom right-hand corner, so that might make things a little bit easier as well. But this is a big pot. Stunned it in.
Oh, that is some cueing.
He is cueing like a dream there. This is a great start from Craig Marsh. We've not seen him play like this for, I know we're only 2 frames in. What a start this is.
White's travelling up, but he's okay. I know in the match I played with Craig, he was struggling with the speed of the tables, but obviously he's had a few more matches now, and it doesn't look to be causing him any issues whatsoever. Let's take the yellow next to the black now, probably into the bottom corner.
Yeah, I think he'd have liked to have been on the one in the left centre first, but he's not. Oh, and he's rattled the yellow.
Wow.
That was one I didn't expect him to miss.
Yeah, absolutely. That will annoy him. What a let-off.
We're seeing some early nerves, maybe. I mean, the way he was cueing, I didn't think that was going to be a problem.
No mistake there from Mark Boyle, and wow, what a topsy-turvy frame that was, but in the end, it's the man from Scotland who takes it, and he levels things up 1 frame all in this race to 8 frames. The winner will be in tonight's final against John McAllister. Probably around 9:15. No need to go anywhere else. Keep out of the sun. This is the only place to be. We've got Vassos, who's watching from Cyprus. Probably hotter there than here, even possibly. We might be giving you a run for your money.
There's John McAllister there, sat next to Jeff. He's safely into the final. Just looking really chilled out there, waiting, just watching the action. So, Mark Boyle, dry break last time. I mean, just look at this cut breaker, Mark Boyle's. The amount of power he generates into it is incredible. His balls are flying in everywhere. Is he going to be forced into yellows here? I mean, it's not really a bad option.
Yeah, I think at first glance, I know he's next to a yellow there, but he might be tempted to take the long one into the top left. These are one of those little jabby ones. Just using his extension just to work out what exactly the shot is he wants to play. Oh, wow. I've never seen him do that before. It's a good job it's not golf.
There's some nerves out there, Kevin, I think. I think we've seen it from both players, and it just shows how much this really means to him. This is for a shot at the final against John McAllister.
Wow, it's a good job he just didn't feather that white ball. He could have quite easily done that. But anyway, he's at the table and a great chance. Just needs to slot this long yellow in.
Well, in golf, that would have been classed as a shot. Well, not in this game. He must have been mighty close to that white ball then. And again, this is a little bit edgy.
Yeah, he's going to glance off that second yellow. Needs to make sure he doesn't knock it safe. Oh, he could just get enough bottom on that. That was sweetly timed.
Yeah, and I think this black goes in both corners, so the positional play shouldn't be any problem at all. And there you see it, 2-1 to Mark Boyle. And it's not the start we really expected from these two players, but really just shows the amount of respect they've got for each other. And there's no, them both having some early signs of nerves is, it's not really a surprise.
No. Both these guys know each other very well, and they know their the talents and skills of each other. So bound to be a lot of nerves, tension. It's a semi-final of a major event, and I think important moments for Craig. He missed that putt and he sat down for the next 2 frames. So I think he needs to just get the show back on the road. Look at the power in that break. It's not dry this time.
I'm going to say, if that goes dry, I think we're going to have to get the table mechanic out there to have a look, because there's no reason for it to be.
So obviously yellows, but the yellows just nearest the centre pocket. That's his problem area. So you can always tell on the overhead, just if you can get to that. It obviously doubles. That's what he's looking at. So I'm interested to know if Vassos is still watching, what the temperature is in Cyprus. Can we beat Cyprus? Around the mid to low 20s here, which is not bad for 8:30 on a Saturday evening.
No, it's not.
The double there, just the response of the cushions, just catching Craig out there, just straightened up. A little bit more than he expected.
just looks to be tightening the knot now. 2-1 ahead. I mean, the red balls that he was faced with there, they weren't very pretty at all. Craig Marsh. He somehow, firstly, hit a yellow and then try and hit the white ball safe. It's not a bad outcome.
It's not the worst. He's made it tricky for Mark. Keeps him in the frame.
Another containing shot there from Mark Boyle. He's just trying to keep Craig Marsh at bay. I mean, you can see the yellow quite clearly, but it's all down to what he's going to be leaving.
Vassos has just told us it's about 30 degrees in Cyprus, so maybe we haven't just quite beaten that one.
I did say that Cyprus, I get some cracking weather there. Tell you what, that's not a bad result either, that's okay.
That's unlucky from Craig. He's tried to use the double kiss shot and just put the white behind the black. It was a really good attempt. So these are not easy for Mark, but we have seen him making light work of even harder finishes. So we're in the semi-finals, things are ramping up a bit.
Yeah, and I think that shot selection there from Craig just shows he's probably thinking very clearly, trying to come up with a shot that a lot of players would never think about. Well, is Mark now going to release the trigger? Is he going to go for these? I mean, these are far from easy. I mean, them two reds on this right-hand side, do any of them pass into the top right-hand corner? He's drifting down there now. I think they do. That's a terrific positional shot if they do. I mean, that from that camera angle there, Kev, that looks tight.
Yeah, I think you can certainly flick it in with a bit of side. I'm assuming that red next to the yellow goes in the top left corner, so he's going to play onto that next, I think. Let's go.
Yeah.
This next positional shot has got to be absolutely precise, so you can leave the angle to put the black into the centre pocket and get that white down to the bottom end of the table. Some early warning signs here for Craig Marsh, if you didn't know before. He's going to know in 3 shots time he is in for a fierce battle.
Yeah, and he won't want to be giving Mark Boyle too much of a lead. I mean, 3-1, if he does take these out, it's ominous signs for him. But there's a little bit to go in this frame. That clock is ticking down. Just into the far jaw. This could be a nervy one, but he doesn't have to do too much with the cue ball. I mean, the natural angle to pot the red is, and it'll just drift up past that yellow for a simple black into the right side. And yeah, this is what we're seeing, and this is looking like 3-1. And it will be Mark Boyle to break next. There you see it, it is 3-1. 2-frame lead now for Mark, and really any of these frames, they could have gone either way. But they're going with the momentum. Mark Boyle, he's probably deserves his lead a little bit. But definitely the balls have come out better for him. There's Craig Marsh, still looks very calm there, at 3-1 down. He'll just be waiting for a chance. There's no reason why he can't roll off 4 or 5 frames in a row. He's more than capable of doing it on his day.
Yeah, mixed views on the chat. A lot of support for Mark. few thinking Craig's bringing the trophy home back to South Wales. He's going to have to win this match 7-4 if he's going to do that. See how lethal the Mark Boyle break is.
Just when I thought that was going to be dry, but just when you do take the cup break, you can see a lot of balls do drift to this right-hand cushion, and that's what's happened here. It doesn't normally happen for Mark Boyle, to be honest. It seems like he took a little bit of pace off that one.
Yep, didn't feel like full throttle. But he's potted the ball. It's a bit messy, but at least he's going to have the choice. Can't really see past reds. Through a little gap, he can swing this white through. What a shot there from Mark Boyle. That is high class indeed.
Yeah, it certainly is. And we are seeing a man in form here.
He's absolutely making that cue ball dance to his tune. That was some shot.
I mean, we are possibly seeing signs of another one-sided affair here. Very early signs. It seems to be a little bit short of pace there, or just overdone it a little bit. Not sure what pot he's got on now. He might have to take the tricky one down into the top left-hand corner there. I'm not really sure. He has had to take the more tougher pot of the three. That was the only option he had.
Nothing is too much trouble from the man from Scotland at the moment.
And again, this is such an important positional shot. He needs to be leaving the correct angle on his final red so he can get on that black. Needs to probably be on the side cushion. He's played that to absolute perfection. If anything, a little bit too far if we're being a little bit critical. Well, let's be honest, that looks perfect.
Yeah, just going to drift this in onto the side cushion. Exactly there. And this straightforward black will put him into a 4-1 lead, and in it goes. Mark Boyle in absolute cruise control at the moment. Doing what we've seen him being doing all day, just taking his chances and putting his opponents under so much pressure. I think Craig's probably still thinking about that potting this in the second frame, and since that, the tide has completely turned in this match. And could that shot have been the turning point in this match?
Yeah, might quite easily have been. But Craig Marsh is still not out of this yet. But one thing he needs to get balls off his breaks, and he needs to be clearing them up as well. And just wait to see if he can get a chance off Mark Boyle's break, because Mark Boyle's break's not been as effective as it has earlier in the day. So maybe there could be a chance coming for Craig Marsh's way. Wow, that's so unlucky. It's 2-3 balls hit jaws there. When things don't go for you, they really don't.
Yeah, you can only hit them as hard as you can. He did take a little bit off of that one, but opted for a bit more control. Great split again, but no reward. And another chance for Mark Boyle.
Yeah, I think looking at this layout of this table, I think he'd have possibly liked reds a little bit more. Only because of that yellow on that far cushion, or sorry, the top cushion is what I meant to say. But he's been forced possibly into these yellows. He has got an angle now if he wanted to try and get his hard yellow out. But the yellows, they've still got their own difficulties. This isn't an easy clearance. Oh, at 4-1 ahead. Does he think like he's really gonna take the bull by the horns and try and get this clearance done and dusted? Great shot there from Mark Boyle. I was just wondering if he had that angle there to cannon that red and open up the yellow into the top left-hand corner. And really, these are anonymous signs now for Craig Marsh. Possibly going to be 5-1 down with Mark Boyle to be breaking next. Still a few more shots to play in this one yet. So this yellow that he's opened up. Clock's ticking down. Played it nicely. Not done too much with the cue ball, didn't need to. So now, taking the top two balls in, just in the balk area there next. One in one corner, one in the opposite corner. Then drift down for that yellow into the centre. Again, that clock ticks down. So he's been nailing these along this cushion. Near enough playing these like they're over the pocket. I mean, you can play this one of two ways. You can play this with the right hand side or left hand side, just to drift either side of the red. Just depending on how he feels. There's no right or wrong way of playing this shot. I fancy the one with right hand side off two cushions. Has he gone too far? That needs to slow down. Wow, that camera angle there. Is he on it? I mean, if he is on it, can he get on the black? Can he put anything on it? Has he just got to drop it in the far jaw? Well, I think you can see it.
That looks fine. Screw the white back.
He is fine.
It was a little bit thinner than that, but absolutely perfect. Slightly hampered, but just drifted in front of the red. He can get his cue in. Shouldn't be a problem. No mistakes from Mark Boyle. He marches into a 5-1 lead in this race to 8 frames. And the winner will be playing John McAllister in the final. What can Craig do? He's got to get his break going. Just not giving himself any easy opportunities, but as I said before, will that missed pot in frame 2 be the key factor in this match? And the momentum was always Craig at that early point in the match. And he just handed it straight back to Mark, and he's not took his foot off the pedal since. Boyle to break. He looks to have the bit between his teeth. I don't think he's in the mood for letting big leads slip. And when everything's going your way, it's going your way. Look where that white has finished. got on, pot-wise. Could play a plant, yellow onto red, but it's not that attractive. Plant yellows into the centre pocket.
Wow, what a shot that was. I mean, it's not come out too nicely, but he hit it with some pace, some authority.
Absolutely nailed that plant. You can imagine most players have just been playing that dead weight. But no, not Mark Boyle. He hammered it in.
Yeah, and the yellow is just hit on that previous shot. Is he trying to get it out? I mean, I thought he might have left himself a skill shot, but look at the way that has come out for Mark Boyle. Can he clip this into the right centre, the bottom centre on the screen currently?
I think he can. I think he can get to the potting angle.
Yeah, that camera angle there says it's more than possible. Oh, you've got to say it's a bit of a good rub of the green there, or rub of the blue, whichever you want to call it.
Yeah, I only think he's got a double on here. The yellow that's nearest the black spot.
I mean, the only problem with that is drifting up towards the red and the black, and he's got to make a decision quick because that clock was ticking down.
Yeah, he was under some time pressure there. Tried to clip that into the left middle, but way too thin. But he only had a few seconds left. And now Craig Marsh. Is this the start of the comeback? You have to take these.
Yeah, these are the chances that you must be taking. And it will be Craig to break next, so he could get to within 2 if he takes these out and clears the next. And then he'll be waiting for a dry break from Mark if that's possible.
So this is the key shot. Obviously it's an easy plant, but what he doesn't want to do is for that red that he's going to hit now just to go really awkward next to the other red that's there. So made sure, potted them both, took that problem out of the equation. And now this should be pretty straightforward for the Buddha.
Well, looks like he's left himself possibly a bit of hampered queuing, but shouldn't be a problem. It is no problem. It's 5-2. Yeah, he desperately needs a ball. He's had 2 dry breaks already. I mean, one thing, I mean, he's hitting with authority. Does he just ramp it up a bit, Kevin, and try and generate a little bit more power in it?
Well, I'm a big fan of doing what you've done to get you to this position. And obviously in the match he played against me, I'm sure he just took a little bit off to keep the control. But, you know, at this moment in time now, you know, what's he thinking? Is he thinking, just give it everything I've got? You don't want to leave anything out there. I think he's just going to give it full power. He's going side on. Yeah, he's giving it everything there. Plenty of power into it. He's put a ball. So that's the first objective. And they've gone a little bit messy. But he has got options. Would he be tempted for the 3-ball plant at the top end of the table? Can he see it? Is that what he's looking at?
Yeah, I mean, if it did, could see it and he could get to it, I mean, it would open the table up. I mean, what a pot that is, to run that cue ball down there. He didn't pot it as cleanly as he wanted, but he's a very attacking player, Craig Marsh is, and he's not looking at anything else here but to be clearing these up off his break. He don't want to give Mark Boyle another chance.
Yeah, this is the key shot, the development shot. Well, it's not ideal, but he has got a shot. I think he'd like to take the one on the top cushion if he could. I'm not sure he can see that one, the one that's nearest the right corner pocket. The time's running down. He's going to end up playing this shot rushed. He's used his extension. He's only got 2 seconds. 1.
Well, that's going to be down to the referee.
I think he was okay.
I think he was okay. But it's going to be the referee's decision. Sorry about the language there, if we just heard from there, but yeah, he's played a legal shot there, and yes, it does beep, but it is at the end of the beep is when the clock runs out.
I mean, you know, he shouldn't really have left it to that time. You've got to be thinking quicker than that.
Yeah, put himself under a little bit more pressure than he needed to be there. I know it was a tough shot to face, but he had one option, and it's fine. They're obviously having a little bit of debate now about the shot clock, but I mean, it should be no surprise about the shot clock. I mean, we've always had the shot clock like that, where it is the end of the beep. It's not when the beep sounds, it's, well, you know, the end beep, if you want to call it that.
Our referee Darren Maidman completely on the ball, making absolutely the right call. Sort of finishes have been pretty much meat and drink to Mark Boyle over the past 6-7 hours.
Yeah, this is a great chance now for Mark. Just dropping that into the far right-hand corner. And now these 3 balls left in the top half of the table. Should be very easy for him to open up a 6-2 lead. And I've got to say, Craig's had a good chance there. I was expecting him to get back within 3. Sorry, within 2 to make it 5-3. But it's another chance that's gone begging for Craig Marsh, and when you're in the semi-final stage against these top players, I'm not saying Craig's not a top player, because he is. He's probably a little bit out of form recently, etc. But he's got to be getting these finishes.
Mark just aware that his time was running out. You saw him have a little jog around the table. This needs to be absolutely on the money for position. And my word, hasn't he played that well? It was an easy shot, but judged the pace to absolute perfection. If it had been a little bit, an inch either way, it would have made the positional shot onto the black. Very tricky, but he's played it absolutely superbly. Needed to land dead straight. And now he's got this relatively easy black, and he's just going to be a couple of steps away from tonight's final. Uses all of the pocket, didn't quite cue that as well as you would expect, but in it goes. And I can be pleased with his work so far, but of course the job isn't finished yet.
No, it's not. He's still 2 frames away, so there's still a little bit of work, but it's going to be Mark Boyle to break next. I wouldn't say he's broke his best in this match yet. He's been a bit inconsistent. But the momentum's with him. And 6-2 ahead. It's going to be an incredible comeback if Craig Marsh is to progress to the final. Always played in good spirits here at the IPA. Have a bit of a laugh and a joke even. There's so much at stake.
Yeah, a lot of camaraderie and respect between the players. Playing in great sportsman-like atmosphere, but fiercely competitive.
Yeah, you can say that word again, Kevin, definitely. Competitively. And he's got a ball off the break. How have they turned out? These reds do not look bad. The problem is the black. But is that going to be a problem for a man pretty much in the form like Mark Boyle is?
Well, it does go in a pocket. It doesn't need moving. It goes in a couple of pockets. So he's just going to be working out now. He's probably going to use his extension. Just working out what is his last red that makes getting onto the black as easy as possible. I sort of think the one into the right centre, just maybe a foot left of that right centre pocket. If he can work his way around the table to get onto that as his last ball, he can just bob that in, and the black is at his mercy into the top left corner. Let's see how a real expert goes about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's made his mind up. He's used his extension. He's had a good think about this. I mean, a lot of players, they normally go about clearances, taking the balls in the top half the table. But on this occasion, Kev, I don't think they are going to be here. And that, like you already said, that ball it goes into the right centre. That is the ball that is so crucial on getting into that black. Getting onto that black, shall I say. Put some power into that, and wow, what a shot. What a positional shot that was. The red that's, is it tricky? Does it go into the right centre, the one that's near the yellow, close to that bottom centre there? I mean, I think it does go. It doesn't look like it goes from, well, maybe not. Maybe it does only go into the bottom right-hand corner.
We've got 6 seconds. So, no, he looks to be going a slightly different route. What has he got worked out? He's leaving the red that's over the corner pocket. That is going to be his last ball.
That's right, okay.
So it looks like he's going to be maybe sending the white off maybe 2 or 3 cushions to get behind it, to get behind the black. Oh, she had a telestrator.
Yeah, I wonder, just because of the shot clock pressure, has this made him think a little bit different about this? Because if he did have a little bit more time, he'd probably just worked out a better route to make sure that one in the middle was a better option. But this is going to be an interesting shot.
Yeah, and he's just got to be careful with the slide of the cushions. He's got a big area to get in. This is just all about judging the angle off the cushions and the pace. He doesn't want to hit the black full in the face.
And he has, what has he left now? I don't see an obvious double. Don't think it goes to the top right.
Can he slice it back into the
Off
right
the
corner
yellow.
of the cushion, off the yellow?
Wow.
Is that sliceable?
Well, we're going to see another Craig Marsh chance. I mean, this is what he's playing, Kev.
He's slicing.
He did try your shot. I mean, he's hit that probably as well as he could. I mean, he has given Craig something to think about here. These yellows aren't easy, but if he can open up this top pocket, maybe with his first shot, drift that down into that corner, then it could open this frame up. And he has done exactly that. Played that very coolly, really. Very impressed.
Yeah, he did have to play that at a slower speed, because otherwise he wouldn't have potted the yellow. It would have just rattled in the jaws. So yeah, played that very well. It was his experience there. A lot of players may have played that a little bit harder, but because of where the black was, that shot wouldn't have worked.
I'm going to see him take the ones in the bottom half of the table first, then drift up, possibly for the two yellows that are together next. I mean, there's no right or wrong way of doing these, but it's just how you see him. And he's picking up the pace. He can be a dangerous player when he picks up the pace.
Don't forget to chalk your cue, Craig.
6-3 now, possibly. This black, simple black. I can't remember the last time I seen him chalk his cue there.
He's not chalked his cue for about the last 4 or 5 shots. Not bothered with chalk.
No, he isn't. And that is 6-3. It's going to be Craig Marsh to break next.
Now, Craig, can you get something going now on your break? Surely it's going to turn around for him eventually. His break's just too good.
But we always know this TV table breaks so differently to the outer tables. We've never worked out right at why. Sorry, if we did, I think would make millions. I really do, because it's strange how this table reacts so differently. I mean, every player that comes on it, God, that table's so different to the outer. Well, they're not. They're completely the same tables, aren't they? But everyone says it.
Craig there, just thinking about his next break. What can he produce here? Hold on tight. Can be a minor earth tremor. Such natural power.
He's got the ball. And now these yellows, surely. Is he going to make this 6-4? This could be a very interesting match. He's at a really interesting stage of this match now.
That's his best break of the match by far.
He has to clear from here. He really does, doesn't he, Kevin?
He does. He could actually be tempted for reds here, you know.
Yeah, there's arguments for both, definitely.
I think, yeah, yellow's a favourite, but, you know. Didn't play that too well, but I think he's going to be okay. He's still got options.
I think he tried to play that one over the pocket a little bit more thicker than he wanted.
Yeah, I think he did.
Still should not prove any problem for the Buddha. Surely he's not going to make a mistake from here. Well, he is chalking his cue now, Kev. That's a good sign.
Yeah, it's getting serious now. He needs to chalk his cue. But I think that in the centre of the table, that red, the yellow that is nearest to red, he's just going to have to give that one a little bit of extra thought. It's down to 3 seconds again. His time management is a little bit off at the moment. He's getting a little bit distracted on his shots. He's not using the time efficiently at the moment. He's not the best shot. He's gonna. I'm not sure what he tried to play there. Did he try to kiss the black?
Yeah, and what looked a pretty easy clearance is now becoming very difficult.
Yes,
That clock.
I think he might go for the pot and spin this round with right hand side and maybe try and kiss into that red and yellow. It's going to be no man's land unless he gets a kiss.
Wow, and I think...
Can he get through?
It looks okay.
Yeah, I think he can.
And that's a little bit of good fortune. Oh, things turning round here for the Buddha, Craig Marsh. I mean, this frame's not over yet. Where's that black go? Does he go in the bot? Because he's just kissed that red. Has he blocked that pocket off?
I think he's going to be stunning the white across. He's running it round with left-hand side, 2 cushions. Oh no, yeah, let's go.
Looks tight. I don't think he's got all the pocket here.
Biggest shot of the match for Craig Marsh to keep himself within touching distance.
Oh.
Well, that was... there's no doubt about that one.
He's fired that into the bottom left-hand corner. He means business. 6-4. We've got a match on.
6-4, just one dry break, potentially between Craig Marsh and 6-all. Have we got a twist in this match?
Well, it was looking like it was going to be another one-sided affair. And all of a sudden, Craig Marsh has come from nowhere to get within 2. And like you say, Kevin, one dry break, and all of a sudden this could be level at 6 frames each.
Just toweling himself down. He's feeling the heat. I think it's fair to say what we've seen today is that Mark Boyle and John McAllister have been the 2 coolest players on the show today.
Yeah, they really have. And but how can they be cool now for a place in the final? John's already in the final. Oh, he's hit them like a dream. That's his best break of this match.
Boyle's at the table. I think to most normal people, be scratching our heads what to do with this lot. What's Mark Boyle thinking?
Wow.
Well, I don't think he was thinking that.
Oh, you mentioned it, Kev. Is there going to be another twist? And are we seeing that twist right now in the 11th frame? These are really concerning times now because Craig Marsh has been on the comeback. Taken 2 frames in a row. Clock, though, ticking down.
That's a nice shot, nice containing safety shot, but at least Craig is at the table. He's going to get some shots. Just needs to play a nice little safety, and that's not too bad. Craig got a lovely touch. You know, he's a big guy, but got a lovely touch.
Yeah, I think he can get through to one of these yellows. I think there's a gap. And if he can get through to the one in the middle part of this bottom table here, the bottom half of the table. I mean, I don't think he can get to a potting angle, but he can clearly hit this quite easily with a little bit of swerve, and he's got that, but that's not a best outcome again. Things are not going Mark Boyle's way.
Well, I think we might see another little tickle. Can he just squeeze the white? Where that red and yellow, it's just above the white ball. Can he just get the white ball into that nook and cranny where that red is?
Yeah, the only problem is with that shot though is making that red even more safer. Is he going all out attack? This is Craig Marsh's style. Maybe he just thinks that, because he has got the top right hand pocket in his favour as well. But does that red go past that yellow into the bottom right corner, bottom left corner on your screen now?
I think his next shot's a double. He's got to be playing, no. He's playing a container.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with this, but he needs to get the pace right. Has he got the pace right? It's hard for us to judge from here. Looking at that camera angle, that camera shot there, it looks like he has.
Yeah. And one thing I did notice when I did play Craig, he wasn't afraid to play some safety. You know, he probably played more safety shots than I did in the match, to be fair. But they were absolutely the right shots to play. Didn't push the boat out.
I think the guys are having a bit of a giggle in that. I think Craig says, well, it's not a total ref. You can see that one without him going for this other one. So, again, some good spirit shown. But is this going to be a foul? I don't think he's hit a cushion.
No, I think he's okay. I think it was a total.
I don't think it was a total. I think he could have seen the one on the ball line.
All right, okay.
I'm sure that's what they were laughing and giggling about.
No, I think the white hit a
Maybe
cushion.
not. All right, okay. I was more interested in what them two was talking about, to be honest. That's why I took my eye off the game. But look at these reds now. They're at Craig's mercy to go within one. He'll be breaking in the next frame as well. And then we're going to go into a best of three for a place in tonight's final against John McAllister. Could be some great scenes coming up. I hope you haven't gone anywhere. Probably just nipped out to the barbecue, get another burger or sausage bat, whichever one you fancy.
I don't even think you need to turn the barbecue on. You just put it on the pavement outside and it's going to cook nicely.
Certainly is. But now,
this is the key shot for me. Just got to pop this. I think the white off the cushion. Off. Wow.
How has he potted that red? How has that come off the yellow and still potted? It didn't need to be anywhere. He's got someone wanted side on that. He must have.
He's got to drift this in. It's all about the pace.
And you've got to say, Craig Marsh has been very fortunate to pot that red in that bottom corner. But he's taking it, and the way the rub of the green here has just switched around is incredible. Extraordinary scenes here in Coventry. Doubletree, Hilton Hotel. Wow. 6-5. Did we see this coming?
We certainly didn't. And you just mentioned the hotel, the road that it's on, Paradise Way. And we've seen some pull from Paradise here from these great players. And all of a sudden, Craig Marsh looking down and out. He's 6'5".
Yeah, he is, and he's going to be breaking next. Is he going to get this break continuing to keep working for him? It's been a little bit inconsistent on this table. Desperately needs a ball again. And then all of a sudden, the pressure will be mounting in a best of three. Mark looks very calm there. Like you've already said, one of the coolest customers in the game.
Yeah, so all you watching at home on YouTube or wherever you're watching, let us know who you think is going to win, who's going to win the final, and tell us why they're going to win. Love to get feedback. Yeah, everyone's views. Where's that white going? Is it going to get a nudge in?
I saw Mark Boyle just pulling faces there, sat in his seat, but it weren't a favourable kiss, was it? He's not. Has he got an opening shot? It's not an easy one.
Is he going to play a safety?
The reds are there. They've all got pockets, them reds. But can he pot a red? I mean, yes, can he get through to that one in the right centre? Will he be guaranteed position after? Because I think if he's playing that red in the right centre, that yellow could drift up into the top left-hand corner and cause some problems. Who knows? Well, we can get through to this yellow. I don't like yellows, though, Kev, do you?
Certainly not the best balls, but it's his best option first up. And he's in the end of the table where he needs to do some work. I mean, if he can clear this yellow that's nearest the bottom right-hand corner as we're looking, then those two reds that are two yellows that are together will then go into that bag. So maybe he's thinking about playing position.
Yeah, if the bottom one of them two yellows drifts into the left-hand corner, it's probably no problem.
He's had to slow down.
Yeah.
Can he play this off the red?
Does he need to?
Or has he got the angle to run the white through? Can't quite tell.
I mean, either way, he needs to keep this as simple as possible.
I think looking at that shot, I think he's got to play this off the red.
Well,
he's running out of time.
Used his extension. He has played it off the red, Kev. How's it come out?
With the reds. It's going to be okay. Wow. Great shot, Craig Marsh. Was trusting to a tiny bit of luck there. I mean, he would have been unlucky if it had not been on the yellow.
Yeah, but that red drifting down could have cannoned any of them yellows. I mean, it was only a small gap for that to travel through, and the pool gods, they're looking down on him at the moment, really at the right time. He's stunned this in, but where's this white going? Is he going to miss him?
Needs to bounce, needs a bounce.
Oh my God, I don't think he's on this. I think we're going to see a containing shot from Craig Marsh, are we? Can he clip it back? I mean, the white's going to be travelling.
I think he can clip that. And the white's going to hit the yellow at the side of it and possibly go down towards that little black, yellow, red cluster. So he might be okay after this. And the white's running free.
White has run free, and that's a disaster, is it?
Can he get to that yellow in the centre? I don't think he can, just looking at where the black is. He needs to pull out something special on this one.
I think he's playing the yellow that's in the middle of the table. Is he trying to kiss then the red onto the yellow if he can't get through to the yellow in the right centre?
I think this yellow's going top left, and then to try and make the plant as well. Oh, that's unlucky. That is unlucky.
Not the worst result.
Fraction out.
These reds aren't nice, especially at 6-5. This is a big frame. Big, big frame.
Is he going to go for this one that's nearest the bottom left corner and screw the white across into the bottom of those two reds and try and snooker him? Or is he going to pot this and send the white round the angles, lots of right-hand side, 3, possibly 4 cushions?
Oh, I thought that was going to be okay, but it does look okay.
That was a sweet shot.
I mean, he'd love to have been on possibly the red that he's closest to now first, but this is not the end of the world.
I think he's looking at the safety. Yeah, he's looking at the snooker.
Crucial times here. Now, what can Craig Marsh come up with here? I mean, if he does pot this yellow over the top corner, you've got to say the yellow, it's a big pocket in that bottom corner. But can he pot this?
He'll just be hoping to hit it. Oh, he's misjudged that. And is that stopping the Craig Marsh comeback in its tracks?
Yeah, he's used his extension already, I think Mark has, so he's not going to get too much time to think about this. Yeah, that clock's ticking down. You can see the way that he's reacting. Can hear the clock now. Oh,
well, I think he played the plant. He wouldn't surely just bounce that out.
I mean, the priority spot, I suppose, was to get the white down into the bottom half of the table. But shouldn't be a problem still, surely. But he was under some shot clock pressure there. Clock, though, ticking down again. And probably, really, the biggest frame of this match so far. I mean, that red, yes, it goes into the bottom left-hand corner.
If he's dead straight on this one, which it looks like he is, he's going to have a real little pressure put on his next one.
He's not playing safe from here. He's going out for
Screw
these.
back. No.
Just dropping it in. He's going to play the cannon onto the black, possibly. All depending on what angle he's got here. I mean, he can come past the black, and the red does pass into the bottom right-hand corner. But he'll probably have to leave it a little bit more distance than he would like.
I think he'll be stunning the white up to miss the black to leave the second red into the same pocket. Exactly like that. And he'll probably spin the white round off a couple of cushions and play the black into the same pocket. Just the one cushion, it was okay.
So the straight back to go within one frame, and it will be Mark Boyle to break next. This mini comeback there, he's took 3 on the bounce, Craig Marsh, and he's stopped the rot. 7-5, Mark Boyle, 1 frame away. Can he get it over the line? Well, I'll be taking you now to the end of this match on my own. Kevin's just gone out to do some IPA work for our socials, so look out for that. Great Marsh there, you can still see he seems to be quite relaxed. He's missed an opportunity there. As Craig Marsh played his final shot. Is Mark Boyle going to be clearing up off his break, or are we going to see another twist? There's been plenty in a few of these frames in this semi-final. It's been a classic. We saw Mark Boyle probably hit the break of this match in his previous break, his best so far. He'd love to do that again, he would. He has hit him sweetly, but has he got a ball? He hasn't. Are we going to see a twist? Look where the white is. Has Craig Marsh got a pot? It's touching ball. I think our referee, Darren Mayman, is called touching ball. Doesn't make... I mean, if it is touching ball, it means that red can't move. He's got to play away from it. I don't think he's got any potting angle. So it's now Mark's turn to have a little bit of good fortune. So Craig's just returned the favour by coming on and off the cushion, leaving Mark no shot. I mean, Craig ideally doesn't want a touching ball. So that would then let Mark play a similar shot to Craig has. Mark's took his extension here, and the way this frame's looking, you feel like he's took his extension at the wrong time. I think there's a lot of pull to be played in this one. But does he think one good shot here? Is he playing the plan? The red onto the yellow. Big shot. Tried it. Where's that red gone? The red's just drifted in. And he's got another bit of good fortune. But it's not an easy shot, this isn't. Really isn't. looks like the problem, that red is close to these 2 yellows here. The question is, does it drift into this bottom left-hand corner on your screen now? Or has he got to play into it at some point? I feel that he's probably got a cannon into it to try and make it available into a pocket. Oh, he has got 2 on these side cushions as well, so he's having to work for his place in the final. So he's now got the opportunity to open up that cluster now if he wanted. I mean, I feel that he'll take the one in the top left-hand corner first and then open up the cluster. The only problem is leaving the cluster till the end is you sometimes run out of options of being on a ball if it doesn't come out very nicely for you. But Mark feels that this is the time. So you've got to expect he's definitely going to be on the one in the top right-hand corner, bottom right on your screen now. So this is the key shot now, this frame. Yes, he's played that to perfection. And he is now 3 shots away from getting his place in the Fair.com British Professional Championships. So left himself awkward queuing. This isn't easy. But all he's got to do is drop it in. The position will be natural, where he can just drop it in, play the black into the bottom, top left-hand corner on your screen now. I don't expect him to be screwing this back or doing anything spectacular. But that clock ticking down again, so he's had to make a decision quickly. Is he going to play it with a bit of positivity? No, just dropping it in. Oof, that is just slid in there in the far corner. But he'll be happy with that. So this straight black. Oh, again, it has just wobbled in. But Mark Boyle, he's in the final. He's going to be playing John McAllister to see who is going to be lifting that trophy. There's John there looking across at Mark, just seeing what's going off. And wow, a lot of people have come in now, coming to have a look. They want to watch this final. Unlucky there to Craig Marsh. Good to see him back into the semi-finals. I'm sure we're probably going to be seeing Craig Marsh probably another time at some point this weekend. He's playing some great stuff. Fell a little bit short there, Mark Boyle. Be disappointed not to take that 6 frames each. But he hasn't, and unfortunately, he hasn't made it through. And the final between Mark Boyle and John McAllister, that is going to be some final. I think Kevin Barton, he's going to be probably talking to John McAllister, Mark Boyle, just to see how that match went. Yeah, they're just, I think they're just talking in the background, so I'm just waiting for the notification to say that they're ready, and it sounds like they're ready now. So I'm going to hand over to Kevin Barton, who's talking to the winner, Mark Boyle.
Thanks, Mark, and I'm here with the finalist for the Fair.com British Professional Championship. Mark Boyle, you're getting pretty comfy in that seat. You almost want to take it home with you. The form.
Could put it in the bar, eh?
The form and the performances just continuing.
I got a good few rubs there, so I did, which helped me over the line, especially the fluke in the last frame. And then there was just wee shots that I kind of saw, and it kind of just opened up for me, because it was just wee things like that that turned the match. There was a couple at the start as well, a couple of wee nudges I got, and then Marsh got one back, so he was due one, but I think overall I can't complain, because I played okay. I potted what I had to pot, and I'm into the final, so I took that at the start of the week.
And sometimes you've got to make your own luck, haven't you? You know,
Aye.
I think it just doesn't happen. You play the shot, and you know, if you get a little bit of rub, that's the game, isn't it? Sometimes.
Yeah, of course, aye, and you've got to take it when you get it. If you get a bit of rub, you've got to take the most of it, because 9 times out of 10 you don't get it, you know. So you've got to make the most of it when you get it.
You're pretty much in control for most of the match, and then all of a sudden things started to change. Craig won 3 on the trot, 6-5, could possibly have gone 6-all. What were your sort of thought processes at that time when he was on the comeback charge?
Says I'm throwing this match away here, 6-2 up. I was 5-1 up, I think, as well. So I was like, I can't believe I flung this game away. But Marsh started getting his arm going, and the pace of the table caught him out a couple of times, which caught me out as well. But there was a wee shot he played, and he was unlucky where he landed, and that's what caught him out in the end, because it would have went 6 each, and then it's back to my break. Even though I was still thinking a wee bit, I've still got it's my break at 6 each, so I'm still in control. But you still, when you're that far ahead, you think you should be over the line with it before it gets to 6 each.
And do you think your break in that match were you happy with it?
No, I was breaking well first 2 matches, and then my breaks, I'm not confident with it now, you know. So I'm just going through the motions.
Well, the rest of the game's pretty much intact, so you know you must be absolutely delighted. Obviously, you're in the final to come through this field. Up against John. So thoughts on that match?
Oh, another easy one, another easy game. No, it's going to be as tough as any of them, to be honest. And it's good to see John's back playing well again. So you just want 2 guys to play well in the final and make a spectacle of it. Doesn't matter really who wins. It's just as long as the pool's good, then you enjoy it.
Okay, well, we're going to give you a little 15-minute break to powder your nose, do whatever you need to do, prepare for the final. Good luck in the final, Mark.
Gel my hair.
And we'll see you later on. So Mark Boyle, as probably the form book would probably suggest, takes his place in the final. 8-5, about right?
Yeah, probably. Craig had a few more chances. It could have been a bit closer, there's no doubt about that. Craig will be a bit disappointed missing a couple of chances, but when he's not been on this table, he's not been in this situation for a while, sometimes it takes a little bit of getting back to being used to it, and we probably saw some of that. But Mark Boyle, we didn't see too much of the best from him in that one. How much is that last game there going to take out of Mark Boyle? Because you've got to say he had a bit more of a more difficult game than what John McAllister had. Yeah,
an interesting point that Mark said, where he said, you know, probably just off air, that it wasn't as good a performance as what he played earlier. Has he peaked too soon?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this earlier, about the top players. They normally start slow and then they accelerate to a different level. But it's a final, it's a one-off game. Either of these 2 players can win it. Mark just needs to now take his time. You give him 15 minutes just to freshen up. He just needs to come back a new player. It's a different game. It's going to be a different set of balls, etc. John's probably going to feel a little bit fresh. He's probably just gone outside. Well, probably not outside. Had a nice cold shower, etc. And just come back. So yeah, possibly John could be the fresher of the 2. But Mark needs to now use his time really to his advantage and try and do what he can.
It's going to be an interesting dynamic for the 2 players, because John, I think there's a little bit of extra pressure on him, you know, to win. He's not been in the winner's circle for a while, but he's in the final. It's further than he's been for some time. That pressure, local hero against Mark, who, you know, through all his personal circumstances, he's playing maybe a little bit freer.
Yeah, I think there's more pressure on him being the local lad, because there is a lot of support here for John, and even people that's been watching it on the stream, they've all been supporting John. It's quite even, to be honest. You know, there's a lot of Boyle fans out there, and no doubt that's going to be very similar to what's coming up. Is there more pressure on John than Mark? Yeah, I think so. But that could just even it up a little bit, where John's going to be a bit fresher.
Right, well, we will see. Set your clocks. You've got 10 minutes. We'll be back at 9:40 for the conclusion of the Fair.com British Professional Championships. We'll see you in 10.
been up against it. But these two have been the best players over these last 2 days and deserve to be in this final.
What do you think are going to be the deciding factors into who takes home this impressive trophy?
Well, the break's always a crucial factor, and we always talk about the break. I mean, in the last match we didn't see Mark Boyle break too greatly, and he'll want to try and improve that. Not sure how you can improve such a great break anyway. And then John McAllister, he has to cut out the mistakes. We've seen him have a few mistakes in his previous matches. If he can cut them out, this is going to be one sensational final.
We talked earlier about our referee bends his shoes. I noticed that John McAllister, he's got his shiny, sparkling shoes on. Could that be the difference?
Well, I mean, there is some trend setting going off, and no doubt Ben's probably not going to give him a decision or two if he has outdone him on the Shoe Express sort of scheme.
And whoever wins, they're going to need some strong arms to lift this trophy up, because it's a pretty hefty thing, is that?
Yeah, it really is a magnificent trophy, and whichever player here picks that up, they're going to be a deserved winner.
Yeah, magnificent trophy for who will be a magnificent champion. I think that's enough from us. I think it's time to get the final underway. Settle back, relax. It's going to be a fantastic matchup between these two gladiators. Let's get over to the commentary box and Dan Davey.
Cheers, Kev. So, yeah, we're John McAllister against Mark Boyle. Two of the proper heavyweights of the game, I'd say. Joined in the commentary box by John McAllister's World Championship doubles partner. And you won it, didn't you? Wade Morley.
We did, Dan, yeah.
Yeah, I never knew that. Don't like doubles, you see.
No, me neither. Until me and John won that.
John wins the leg. Do you know John well then? Or did you just pair up with him in the doubles because you were a good amateur and he?
Yeah, I know John well. We got on really well. Obviously, I know Danielle as well. Danielle's from where I'm from. But
I thought she was Irish.
She is Irish, but she lives in Stockton.
Oh, right.
But I was initially meant to be playing in the doubles with Jack Whelan.
Yeah.
And then Jack obviously couldn't make the Worlds.
Yeah.
And then John asked me if I wanted to go with him, so, not a bad substitute.
Bad person to be asked by. Fair enough. Who's your money on? Not literally, obviously.
I would
Very
like
above board here.
I would like to see John win.
Yeah.
To be honest. But Boyle's been in such good form at the moment, I don't think John can make any mistakes.
I don't think so. I mean, I think I'd say it's a toss of a coin kind of thing, but based on what we've seen today, I reckon I'd probably actually make Mark slight favourite. I'm one of John's biggest, I wouldn't say fans, but I've got so much time for the way he plays the game and how good he is and what have you. But
yeah,
I think his all-round game is unbelievable. But
yeah, he's a very good player to watch, John. I really enjoy watching him as well.
But I think today, Mark Boyle's looked as good as I've seen him look in a long time.
Yeah, I think he's been putting a lot of time in, and as well at the moment, what I'm noticing with Mark is his break is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
And that's dangerous.
Very dangerous.
But speaking about breaks, John's got a really lovely split there. Can't really see any problems here.
No, and he's got a great break of his own, John, to be fair to him. He's looking at reds, and he just... We're taking maybe not the easiest shots first up. He just doesn't want to... Oh, okay, so he had a massive pocket there. But he just didn't want to knock that red out and flick it towards the yellow kind of thing. So
no, and it's quite a clever shot as well because he's got on his own a red on the table that could have possibly been the problem.
Yeah, I think he was playing to just flick that yellow though.
The yellow, yeah.
So that it opened up that red for the other middle pocket. But
would you be taking this red now into the corner, Dan? Now you're on it? I think I would.
I suppose you probably do, yeah. To be honest with you, I'll go with whatever John says.
Whatever he does.
Whatever he does. I think shot selection, these two you could learn an awful lot from as a good player, let alone as an amateur. Shot selection and how quickly. It's all right knowing your shots and being able to study a table and plan a good route around the table and basically, having good shot selection, but doing it under a 30-second shot clock. I'm talking from experience. I think the less you play, the harder you find it. Obviously, these two do play an awful lot. They play a lot of comps as well.
Yeah,
which
match play
comps. It's all right putting a few hours in on your own, but I think, or playing someone you always play, but especially up in Scotland, they just have big comps every weekend.
There's just so many top players up there.
And there's so many of them, yeah, so many top players.
I mean, look at Robert Stephen just coming through she's just come up to professional ranks this year, hasn't she?
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant.
Looks a great player.
I think he's going to be top 16 easy.
Yeah, I'd never heard of him a year ago.
No, me neither. And the more I watch him, the more I think, wow, you are something special.
He's up there with the rest of them. He's
already. Yeah.
He's not a Dunster or a Boyle. Will he get to that point? I don't know. Maybe, but he's bloody close.
Yeah, he's very good. I just like the way he goes about his work as well. You know, you never really see him take on a silly shot.
Nope.
Pretty Dunster-esque, if you want to call it that.
Yep. Annoyingly effective.
Yeah, very annoying.
I remember driving back from a tournament a year or two ago with Alex O'Donoghue, and he said it's just another weekend where Dunster's going to win a tournament without looking like he's done anything special. But that kind of sums him up.
Yeah.
Boyle's a little bit like that. You know, he just goes about his business. His cue ball's under such good control that you kind of think, well, you get fooled into thinking that maybe he's just had nice breaks or a nice, or the balls have run well for him.
I know exactly what you're saying. I mean, when you actually watch him play properly, you'll notice he doesn't ever have a hard shot, but that's not down to the ball splitting nicely for him. That's down to the way he works his roots out.
He's just got the white on a string.
Yeah.
The touch.
He'll work himself into a position where he's stunning it or just literally dead weighting a ball in.
It'd be that one shot of frame where he really does need to be pinpoint, like just off straight to a certain side, and it's really crucial that he gets that angle on, say, his third last ball or whatever.
Where we'll go the wrong side and he'll drop on absolutely perfect.
And he'll get it, he'll nail it. It'll take an extra few seconds to compose himself and realise it's an important shot, and he just nails it every single time.
Yeah. I mean, going back to John McAllister's game as well, what we were speaking about not so long ago, when I played with him in the doubles for the week, it was absolutely brilliant to see the insight of a top player, how they look at the finish as opposed to how myself, an amateur at the time, would look at the finish.
Yeah.
And I learnt so much from just speaking to him about the finishers, each frame.
Anything that sticks out?
One thing I've took from it, so I used to watch the table when my opponent's at the table, and if they get a bit of a lucky flick, I'd be a little bit annoyed. Why have I not had that flick? But if you watch John when he's playing, he won't watch the table while his opponent's at the table. He says, just look at the table when you go back to it, because otherwise you'll get yourself annoyed.
Oh, I see.
Do you get what I mean?
No, it makes sense, yeah.
And I never thought that, I'm sat looking at the table thinking, I might have a sniff here, they've got a bit of work to do. But now, I tend just to not watch the table.
I think there's two ways of looking at that. That's all well and good until you're on a shot clock and you've only got 30 seconds to decide. Whereas if you're watching the table, you can sort of say, well, okay, well, if he does miss this, I need to do this or this.
Yeah. Whereas, but, on the flip side of that, he's good enough to figure it out quick.
Yeah.
Whereas I'm a new pro. I don't play on the shot clock so often, so I don't really need to worry about that as much yet.
Yeah.
And just the way he takes some of the finishes out, I'd be looking at a ball, a simple ball from a first shot, but he'd be telling me, no, be confident, take the ball down the rail, take a hard ball first rather than coming back to it later, and it makes the rest of the finish easier.
I've mentioned that a few times before when I've commentated on him. He plays brave shots, so he doesn't mind playing a brave shot early doors.
He prefers to do it. He likes to get them out of the way, and then the rest of the finish is there.
100%, yeah.
Whereas me, I like to get the colour set, take the finish, and then the hard ball later.
He's definitely right, though, isn't he? He's definitely the right way to go about it.
100%. And there was lots more I learnt from him, So, a good week. How have you done this weekend, Dan? Or are we not speaking about that?
No, we're not speaking about that, mate. No.
All right, no worries.
Moving on.
Moving on.
I played yesterday, I played rubbish and got what I deserved. Lost 8-5.
Against?
Alex O'Donoghue. He didn't play great either, to be honest.
Just a bit of a scrappy one, was it?
Scrappy game, first match, a bit rusty, never settled. Found out for maybe not putting in the time that I should be putting in.
Is he just the wrong side of this?
He's just the wrong side, yeah.
You topping it through off the top cushion, a little bit right hand side maybe?
I think if he's got a full pocket, then he can do that. Otherwise,
he needs to hit it.
Right. See, the other thing was,
would you just stunned it in and played it in the big bag?
Well, it's kind of a big pocket. You probably can just about nick the jaw and hang it, but it is a big pocket now. I think I might just.
Yeah.
I think on another day he might have stunned that.
Maybe he felt like he was queuing well, so he could just get his cue through it and get another. Was he going up and down? He was going up and down.
I suppose up and down, big pocket. Yeah, no, makes sense.
Slided these pockets. Yeah, it slid and caught the jaw on the way up, didn't it? I think you'll be annoyed with that one. Wasn't a difficult shot to get on the black, was it?
No. Am I losing my mind here, or did Mark Boyle win the first frame? I mean, I might have a bit of a cold, but I don't know.
Let me just check for you, sir. No, you're losing your mind.
Yeah?
Yep.
Fair enough.
I've just gone back on this.
It's been happening all day. Quite a big turning point already, and these big matches where these two would have played each other plenty of times before, and they've probably played a couple of matches at least where they've quite literally made just one mistake in the entire match between them, and that can be a difference between 8-6 and 7-all. And already, John really there should have gone 2-0 up.
Well, that's what we said, before this game, didn't we? John's got to make sure he doesn't make any mistakes, in my opinion, and that one mistake could be the difference in this match.
Definitely could be.
I must say how well the tables are playing this weekend as well.
They're so good.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Alan Yates.
Alan Yates at 8 ball direct.
Yeah, he's brilliant. Yeah, spot on every time. They're very quick tables, but I think the only thing you can ever moan about is you're not used to it. But how many pool clubs up and down the country have got lightning quick pool tables? It's just one of those things, and snooker players get the same thing.
Yeah.
Tournament conditions are hard to replicate.
They just have to kind of suck it up, don't they? What would you rather have? Nice, lovely, brand new conditions, or old tape, old cloths that have been on for months? Exactly. I know which one I'd prefer.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I'm a bit biased because Alan Yates does my table at home and the tables at the club that I run.
Yeah, yeah.
So we've got a blue on at the club and it plays exactly the same as the stream table.
Yeah.
It's a nicely controlled shot there by Mark. I must say I like the camera wrap on the table as well, Dan.
Oh yeah? Who did that?
Alan Yates. Believe it or not. And the tables are nice and level. Guess who levelled them?
Alan Yates?
Correct.
Was it? Who cut your hair?
Alan Yates.
Don't ask who cut mine.
You can't moan at me for not giving him a shout out, can he? He is one of my sponsors.
Okay. No, he does actually do a great job. As does our referee, Ben Taylor Fuente. It's not the place for a balding referee, is it, the stream? Luckily, Ben's still got a decent head of hair on him.
Well, there is a little bald patch on the back at the top, look, can you see it?
I don't know, he'll hear this as well. That's him paranoid now for a long time.
It was just a bit of light off
yeah, it was
on
just
the screen.
Light, yeah. John to break. Just to put that mistake to the back of his mind. Did all the hard work there.
Do you cut break, Dan, or do you front break?
I sort of refuse to cut break, but I'm probably wrong. I just, especially someone like John, and again, I mean, surely I'm wrong. You know, he's in the final, so he obviously knows best. But John's got a great break.
Yeah.
What are you cut breaking for? You know, I've always thought cut breaks were maybe for, but I think I'm slowly being proved wrong. I've always thought cut breaks were for people that didn't have a very good frontal break, as opposed to a tactical thing or the right thing to do.
I think,
not for me.
I think with the cloths being so reactive, I think you get that much of a good split from the side break, and you pretty much, you know, you're unlucky if you're screwing off or get kicked in off from the side break.
Yeah.
Whereas the front break, you're going in off quite a lot, aren't you? Get kicked in off, especially with these being fast. You know, the white ball's pinging all over if you catch it good.
Yeah.
I mean, we speak about breaks, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with that break, is there?
No, there's not. There was a conversation at the bar on Thursday night. There's a fly going on. Carl Fitzsimons was telling me he's been cut breaking in his man cave, and he started doing it here. And he was 7-5 up on Ian Whitehorn, who's better than Carl. Ian's very good, and Carl's, you know, they're mates kind of thing.
Yeah.
But Ian's got the beating of Carl. Anyway, Carl's beating him 7-5. He said, "Trust me, he's breaking third ball down." He reckons. The theory, I kind of get it. You're hitting the thickest part of the pack.
So you're getting more of a split into the pack.
He reckons so. I mean, I might try it.
Have you never tried it?
I might try it when no one's looking.
I've tried it.
Have you?
Yeah.
Work?
It does, but you tend to knock the white off the table a lot because you catch the second ball down. If you catch it a tiny bit, the white's off.
Yeah, I can't. Not for me. I'm not experimenting with that.
No.
I'd rather snap the cue in half, I think.
I've gone back to my breaking cue to break with, and I've actually started doing the cut break as of about a month ago. Yeah. And it's working really well for me.
With a breaking cue?
With my normal playing cue.
I was going to say,
I've done away with my break cue.
Yeah.
I stole it off Clint Ianson, to be fair. It's his break.
Right.
Pretty much just watched him when I was in Scotland for the full weekend about 5 weeks ago, and I thought, yeah, I'm going to have a go at that. And it's been working, so...
Well, second ball down, but normal cue.
Normal cue and basic.
Oh, John, what have you done? What have you done, John? He obviously didn't, for some reason, think he could get into it enough if he screwed into it, and this is second frame in a row now where so he's swerving. So he's full ball snookered as well. What a shot, John.
White.
No, he's all right. What shot that is.
Even though he's, you know, that's a full ball swerve, it's a brilliant shot. Even though he's got it, he's still going to be a little bit annoyed with himself about that.
Oh, he is, but it's kind of a kick up the backside he probably needed.
Yeah,
Stop being
that's
slack.
two frames in a row he could have chucked away there.
He's clearly playing very well. I watched him earlier. I commentated on him earlier against Ross Fernie. He was 6-3 down, out of sorts by his standards. Not playing well by his standards.
Yeah.
And he sat there. You wouldn't know he was 6-3 down. And the last, so he's basically the last 6 frames were all off the break. He did 5 off of his own break. 5 off the break, and Ross did 1. But the last 6 were all first visit finishes. He just flicked a switch and just played perfect pool. So he, I don't know. He's definitely playing well enough. It's just maybe.
Well, he's not going to get away with many more of them in this match, is he?
And I've spoke to people before and felt it myself. You know, not so much recently, but where you feel like you're playing so well that complacency is what you got to guard against.
Yeah.
And I think we've seen that a couple of frames here with John. He's almost feeling so confident. He's just taking his eye off the ball a little bit when it's got to the end of the frame. Done all the hard work.
Yeah. And speaking of breaks, I believe Boyle's got one of the best cut breaks in the world, and that's come out dry. But just look at them yellows. You know, absolute drop-ins for John.
They are, yeah.
Got to do a little bit of work with the two at the top of the table.
Assuming this one, I think he's looking. Yeah, the one he's looking at now, bottom right corner. If it passes into the bottom right corner, then it should be okay. It's one of those. They all look in the open, and then the more you look at it, you think, well, actually, but yellows are definitely the colour set.
Yeah. I mean, do you think you can take that yellow over the middle back now and just roll just past the red and land onto the top yellow of the two into the middle bag straight?
The one closest to the balk line?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Well,
he's going red, so he must be able to pop that red in the top corner. I didn't think he could.
Yeah, it'd be alright, just about.
Still a little bit of work to do in this finish, though, isn't there, Dan?
Plenty, yeah. I mean, I think that might have surprised a lot of people in taking reds there. I'm a little bit surprised.
Yeah, I'd have took yellows.
I think maybe he was he trying to dislodge the red that's his problem, the one that's just below the black? Was he trying to go into that first shot? In hindsight, now we look at it, he'll be able to tell us, I'm sure.
See, the only issue with this for me, I think he's got to land on that red near the black spot. Absolutely perfect.
And also the black only goes into, what, 2 pockets?
Yeah.
A few yellows.
The middle at the top as we look now.
Yeah, which I think he's got a full pocket for, and
possibly the pocket which is going to clear now as well.
Yeah, maybe there's a third one. Maybe it goes bottom left actually. He's obviously seen a route though, and
yeah. What route are you taking from here? Like, what's your second to last, your last red, and getting onto the black red?
I think your last red. I think he's going to be leaving the one into the right middle. Would be how I'd be.
That's not great.
I think actually he's just
perfect.
I think his line was actually to cannon that yellow that he's almost landed behind.
Yeah.
So his margin of error was that, or to go the other side of the yellow. I think he's just okay.
See, he's landed on that tricky ball, but can he screw back for the red onto the rail without hitting the yellow? Looks a bit thin to me. So you might have to play it with a bit of running right hand side and off the bottom rail. I don't like that.
Yeah, he needed to cannon it at least full ball, and he's gone just slightly more than full ball, so the cue ball hasn't stuck. It's kind of drifted down table.
Is he on it to the top, is he? Is it in the middle? So another mistake by John.
It's
like the table's catching him out a little bit, isn't it? But he's been playing on it, so.
Yeah, he's just not. It's just a bit of a slack start, really. He's clearly playing well. You don't fluke your way to an IPA final. He's clearly queuing well, but just a couple of. I don't know. I've probably commentated on at least 10 of John's games, and I don't think I've ever disagreed with any shot selection he's ever chosen, but I think maybe yellows were the colour there.
I 100% agree. I'd have been going yellows, but like you say, he'd have seen a different route to us, and if he got them, we wouldn't have been sat here questioning it, would we? But
no.
Have you played on this arena table yet? Or?
Played on it Friday, yesterday.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
It's nice, it's a nice table. It's beautiful.
It does play a bit quicker and a bit more slidey than the outside tables, I think.
It does, but it's one of them things, isn't it? I think at all tours, you seem to the match table seems to play that little bit quicker than the rest.
Yeah, I mean, I was having excuse me, I was having a chat with Scott Anderson yesterday about it. What do you put it down to, then?
I think it's the lights.
The heat from the lights?
Yeah. Yeah. It's I think so.
Yeah.
What did you guys think?
We put it down to the heat from the lights as well.
Yeah, I think so.
There's nothing else really, is there?
No.
It's, you know, got reclothed at the same time as the others, and it's reclothed by the same person. So, I mean, unless he's put it on tighter, which I can't see.
No, never.
It does. It's
Unless who's put it on tyre?
Who's that guy from 8 Ball Direct?
Oh, what's his name?
Something Yates.
Alan Yates.
Alan Yates, that's the one.
You know him quite well, don't you?
Yeah, I know him a bit. Yeah, nice guy. Well, 2-all. I think Mark would be happy at 2-all. To be honest,
be over the moon, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
2 each. I mean, he's made no mistakes. John's made what, 3?
Yeah.
One of them, he dug himself out of trouble.
I dare say,
the swerve on the
it could have been 4-0.
Could have been. It should have been 4-0.
Yeah.
Should have been 4. I think John's had first. John's had first chance every frame, and on another day, when he's at his most clinical, he would be 4-0 up now.
Let's have a look at this break then, Mr. McAllister. He doesn't hit them as hard as some people.
Just times it well, doesn't he?
See, he's hardly put anything into that. But he's still got a really good split. He's been a little bit unlucky with, that red and yellow that's gone onto the side cushion there, which is going to make things a little bit awkward.
It started off looking like it was a good split. But
yeah, it's always that last roll of the ball, isn't it, that you think, oh, that's all right, and then it goes a bit naughty.
Knowing John though, he'll look at this table and say, okay, I've got one bad ball to land on, left-hand side cushion.
Yeah.
And that's the key to the frame.
I think as well, the yellow that the cue ball's closest to now is a little bit awkward to get onto.
It is, but I think if he plays the one in the left middle now and leaves himself a very fine snick, he will be able to get to it.
Yeah.
It's just one of those, I suppose, if you're Mark Boyle, you're not too displeased if John's going for these, but I think we're going to see him play safe now.
Yeah, do you think he played that to come on the bottom cushion and play safe?
I think so, yeah. I think that was his plan all along. I think it's one of those, if he didn't have a shot clock on him, he probably would have still been staring at the table now.
Yes.
Figuring out what to do, but he's kind of bit the bullet.
That's where the experience comes in and is, right, the shot clock's counting down, I'm going to bite the bullet, play a safety, come back.
Staying calm,
yeah.
100%. Maybe a tempter for John to play this yellow into the top right and screw into
I was just
the
thinking
yellow or the red on the side cushion.
Yeah, I'd possibly be trying to screw into the red here, Dan.
I think if you maybe aim for the gap, you're probably going to get one of them.
Yeah. I think red full ball's perfect, isn't it?
Yeah.
Leave the... Yeah, that's all right.
He's missed the yellow.
Do you know what? I didn't even look in that corner, Dan. I was watching the white.
I think he's left it as bad as he could for Mark, but I mean, we've seen him clear up more difficult positions than this in the past.
I mean, he is something special, but how does he get these? Can he put this into the middle now and get his bad red out down in the corner?
Something we were talking about earlier with John, maybe attacking his better balls. Is there an argument to just
flick the red onto the top of the yellow or something, maybe?
He's attacking.
Good shot.
That goes in. No, he lands on his ball on the top cushion.
I mean, the thing is with the top boys, it's like when I played, the likes of yourself and the top boys, I think to myself, is there any point in playing a safety? Because, the standard's that high now that a safety, it doesn't really get you far sometimes.
It is hard to against someone like Mark Boyle or, say, a John McAllister in a final when they're obviously playing well. It's probably a hard thing to do to make yourself play that shot. But he can land on this one on the side cushion now. And then if he can just leave himself not straight, he will be able to
anywhere
get
near the black spot.
Yeah, anywhere near the black
on that
spot.
line. Yeah.
He'll have a chance.
Yeah. I mean, he's got to play a tough shot down the rail here because he's left himself a little bit straight, hasn't he? So he's going to have to play this down the rail, and then he's got a tough shot down the rail.
But he's got like that tiny bit of insurance where the yellow and the red are tied up a little bit.
Yep.
You know, bottom left. So he's not 100% lost the frame if he doesn't get these. Maybe we'll just give him a little bit more freedom when he's taking this one down the cushion.
Yeah, I think this is a little bit awkward for him because, you know, it's a tough shot anyway, but I think it's a little bit thin. And he's got to try and hold it on that line to give himself the angle to get the red out.
Yeah, he's not playing it with drag either.
Yeah, see, he's potted it thin, which has brought the cue ball further over this side of the table. But I didn't feel he could have held that even if he potted it centre bag.
No.
Not at that pace, anyway. I think it needed to be dead weight, didn't it?
Or dragged, yeah, perhaps.
But then, in turn, which makes the pot, 10 times harder, as you know.
Does, yeah. So, John here, he's definitely got a little window on the right-hand side cushion at the bottom of the table here where he can land to get on his bad yellow. It's just how and when is he going to do that? Is he going to leave that as his last yellow?
I think for me, Dan, I'd be dropping this into the centre bag now, leaving an angle to run off, to pot the yellow into the middle bag and run off the bottom cushion and go into the red.
Yeah. One of
it's
them.
a big target, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I think it's just one of them that I think John, because he's sort of backs himself, he's so confident in his own ability. If he can land dead straight on this, which he hasn't, that he might have just tried to land in that little gap.
Yeah. I think he was just a little bit the wrong side, wanted to land absolutely perfect and straight.
The other thing, though, with your shot, is he is highly likely to be on. As long as he plays the cannon right, he'll definitely be on the yellow.
Even if he misses the cannon, he's going to be on the yellow at the top corner, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Even if he flicks the yellow or whatever, he's probably going to.
Oh, not if he goes.
But then is he on it now? No, he's not. So.
After the bump. Just needed a bit of side on it, didn't he? But now he's going to have to play the shot which you said and get on that side rail, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's a couple of frames in a row now. He's fell down at the end of a clearance that he looked like he was going to get.
He's going cushion first.
Maybe he can see it.
Got cushion first. I like that.
Very good. Just doesn't need that side to kick. That's good. Very nice shot.
I love that, damn me.
Yeah, I might see him go cushion first again.
I didn't even see that. I was looking at an angle to come down the table, but that's the difference.
It's just so casual as well, the way he does it. We'll see him just go cushion first here and bring the white out towards where you break from.
Just like that, Dan?
Just like that. I'm good in it.
Is that where you break from?
About there, actually, yeah.
No, you are. You're the best commentator player I've ever met. So I think John will be feeling a little bit better now, taking that frame, taking one frame lead again.
We just put the couple of mistakes he's made to the back of his mind now, can't he? And you always have read the odd sports psychology article here and there, and one of the things they always talk about is managing your expectations. So don't expect perfection. If you expect perfection, you're going to get too frustrated when you make mistakes.
Yeah.
So you need to not expect to make mistakes, but accept you're going to make them and just move on, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And John seems to be, and Mark, to be fair, so good at that.
Yeah.
It helps when you don't make many mistakes, obviously.
I think the three standout ones for me, with the way they are when they're sat in the chair, whether they make mistakes or not, Boyle, McAllister and Dunster. Even if they miss, I seen Dunster miss a ball that I'd never ever see him miss again in my life a few weeks ago, and he just stood at the table, looked at it and just went back and sat in his chair.
Yeah.
They just looked a little bit confused.
Yeah, it's hard to do.
Whereas I'd have been angry.
Yeah.
So it was on about John's break in the frame before, Dan. If you watch how hard that Mark hits him, he hits him a lot harder than John.
definitely does, yeah. Much harder. Similar result, made a ball. I think difference with these two with the break though is Boyle will without a doubt be using that cut break for the rest of the season and probably the next 5 years. John will definitely go back to the front ball break soon, even if it's just for a match here or there. There's no way he sticks with a cut break forever, for me.
No, I agree.
He's got too good a break. When he won the World Championships, I commentated on it, and his break was the difference.
Yeah.
They both played very, very well, but his break was the difference.
Who did he beat in that final?
Aaron Davis.
Aaron Davis.
Chasing a difficult finish here. Yellow closest to the black doesn't go. I was saying earlier, commentating on Mark, for someone that's got such a silky smooth cue action, he actually just raises his head a little bit as he delivers the cue.
Does he? I've not noticed it, so I'm going to have a look for that now.
Once you see it, you can't unsee it. You think, how doesn't he twitch under pressure? How doesn't he? Because he is as good as it gets under pressure.
Yeah.
He's so good under pressure. And you think any of these little, watch his head just lift ever so slightly as he's on the backswing. It's not one of those that lifts after he moves. You know, Alex Higgins would twitch, but actually he would sort of deliver the cue then twitch.
Yes.
He just gently lifts his head.
He's got a snooker background, hasn't he?
Yeah. Unbelievable snooker player, yeah.
Yeah, I heard that. And Hibbert as well, he's a good snooker player, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's a good show. Back-to-back maxes in the league.
In the league match. Ridiculous, yeah.
I think Mark's been a little bit unlucky there not to land on anything.
He has, yeah, I mean, what's he got? A treble? I think that's about it. Unless he can find a safe place for the cue ball, maybe.
Yeah, can he just flick off it and just sit on one of them yellows, sit on one of the reds at the top?
And weld him to one of the reds, yeah. Just like that, nearly like that. Is he okay?
I think he's left that to the middle back.
John's not sure. It's a long way down for John as well.
Extension, please, ref. There we go. Yeah, it is tight, that. I think naturally you probably play this shot with a little bit of side as well, which will give you a bit more of the red to aim at as well, won't it?
Yeah, and I can't really see. So if he can't play the pot, I can't really see an obvious safety either. Looks like he's going for it. I think it definitely went just.
Yeah, and do you know what? That's not the worst results in the world.
It's really not, no.
Not leaving it pretty much straight. Anyway, if you left him an angle on this yellow across the top rail, then it's a different story. But
you'd probably, there's not many times you'd say this when Mark's at the table in the balls, but you'd
John's
probably,
favourite.
maybe, yeah. I'm sure Mark will prove me wrong by knocking this long one in, but I'd like to have 50p on it. I think I'd have it on John right now.
I'll give you 1 to 2. Is he on this yellow? He's got no swerve in it. Now then, John. When you're back on, Dan? Tomorrow?
9 in the morning.
Yeah, I think I'm on at 9 as well. Lost on Friday night, 8 o'clock, not back on until Sunday morning. Mint.
That's what you get though.
You just got to win your games, haven't you?
Yeah. I've always said it, you know, talk about double elimination and things like that. And I just, oh, sorry, but if Djokovic loses first round at Wimbledon, he goes home. It's tough. This isn't Wednesday League pool, you know, where everyone
He's
gets
going
a
home
chance.
to a mansion. I'm going home to Hartlepool.
but you know, it's tough, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it is
you
tough
lose
school.
tough. You don't. I'm not a fan of this double elimination thing. And obviously we don't get it in the pros, but I don't think, isn't it? I think it was a bit. It was maybe necessary a few years ago when.
There's a lot more players on now, isn't there?
Yeah, I think pool's growing in popularity. You see that with the numbers on the IPA, and you know, obviously it's been on TV a lot more recently on BBC Sport.
Yep.
It's I don't think we need to do it anymore. But it's all up for discussion. John's just landed a little bit straight here. This isn't anywhere near as straightforward as it should have been. He's just had to leave himself a slightly more difficult pot now. It's a bit of a slack one for Johnny. He's not. He's going to be. If he can clear these, he is going to be thinking to himself, "How on earth am I 4-2 up?"
Yeah, he's not been his
Boyle?
usual Rolls Royce self, has he?
No, but he's just.
But this is what the top players do, Dan. You know, he's not playing his best, but he's plugging away.
Exactly
and
that.
he's winning the frames.
Because he knows, just like earlier, when I watched him start similar to this against Ross Fernie, he knows that at any time Mark Boyle can break dry, he can clear off a couple of breaks and he'll reel off 3 frames in 7 minutes.
Yeah.
It can happen. But winning's winning, innit? You can win the odd frame ugly, it doesn't matter. Win the odd frame ugly, so what? That's what the best players do. When Chelsea won the league a few years ago, how many 1-0s did they have under Mourinho?
Yeah.
You know, they had loads of 1-0s. Were they the best team in the league? Maybe even not, but they won the league.
But they did what they needed to
Winning's
do.
winning.
A bit like Selby and snooker, isn't it? Yeah, he might not be the best to watch.
Just gets the job done.
He just does what he needs to
do. And he's just so hard to beat.
Yeah.
When you're playing against someone like John who can start badly in a match, but no matter how badly he starts, and earlier against Ross Fernie he made 2 or 3 mistakes that I haven't seen him, you know, make in a long time, and he made them all in the space of 2 or 3 frames. He just kicked into gear. Mark Boyle's just taking himself off for a break. John's doing a bit of repair work on his cue.
I think Mark will be going to the toilet here thinking, you know, with the mistakes what John's made, how am I 4-2 behind here?
Yep. But it's early doors, he's only halfway there, he's got to, you know, tell himself that
yeah, like you
he's
just said,
experienced enough, and to know.
It's one dry break from going 4-0. I believe it is John's break next.
Question on John's shoes. How do you handle playing with that in the doubles? Did that not put you off?
No.
No?
I wasn't watching his shoes. There we go, look. With a nice close-up of
I'd
his
have been
shoes.
half tempted when he said, wait, do you fancy playing in the doubles? Yeah, fine. Drop the shoes.
Get yourself to Primark, son.
And just, look, even go Skechers if you want. Get yourself something comfy, but get them out of my eye line.
No, he could have worn whatever shoes he wanted that week. He was good to me.
Yeah. How'd you clean them? How'd you clean them shoes?
They must stink.
Surely you can't put them in the wash, can you? Or what if a bird decides to? I don't need to finish the sentence, but and it accidentally gets on this tube, land on them. Yeah. How do you clean those shoes?
Don't know. You'll have to ask Danielle.
Oh.
They're not the best shoes here this weekend, though, I must admit. Have you seen, is it Joel Pickerell's? the bright luminous pink shoes.
Really?
Have you not seen them?
No.
Oh, I'll find him later and send you a photo of them.
Really?
Absolute beauties. If that's the kind of stuff you like, you know.
Well, wear whatever shoes you want. The thing that probably annoys me more than anything these days is people not wearing socks with them. I'm sorry. Everyone's going to grow out of that one day, and they're all going to look back and go, do you remember, like when you look back and think, oh, they used to have a mullet. Look how bad that looked, blah, blah, blah. That's what it'll be like in a few years' time when people go back. Look, these people are at weddings wearing 3/4 lengths, £200 shoes and no socks. What are they doing? That's someone's wedding photo you're ruining there.
I am guilty of that.
I can imagine you got that. You got that pretty boy look about you where you do that. I'm not having it.
Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, I can give you a compliment. Yeah, but I'm not having it.
Unfortunately,
you got to grow out of it a little bit.
Otherwise, but yeah, that's. I understand what you say.
Trust me, no one will be doing that in 5 years' time.
There was some other strange things going on, weren't there?
Yeah, socks will be back in fashion. Right, back to the pool. Another dry break from John. You said about the cut break earlier, and he does. Boyle is the master of it.
Yeah.
And you see John here. John's 4-2 up in a final, and I just think to myself, something just doesn't seem right to me that he's cut breaking. Just doesn't seem right. He's got such a good break. Such a good break.
Maybe because, like you say, he's not at his best. And I must admit, when I'm not cueing very well, my break suffers because I don't time the break very well.
No, so, I agree 100%.
So maybe
on that.
That's the reason he's doing the cut break at the moment.
Maybe.
Because, as we've both clearly said, and you can see, he's not at his best. He's not at the races.
Which is mad and a hell of a compliment to give John, to say that he's not at his best yet he finds himself in a pro final. Because actually, you're right. Yeah, I've only seen one of his matches today against Ross, and he started very badly by his standards.
Yeah.
But he ended very, very good because he's class. Class is permanent. But maybe that's what it is. I do agree though. When I'm breaking at my best, is when I'm playing more. It's in a way kind of got nothing to do with if I'm playing well, I'm breaking well. Really.
Yeah. I mean, excuse me. If I'm not feeling good, if I'm not feeling good in my cue action, I'm not cueing very well, my break suffers. I tend to screw in off, or you don't actually time it as well as you usually would.
Yeah.
So I'm putting this down to that's how he's feeling at the moment.
In which case, hats off to him for getting himself to a final, because he's made a couple of mistakes in this final that I wouldn't have expected to see from him. Now, tester here for Mark is.
He's got to avoid that yellow, but he's also got to play it with quite a bit of power and punch it off on and off the side cushion, hasn't he? To get
he wants it somewhere roughly between where the black is now and the black spot. This is a tester at 4-2 down in a major final. He's left it short. No, he's on it. He can cut it in.
He gets this done.
Does get it. He probably does get it.
He gets this.
If there's one thing Mark Boyle definitely doesn't lack, it's bottle.
Speaking of bottle, he has a big game in December, is it? Against Farnsworth. It's going to be one hell of a game.
Did read that, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great shot.
That's it.
Great shot, Mark Boyle. Balls of steel.
I'd have been closer to the double there, I think. That was a lot harder than it looked on our screens, wasn't it? It was a lot thinner, and especially on these tables being so slidey, you have to play that absolutely perfect.
Yeah. And look, the match situation, you're 4-2 down in a final against someone you know is going to punish you.
Yeah, you missed that, you're 5-2 down.
Yeah. So
huge frame.
Huge shot. And as he does time and time again, absolutely nails it.
Somebody's just asked on YouTube there, what's your verdict on the Farnsworth and Boyle match in November?
Just toss a coin. If they played 100 times, it'd be 50 all. It's just one of them. It'll be a very close match unless somebody gets very unlucky with the breaks or whatever. Toss a coin.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no favourite in that. I don't care where it's being played, home or away. There's no favourite. They're both too good to get. They're both too good to get steamrolled, and it's too good.
Just be an absolute masterclass.
Just appreciate that it's happening. You know, you look at other sports where the best don't play the best.
Yeah.
Just appreciate that it's happening, and appreciate that you're going to be able to watch that if you want to.
Well, it's actually about half an hour drive from my house.
Oh, okay.
So, and obviously me being friends with Mark and friends with Gav and whatnot, we're going to have a night out and whatnot. So, you know, the place is going to be absolutely bouncing.
Where is it?
Sky Lounge. It's at Mark's Club in Washington.
Oh, okay. Yep.
But
so they played before, and Boyle won by a frame or two, didn't he?
I believe he won by 2 frames.
Yeah.
I might be wrong, but I believe that. In fact, I think Boyle might have broke this decider.
Yeah,
might be wrong. Somebody listening might be able to tell us in the comments.
I think we should just appreciate the fact that you look at other sports like boxing and things like that, and where the best just avoid playing each other until one of them's past their prime, or you know they're a bit too high maintenance to put themselves out there or whatever.
Yeah.
And look, playing a challenge match or money game, whatever, it's not the be all and end all. But they're great for people that like watching them. They like watching them, and it'll be a great watch. It'll be a great atmosphere. They both got a lot of respect for each other.
Yeah.
So just appreciate that the game's getting played and enjoy it as a neutral, I think.
Yeah. If you could choose 2 players to play in a money match, who would you go with? Jay Dewars just messaged me there, so it was 30-28 in the first game.
Ah, fair enough.
Thank you, Jay.
What a shot that is, by the way. John McAllister. Very good shot. I think he's just about got away with it as well. And he is on that yellow into that top left corner pocket. He's on the one bottom left as well. So a little bit similar to a couple of the frames earlier. John's done all the hard work here, just to make sure he doesn't lose the white ball in this shot. He's trying to thread the needle. Use that red as it. That's a nice cannon. He's done most of the hard work now. This was a difficult finish, but it's obviously the closer you get to the finishing line, the more important these frames become. Difference between 5-3 and 4 each is massive.
I think he'd have loved a half ball flick on that red though, to be on the yellow over middle.
He
now
would, definitely.
Yeah. He's just got to be careful here, hasn't he? Because if he lands the wrong side, or
and naturally he just wants to run. Basically, wants to be centre of the table, and
just above the blue spot.
Yeah,
perfect,
I think the 2 reds together are just about far enough out the way for that to be able to happen.
That's perfect.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Especially on these, these fine cloths. He's not got to put any Q power into this at all.
Mm-hmm.
Just screw it back across the table.
But if he lands on that side cushion, he's in trouble. It's
too experienced to land on that cushion into, whereas I probably would.
It's the little shots like that. You say, well, okay, he's landed on it. He's got a simple screw back, but little shots like that that are better than you appreciate under pressure. Having to roll one in at a certain pace, you can't go too far.
See, me personally would have probably got down, screwed it in, and ended up landing on the cushion. But he'd be like, right, I need to make sure I hit the cushion and come off.
Just having that touch.
It's just that
touch under pressure.
Yeah.
When it really matters, under hitting and over hitting things. So 5-3. From here, Mark Boyle needs to win 5-2. Tough ask against anyone.
There we go, Dan. So it was 31-29 to Boyle. Farnsworth went in off the break at 29-28 up. And Boyle had a break dish, then Farnsworth dry broke and Boyle dish for the win.
There you go.
That's a tough pill to swallow, isn't it?
Yeah.
And
this looks like a nice layout, and then you kind of get looking at it, and it's trouble everywhere you look.
What colour are you taking? What colour set are you taking here?
Not really sure, to be honest. The same reds and yellows are problems for whichever colour set you choose. The top left corner and the top right corner. And the red and the yellow near the right middle pocket. He's already used his extension, John. He's going to do well to clear these. Obviously there is a skill shot to be played. Yellow onto red, top right corner pocket. I think that's a John McAllister sort of shot, isn't it?
Well, yeah, because if he can land somewhere
straight on it, he can play that and then the other one into the corner.
Yes, but I'd possibly be looking at, you know where the red is on the side rail across the baulk line? If he can land, you know, maybe on that line, play the skill shot and get his bad yellow out in the same shot.
Possibly, or if you're straight on it, then you back yourself to maybe
knock that down the rail.
Knock the one near the right middle, right middle pocket down the cushion. I think he's always struck me as someone that if he can just back himself to play a big shot, he will.
Yes.
He won't. He's not one for making unnecessary cannons.
Yeah. And
if he can help it.
And I hope I don't eat my own words here, but John McAllister is one of the best skill shot makers in the world.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
This skill shot, what he's about to attempt, is probably just a normal pot to some other people.
Well, it's all about how close he gets to it as well. If he's okay, so he's too far, so he might now take the one up that's by the middle pocket into the corner. I think he's got much choice now anyway, because at some point he was going to have to play that, and he is pretty good on it.
Yep.
So maybe play that now.
To be honest, I like this. I like playing that one first, rather than playing that to get on the one to the top rail. It's there.
It's there. He'd have loved to have been a little bit straighter, but he's pretty good on this.
Yeah. So you'd rather be straighter on that and just drop it through, would you, Dan?
Probably, or just a little bit straighter so he can stun across without having to use the side cushion. So he can play it as more of a stun rather than because I think he's probably going to have to use a cushion here. Yeah, he's had to use a cushion. If he was a little bit straighter on it, the skill shot would have been easier and he could have just soft screwed across without having to use a cushion.
Like you say, straight would have been perfect because you don't have to do anything with the white, do you?
And it's so much harder to make that skill shot when you're worried about where the cue ball's going.
Yeah.
So, a lifeline for Boyle. Feels like he's just hanging in there, doesn't it? Almost like his name's on the trophy.
Yeah, but I feel like Boyle's playing the better pool in this match. Yet we're finding 5-3 down.
Yeah, John should have shook him off. Really, that should probably have been for 7-1.
Yeah.
Sorry,
minimum.
For 7-2.
Minimum 7-2.
Bit of a cliche, but like you say, at the end of the day, when the name on the trophy doesn't say how, just got to get it done.
So I can't see any problems for Mark now. It's just 5 drop-ins.
Yeah, certainly is for some of the Mark standard.
Do you get much practice in Dan? You practice much or?
Not really. No. I keep intending to, and the short answer is no.
Yeah.
I really don't. I really should as well, because I really enjoy the tournaments. I really enjoy playing. I really enjoy the weekends away, but I enjoy winning as well. And I don't enjoy not doing myself justice or not getting the results that.
I believe you do have a business to run, though, don't you?
Yeah, but that's no
not take too much of your time up.
I had a job before that was full time. This job's, I do a 40-hour week at where I work at the cafe, and it's no excuse. I've got, if anything, the hours that I do now, I'm home by 4, whereas I used to sort of work 9 till 6 or 10 till 7 shifts. So, if anything, I've got more time on my hands now to do other things. It's just what I need to do. Me personally, I think we touched on it with these two. Mark plays a lot of competitions in Scotland.
Yeah.
John plays a lot of comps. He'll travel to competitions, and I think that's what I need to start doing again, personally.
Yeah.
I've always played best when I play in more competitions. I've never been a big practicer, but if I've got no comps coming up, so like, say for example, between the first tour and the second tour, there was 8 weeks, nothing, not £10 a man, anything, nothing. So I literally didn't go down the pool club until about 8 or 9 days before, and I think I played my mate Luke a couple of races to 10s. We did it twice, I think, in the 8 days.
Nowhere near enough to be competing.
Nowhere near enough. No, it's a miracle I don't get whitewashed,
Yeah.
But you get what you deserve. You see these two guys here in the final, and they put the time and effort in, practice-wise. I know John, from speaking to Jeff, Jeff has kind of obviously done so. You probably know more than me, but he's done so much for John over the years. He's backer, his sponsor, but he's almost like a mentor as well.
Yeah.
He teaches him good habits. He's a smart guy. He might not be a pool player himself, but he's an intelligent guy.
Yeah.
And he's got John into habits and just taught him a work ethic and in the lead up to these tournaments, he'll play a race to 25 Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday before travelling here on Thursday.
Yeah. Well,
but what on earth, that against good players as well.
We'll go back to the Worlds. We had never played Scotch doubles before. He had to be up at 7 o'clock in the morning practicing in the practice arena. And that's what you say. He puts a lot in, so he gets rewarded.
Yeah, you get what you deserve.
Yeah,
I mean, there were times when I played more and I had much better results. And touch wood, I'm an optimistic person. Kind of believe that when I do start putting the effort in again, the results will get a lot better, because I'm only 34. But you get what you deserve. These people that are in the finals and stuff consistently are there because they deserve it. I get the results I get because I deserve those results.
Yeah.
But I do intend to start playing more comps. I think that's the key for me, comps over practice.
Yeah, I mean, it's personal preference, isn't it? I mean, I'm over the moon. John's just moved to Stockton. I was speaking to him last week. I've just been on holiday. I'm going to France next week. Once he gets back from France, we're going to start practicing a couple of days a week.
Yeah.
So for me to go and practice with John, or him come to my house, or wherever we practice, I will then pick up, I will learn things from John. And because he wants to play, and he's new to the area, he might not get that many practice sessions.
So Stockton is where? So John
Stockton's Middlesbrough.
So John would now be playing out of what club? Mark Farnsworth club?
No, he'll be playing out of room 21 in Stockton.
Okay. Oh, where's that? Is that close to room 22?
It's in Stockton.
Okay.
It's just near Middlesbrough.
Yeah.
Because you get some good players come out there. Nicky Ella plays from there. Craig Brown.
Yeah, I know them. Yeah. Craig, very good. Craig semis of the Worlds recently.
Yes, did.
What does John do for a living? People at home probably want to know.
I can't remember. He works from home. I think it's something in some kind of sales. I might be wrong, but I know he does work from home.
Okay. So he has the freedom to sort of practice as much as he wants, I suppose.
Yeah. And he must put a lot of practice in.
Oh, he does, but he and you see as well. Again, I'm actually going to do it tomorrow because I'll play at 9 o'clock and I wear contact lenses, so I need them to settle. but I'm going to come down tomorrow and have a practice before my match at 9. Really, mainly to just get my,
settle your eyesight in.
Yeah, you need an hour at least really before the edges are sharp. For me personally, wearing contact lenses, so I can't roll out of bed at 8:30 and play at 9. It's just not a smart thing to do. But I've done
one thing I don't do. I don't come down in the morning early and have a knock.
No, but
I probably should.
And I think I've seen it before where I've come down at these tour weekends where I've had, say for example, a game at 9 or 10, and every single time it's the same. It was the same. I've probably done it 5 times when I'm on the tour, and every single time it's the same 8 or 10 players that are down here practicing, and 6 or 7 of them are in the top 10 or 12 players.
Yeah. Dunster's always there.
Dunster's always there, yeah. Dunster's knocking on the shutters at 5 to 8 in the morning.
Knocking on Kev's door.
Yeah, let me in, yeah. Where's Kev? Tell him it should be open by now.
Who else do you see down there practicing a lot?
Well, a couple of them aren't on the tour anymore, but it's been a couple of years. But I remember being down there, looking around the room and just thinking, of the 10 or so players that are down here, there's only 2 or 3 of them that aren't in the top sort of 16.
Yeah.
And it just tells you everything, doesn't it? Really.
Yeah.
About the work ethic and dedication. You get what you deserve in life, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a firm believer of, in everything in life you get out what you put in, especially with pool. If you don't practice, you won't do anything. No,
and I think this man here, he's the perfect example of that, and so is Mark Boyle. Everything seems to come natural to him, but he does everything so often that it just becomes natural.
Yeah, it's nice to see John doing well again as well, because after he won the Worlds, he kind of dropped off a little bit, didn't he? He didn't do very well in the next few events. I mean, it does tend to happen.
Yeah, I
the
think
world
it
champion curse
happened with Mark Farnsworth actually, didn't it?
And Jack Whelan when Whelan won it.
Yeah, I can't remember how he did in the year after. It was 6 years ago now, wasn't it, I think? But
2017, I think.
The black in the middle. See, with these rules, they just get re-racked and we go again.
Personally, in my opinion, you shouldn't be able to win a frame or lose a frame on the golden break or the golden duck.
No, it's gimmicky, isn't it? It's not. So, not for me.
I just think, you should have to work for the frame.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with a rule where you might just put it on the spot and carry on from there.
Yeah, I just don't
I've
believe
heard
you
that
should be able to
suggested
win.
before. John's obviously got a little mark on his cue he's not happy with. I thought he was just sanding it down earlier to make it smoother. Sometimes you do that, get the outer layer of muck or grease or whatever you might want to call it off, but he's obviously got something on there he doesn't like. Most important break of the match so far for John McAllister. It's not dry, is he? No, he's made a yellow. He's made a yellow. The reds are absolutely perfect, apart from the one next to the black. Yellows, could you make an argument for yellows? Because he can probably get on these 2 at the bottom of the table now if he wanted to, off the one into the left middle, but well, he's taken his extension. He's just choices.
Yeah.
Look, reds, you've got 1 bad ball, the one next to the black. Yellows, you've got 2 bad balls, but you can get on them straight away. And you can get on them straight away, or easily enough, and they're both next to each other. So he's gone yellows. A little bit surprised he didn't play the yellow into the middle first and just come straight down.
Yeah,
was an option.
Take his 2 bad balls out early on.
Yeah, it was an option. I mean, either the way it's going down from now anyway. Won't mind if he nicks this red in. Absolutely fine.
Nice, that's absolutely perfect.
Yeah, I don't know if he can top this. I think he tops it through. He's going to graze the yellow as he goes past. He might push it.
I think he'll probably
He's
screw
going
it
to have to
out,
screw
won't he?
back, yeah. Screw back and just... I think anything but straight is good for John.
All the world rules players are shouting, tuck up, tuck up. Flick it out. Look how much side he's playing with this with.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Left the pot nice and easy, but he's got enough angle to manipulate the white however he wants.
He just wants to be careful and land on this yellow to the top right corner straight, doesn't he? He doesn't want to land with too much of an angle.
Yeah, all rests on the angle he gives himself now. If he gets this right, it's easy.
That's perfect. If he keeps running.
Oh, he's just needed that extra 2 or 3 inches there.
Would you play this off the red now, Dan? I think he might be forced to, because I don't think he can hold for the yellow into the middle.
I suppose it is an option.
Or can he hold? Just like that.
There you go. You know him better than most. You saw it before I did. I don't think that was his original plan, was it? But he, I think it did go.
It did go, but I think it was hard for him to hold for the yellow into the middle. I think he'd have been swinging it off a couple with running side, but...
Classy stuff from John McAllister, 7-4.
Who's this Dan Davey calling out these shots?
Eh? What do I know? Just looks so calm, doesn't he? Cool, calm, collected.
Mr. Happy.
Wouldn't know if he was 7-4 up or 7-4 down.
There's Jeff.
He's happy. Look at him. He's loving it.
Rubbing his hands together.
Loving it. Dave McNamara next to him there.
Yeah.
Oh, Deej. You all right, Dan? You all right, kid? Come on, John. John almost grinned there. Did you see that?
Did he?
Almost got a grin out of John. Yep. 7-4. The job is not done. Mark Boyle, Mr. Magic. Probably needs to play faultless stuff from here to win this match. 4 down, 3 down, 4 to play. First part is he needs a ball off the break. He's got a couple. Now what's he on? Messy table. Physically can't pot or yellow. I think reds are the ball. So reds it is. No, he definitely doesn't have to attack here. As attacking as he is, I don't think we're going to see him go for these, are we? What do I know?
Like you said earlier on, I don't. What safety has he got really?
Well, he's played that pretty well. So if he tops that end and just comes through just below this right middle pocket, he can relieve himself the angle. No, he couldn't. He was just off straight. So he's. Does he play this into the right, into the middle, and go into his bad area?
He's got the angle to go into it here.
He has. He's going down with a fight. Be no worse way to lose a match than to play a safety and your opponent just pull a clearance off the lampshades. And it's exactly the sort of thing John McAllister would do as well.
Well, I think he's forced into playing the safety here, isn't he? Because that didn't quite work out for him.
So safety it is.
He's got a fairly big area to aim at with the two yellows being so close together.
Yeah, I think he's covered the one cushion escape though. Oh, no. Clearly not. Well, he's having to play this for side. Yeah, that's a good shot.
Has he left him the angle to go into it? Yeah.
Well, I think it looks like he probably has. Oh, that is disaster. Disaster for Mark Boyle and all the Mark Boyle fans watching. He wanted to catch that full ball minimum. Just glanced off the side of it, sort of caught it half ball, 3/4 ball, and gone off into the corner pocket. So this is your chance, John.
Are you chipping his badge yellow out now, or?
Yeah, you've definitely got to do it in some way, shape, or form. Whether you're just whether
Chip
he's
the red out.
Yeah, I don't know if he's got a gap. I think he's got a gap to go straight at it, or does he?
I think he's looking at the red onto the yellow onto the red here. But I'm not sure about this. I'd probably be playing the gap and clipping the red out.
Yeah,
just backing himself on the yellow down the rail.
I think
this could go wrong, Dave.
Well, no, he's played that really well. He's played it at the right pace, but the key with that was a more difficult shot than it looked, because he had to catch that half ball, really.
Ball, yeah.
If he catches it full ball, anything can happen with this cluster down in this corner, but he's played that really well. Nice clear head under pressure. I don't care how many times you've done it. Can't be easy closing a big title out like this.
And this just shows the pure class of John McAllister, doesn't it?
What are you saying? He hasn't really been at his
Visibly
best. Visibly
not been at his best, no.
No, he's... I don't know what he was like in his other 3 matches, but I've commentated on this one and the one against Ross Fernie. He's played well, but he hasn't been at his very best.
Yeah.
But he's played well when it really matters. Against Ross Fernie, he played out of his skin from 6-3 down. He literally barely ran out of position. He played flawless from 6-3 down. When it matters most, big match, on the stream. He's done it when it matters most. And in this final, okay, he hasn't been at his very best, but he's been good. Yeah. And he's been good when it mattered. A bit of a ropey start, but he's just such a...
He's got them when he's needed to get them, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's match play, isn't it? He's scrapped through a frame or two where there's been a mistake, and the rest of it he's just been at his brilliant best. That last frame that we saw there, the clearance to go 7-4 was classy.
Yeah.
Really classy under pressure. But that's what John McAllister does. Class is permanent. Former world champion. He's won many an IPA title. Apologies for not knowing exactly how many, but it just goes to show how good he is that I don't know the amount. It's at least 6 or 7, I'm sure of it.
Is it that many?
Yeah.
I didn't realise it was that many.
If you include tour events and professional events, yeah.
Lovely.
Absolutely brilliant, John. Simple black for John McAllister, the British professional champion. 2022, well deserved. Absolutely brilliant. Kind words there from Mark Boyle at the end. Gentlemen. It's got to be quite good for John as well, winning his home event.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. He's got a bit of sport out there,
but yeah,
he's
moved, but his hometown's literally sort of what, 10, 15 minutes away?
Yeah, he lives 15 minutes. Well, he did live 15 minutes away from here. It's not his hometown anymore, is it?
Right. Well played, John McAllister. So we're going to grab a couple of words now. So we're going to hand over to Kev. He's going to have a couple of words with our finalist, Mark Boyle, and our winner, John McAllister.
Thanks a lot, Dan, and what a final we have just witnessed there between two of the greatest players in the world right now. They have put on a real show for us. First of all, introduce our runner-up, Mark Boyle. Mark, you have played some stunning pool this weekend. It was always going to take a fantastic performance for someone to beat you, and John was that man.
I know what happened. No, to be fair, John played brilliant. He deserved to win. My break never got going, and then I just felt like everything was hard work, and that's what happens if you don't get balls off a break at this game. Everything just becomes hard. And credit to John, he played about 3 or 4 big shots, and he got every one of them, and that was the difference.
Even though you've not won, you must be delighted how you've been playing. I mean, what you've done this weekend has been absolutely some of the best pool we've ever seen.
I can't grumble. I was coming down here for a break, get back to a wee break for home, just get a change of scenery, and whatever happens. So I'm over the moon to get to the final, and it sets us up for tomorrow.
The atmosphere in the room and throughout that final, I don't know how you managed to concentrate. So the noise and the atmosphere is absolutely electric in here.
That's what you want. It's just a pity I couldn't make a game of it, but that's what it is,
No, you put in a fantastic performance. We're super proud. I'm sure everyone watching back in Scotland and here, you put in a fantastic performance. Well done.
Cheers, Kev.
Thanks
you.
a lot.
Cheers.
Mark Boyle there. What a fantastic weekend he has had. But the man of the moment, he is the Fair.com British Professional Champion, John McAllister. John, it was going to take something special to beat Mark, but you delivered.
Yeah, I was just lucky. His break obviously weren't as good today, and he made a couple of mistakes that you don't expect a player of his calibre to make. So it was just meant to be my day, to be fair.
And the atmosphere here during that match, how were you able to concentrate and keep your focus? Because it was absolutely on fire in here.
Yeah, I was shaking a little bit on that last frame because it has been a while. So I was just lucky I held my nerve together.
Yeah, what were your thoughts when you got that chance after Mark unluckily went in off? Did the BPMs, could you feel them going up a few notches?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I just had to get my composure. It was all on the first shot. Couldn't have went any better. I still tried to make them a little bit difficult, but with them being in the open, you expect to get them.
And the support that you've had here, has that been has that driven you on to win those extra frames?
Yeah, it does help a little bit, but you want to win every event that you play, whether you're at home or away, basically. So I'm just really pleased. So
it has been a while, as you said, since you won some silverware. You've got the monkey off your back. What does it mean to you to win this title here on almost home turf?
Yeah, I'm delighted. I'm a bit speechless, to be fair, but I didn't expect this result, to be fair, coming into the week. I knew my game was there, but it just hasn't been going my way. So it was just meant to be my day, that's all.
John, fantastic performance, well done. You are the 2022 Fair.com British Professional Champion. Congratulations. Well, Mark, what 2 days of action we have seen here, and John McAllister, the champion. I mean, this has been one of the best, I think, pro events we've had for some time. It's been a phenomenal standard.
Yeah, the atmosphere has been absolutely electric here. He's obviously a popular winner, especially being in his hometown and that, and he's even got a smile on his face, which is really good to see. It means so much to him. Even you heard from him what he said in that very last frame. He's still got nerves, even the amount of experience that he has. It means so much to these players. It's such a big title to win, and it's good to see him back in the winning circle.
Yeah, certainly outwardly he looks cool, but as you said, he was really feeling it, and it has been a while since he has won a title, and obviously shows how much it does mean to these guys.
Yeah, absolutely, and probably means no more to John doing it in his hometown, etc. And just to have a look around you. If we did sort of show any camera shots there, it was electric in here, and well played to John.
And what about Mark? Just really didn't quite happen for him tonight. It was strange. The break, it just sort of stopped any momentum that he was getting.
Yeah, it was, and I think we spoke about it earlier. Mark probably started off too good, very too soon, where John started off slowly slowly and worked his way up to a very good standard, and that could have been the difference. But also that last match that Mark Boyle played in that semi-final, that could have just drained him a little bit, where Craig Marsh did a little bit of a mini comeback and took a bit out of him, where John, he was probably a couple of hours behind him, and he's fresh as a daisy, isn't he?
Yeah, what a fantastic 2 days we've had. I think I need to lie down after all of that. I'm sure the guys...
Don't forget we've got to work tomorrow.
Have we?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, that's right. The good news is we're back at 1 o'clock tomorrow and we get to do it all again, where we will be focusing on the Open event and also the final stages of the amateur and ladies event. So there's going to be lots more great pool action coming your way. So we'll see you tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Thanks for watching and good night.